racial and gender representation target in your workforce. That's not the free market. So I think you can't have it both ways. Either it's going to be good for companies and companies are going to do what's in their self-interest. That's what capitalists like Mark Cuban and I believe. But if we really believe that, then we should let the market work rather than forcing it to adopt these top-down standards. That's my issue with it.
I don't know what it is about human psychology, but whenever you have a sort of administration, a committee that gets together to do a good thing, the committee starts to use the good thing, the ideology behind which there's a good ideal, to bully people to do bad things. I don't know what it is.
This has less to do with left-wing versus right-wing ideology, and more the nature of a bureaucracy is one that looks after its own existence as its top goal. So part of what you've seen with the so-called perpetuation of wokeness in American life is that the bureaucracy has used the appearance of virtue to actually deflect accountabilities for its own failure. So you've seen that in several different spheres of American life. You can even talk about in the military. Right? Think about our entry into Iraq after 9/11 had nothing to do with the stated objectives that we had. And I think by all accounts, it was a policy move we regret. Our policy ranks and our foreign policy establishment made a mistake in entering Iraq and invading a country that really, by all accounts, was not at all responsible for 9/11. Nonetheless, if you're part of the U.S. military, you're General Mark Milley, you would rather talk about white rage or systemic racism than you would actually talk about the military's actual substantive failures. It's what I call the practice of blowing woke smoke to deflect accountability. I say the same thing with respect to the educational system. It's a lot easier to claim that, and I'm not the one making this claim, but others have made this claim, that math is racist because there are inequitable results on objective tests of mathematics based on different demographic attributes. You can claim using that math is racist. It's a lot easier to blow that woke smoke than it is to accept accountability for failing to teach Black kids in the inner city how to actually do math and fix our public school systems and the zip coded mechanism for trapping kids in poor communities and bad schools. So I think that in many cases, what these bureaucracies do is they use the appearance of signaling this virtue as a way of not really advancing a social cause, but of strengthening the power of the bureaucracy itself and insulating that bureaucracy from criticism. So in many ways, bureaucracy, I think, carves the channels through which much of this woke ideology has flowed over the last several years. And that's why part of my focus has shifted away from just combating wokeness, because that's just a symptom, versus combating actual bureaucracy itself, the rise of this managerial class, the rise of the deep state. We talk about that in the government. The deep state doesn't just exist in the government. It exists, I think, in every sphere of our lives, from companies to nonprofits to universities. It's the rise of called the managerial class, the committee class, people who professionally sit on committees, I think are wielding far more power today than actual creators, entrepreneurs, original ideators, and ordinary citizens alike.
Yeah, you need managers, but as few as possible. It seems like when you have a giant managerial class, the actual doers don't get to do. But like you said, bureaucracy is a phenomenon of both the left and the right. This is not.
It's not even a left or right. It's just transcends that. It's anti-American at its core. So our founding fathers, they were anti-bureaucratic at the core, actually. They were the pioneers, the explorers, the unafraid. Right? They were the inventors, the creators. People forget this about Benjamin Franklin, who signed the Declaration of Independence. One of the great inventors that we have in the United States as well. He invented the lightning. He invented the Franklin stove, which was actually one of the great innovations of the field of thermodynamics. He even invented a number of musical instruments that Mozart and Beethoven went on to use. That's just Benjamin Franklin. So you think, oh, he's a one-off. Everybody's thinking he was the one zany founder who was also a creative scientific innovator who happened to be one of the founders of the country. Wrong. It wasn't unique to him. You have Thomas Jefferson. What are you sitting in right now? You're sitting on a swivel chair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Who invented the swivel chair?
Thomas Jefferson?
Yes, Thomas Jefferson. Funny
Yeah.
enough, he invented the swivel chair while he was writing the Declaration of Independence.
You're the one that
insane.
reminded me that he wrote the Declaration of Independence when he was 33.
And he was 33 when he did it, while inventing the swivel chair.
I like how you're focused on the swivel chair. Can we just pause on the Declaration of Independence?
But
It makes me feel horrible.
The Declaration of Independence part, everybody knows. What people don't know, he was an architect. So he worked in Virginia, with the Virginia State Capitol Dome. So the building that's in Virginia today, where the state capitol is, that dome, actually designed by Thomas Jefferson as well. So these people weren't people who sat on professional committees. They weren't bureaucrats. They hated bureaucracy. Part of Old World England is Old World England was committed to the idea of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy and monarchy go hand in hand. A monarch can't actually administer or govern directly. It requires a bureaucracy, a machine to actually technocratically govern for him. So the United States of America was founded on the idea that we reject that old world. Like the old world vision was that we the people cannot be trusted to self-govern, to make decisions for ourselves. We would burn ourselves off the planet, is the modern version of this, with existential risks like global climate change, if we just leave it to the people and their democratic will. That's why you need professional technocrats, educated elites, enlightened bureaucrats to be able to set the limits that actually protect people from their own worst impulses. That's the old world view. And most nations in history operate this way. But what made the United States of America itself, to know what made America great, we have to know what made America itself. What made America itself is we said hell no to that. That we the people, for better or worse, are going to self-govern without the committee class restraining what we do. And the likes of Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, and I could give you examples of John Adams or Robert Livingston, go straight down the list of founding fathers who were inventors, creators, pioneers, explorers, who also were the very people who came together to sign the Declaration of Independence. And so, yeah, this rise of bureaucracy in America in every sphere of life, I view it as anti-American, actually. And I hope that conservatives and liberals alike can get behind my crusade, certainly, to get in there and shut most of it down.
Yeah, speaking of shutting most of it down, how do you propose we do that? How do we make government more efficient? How do we make it smaller? What are the different ideas of how to do that?
Well, the first thing I will say is you're always taking a risk. Okay, there's no free lunch here, most things. You're always taking a risk. One risk is that you say, I want to reform it gradually. I want to have a grand master plan and get to exactly what the right end state is, and then carefully cut with a chisel, like a work of art, to get there. I don't believe that approach works. I think that's an approach that conservatives have taken for many years. I think it hasn't gotten very far. And the reason is, if you have like an 8-headed hydra, you cut off one of the heads, it goes right back. The other risk you could take, so that's the risk of not cutting enough. The other risk you could take is the risk of cutting too much. To say that I'm going to take the risk of not just cutting the fat, but also cutting some muscle along the way, but I'm going to take that risk. I can't give you option C, which is to say that I'm going to cut exactly the right amount and to do it perfectly. Okay, you don't know ex ante, you don't know beforehand that it's exactly how it's going to go. So that's a meaningless. It's only a question of which risks you're going to take. I believe in the moment we live in right now, the second risk is the risk we have to take. We haven't had a class of politician, and Donald Trump in 2016 was the closest we've gotten. I think in the second term will be even closer to what we need. But short of that, I don't think we've really had a class of politicians who has gotten very serious about cutting so much that you're also going to cut some fat, but not only some fat, but also some muscle. That's the risk we have to take. So the way I would do it, 75% headcount reduction across the board into federal bureaucracy. Send them home packed. Shut down agencies that shouldn't exist. Rescind every unconstitutional regulation Congress never passed. In a true self-governing democracy, it should be our elected representatives that make the laws and the rules, not an elected bureaucrat. And that is the single greatest form of economic stimulus we can have in this country, but it is also the single most effective way to restore self-governance in our country as well. And it is the blueprint for, I think, how we save this country.
That's pretty gangs. 75%. There's this kind of almost meme-like video of Argentinian President Javier Milei, or on a whiteboard, he has all the, I think, 18 ministries lined up, and he's ripping the Department of Education, gone, and he's just going like this. Now, the situation in Argentina is pretty dire, and And the situation in the United States is not, despite what he's saying. The empire is falling. This is still, in my opinion, the greatest nation on earth. Still, the economy is doing very well. Still, this is the hub of culture, the hub of innovation, the hub of so many amazing things. Do you think it's possible to do something like firing 75% of people in government when things are going relatively well?
Yes. In fact, I think it's necessary, essential. I do think it depends on how well really is, what you're benchmarking against. America's not built on complacency. Right? We're built on the pursuit of excellence. And are we still the greatest nation on planet Earth? I believe we are. I agree with you on that. But are we great as we could possibly be, or even as we could have been in the past, measured against our own standards of excellence? No, we're not. I think the nation is a trajectory of decline. That doesn't mean it's the end of the empire yet. But we are a nation in decline right now. I don't think we have to. But part of that decline is driven by the rise of this managerial class, the bureaucracy, sucking the lifeblood out of the country, sucking the lifeblood out of innovative culture, our culture of self-governance. So is it possible? Yeah, it's really possible. I mean, I'll tell you one easy way to do it. This is a little bit, I'm being a little bit glib here, but I think it's not crazy, at least as a thought experiment. Get in there on day one, say that anybody in the federal bureaucracy who was not elected representatives obviously are elected by the people, but if the people who are not elected, if your social security number ends in an odd number, you're out. If it ends in an even number, you're in. There's a 50% cut right there. Of those who remain, if your social security number starts in an even number, you're in. And if it starts with an odd number, you're out. Boom. That's 75% reduction. Then literally sarcastic. Okay. One of the virtues of that, it's a thought experiment, not a policy prescription. But one of the virtues of that thought experiment is that you don't have a bunch of lawsuits you're dealing with about gender discrimination or racial discrimination or political viewpoint discrimination. Actually, the reality is you, at mass, you didn't bring the chisel, you brought a chainsaw. I guarantee you, do that on day one and do step 2 on day 2. On day 3, not a thing will have changed for the ordinary American, other than the size of the government being a lot smaller and more restrained, spending a lot less money to operate it. And most people who run a company, especially larger companies, know this. It's 45% of the people who do 80 to 90% of the useful work. These government agencies are no different. So now imagine you do that same thought experiment, but not just doing it at random, but do it still at large scale while having some metric of screening for those who actually had both the greatest competence as well as the greatest commitment and knowledge of the Constitution. That, I think, would immediately raise not only the civic character of the United States. Now we feel, okay, the people we elect to run the government, they've got the power back running the government again, as opposed to the unelected bureaucrats who move the power today. It would also stimulate the economy. I mean, the regulatory state is like a wet blanket on the American economy. Most of it's unconstitutional. All we require is leadership with a spine to get there in action. What conservative presidents have maybe gestured towards and talked about, but have not really effectuated ever in modern history.
And by the way, that kind of thing would attract the ultra competent to actually want to work in government.
Exactly, which you're missing today. Because right now the government is swallowing them. Most competent people feel like that bureaucratic machine will swallow them whole. You clear the decks of 75% of them, real innovators can then show up.
Yeah, you know, there's kind of this cynical view of capitalism where people think that the only reason you do anything is to earn more money. But I think a lot of people would want to work in government to build something that's helpful to a huge number of people.
Yeah, well, look, I think there's opportunities for the very best to have large-scale impact in all kinds of different institutions. You know, universities, to K-12 education, through entrepreneurship. I'm obviously very biased in that regard. I think there's a lot you're able to create that you couldn't create through government. But I do think in the moment that we live in, where our government is as broken as it is and is as responsible for the declining nature of our country, yeah, I think bringing in people who are unafraid, talented, and able to have an impact could make all of the difference. And I agree with you. I don't think actually most people, even most people who say they're motivated by money, I don't think are actually motivated by money. I think most people are driven by a belief that they can do more than they're being committed to do right now. with their skills.
See,
I'll tell you that. So I've run a number of companies, and one of the things that I used to ask when I was, I'm not day-to-day involved in them anymore, but as a CEO, I would ask when I did interviews. And the first company I started at Roivant, like for 4 years in, company was pretty big by that point. I would still intend on interviewing every candidate before they joined, screening for the culture of that person. I can talk a lot more about things we did to build that culture, but one of the questions I would always ask them naturally just to start a conversation, it's a pretty basic question, is why did you leave your last job, or why are you leaving your last job? I'll tell you what I didn't hear very often is that I wasn't paid enough. Right? Maybe they'd be shy to tell you that during an interview, but there's indirect ways to signal that. That really wasn't at all like even a top 10 reason why people were leaving their job. I'll give you what the number one reason is that they felt like they were unable to do the true maximum of what their potential was in their body. That's the number one reason people leave their job. And I think, by the way, I would say that I'm saying that in a self-boastful way that we attract these people. I think it's also true for most of the people who left the company as well, Roivant, right? And that was true at Roivant, it's true at other companies I've started. I think the number one reason people join companies and the number one people leave companies, whether they've been to join mine or to leave mine in the past, have been that they feel like they're able to do more than they're able to with their skill set than that environment permits them to actually achieve. And so I think that's what people hung for. We think about capitalism and true free market capitalism, and we used words earlier like meritocracy. It's about building a system, whether it's in a nation or whether it's even within an organization, that allows every individual to flourish and achieve the maximum of their potential. And sometimes it just doesn't match an organization. Let's say the mission is here, and somebody's skill sets could be really well aligned with different missions. Then the right answer is, it's not a negative thing. It's just that person needs to find their mission somewhere else. But to bring that back to government, I think part of what's happened right now is that the rise of that bureaucracy in so many of these government agencies has actually obfuscated the mission of these agencies. I think if you went to most federal bureaucracies and just asked them, like, what's the mission? I have to make one up off the top of my head right now. The Department of Health and Human Services. What is the mission of HHS in the United States of America? I doubt somebody who works there, even the person who leads it, could give you a coherent answer to the question. I just heavily doubt it. And you could fill in the blank for any range of a Department of Commerce. And there's going to go straight down the list of each of these other ones. What is the mission of this organization? You could say for the U.S. military. What's the purpose of the U.S. military, the Department of Defense? I can give you it. I think it is to win wars, and more importantly, through its strength, to avoid wars. That's it. Well, okay, if that's the mission, then it's not tinkering around and messing around in some foreign conflict where we kind of feel like it sometimes, and other ones where we don't. And who decides that, I don't really know, but whoever the people are that decide that, we follow those orders. No, our mission is to protect the United States of America, to win wars, and to avoid wars. Boom. Those three things. What's protecting the United States of America mean? Number one, the homeland of the United States of America and the people who reside there. Okay, that's a clear mission. I mean, the Department of Health and Human Services may be a reasonable mission to say that I want to make America the healthiest country on planet Earth, and we will develop metrics and meet those metrics. That's the goal of the Department of HHS, to set policies, or at least to implement policies that best achieve that goal. But you can't, and maybe that's the right statement of the mission, maybe it's not. But one of the things that happens is when you're governed by the committee class, it dilutes the sense of mission out of any organization, whether it's a company or a government agency or bureaucracy. And once you've done that, then you lose the ability to attract the best and the brightest, because in order for somebody to achieve the maximum of their potential, they have to know what it's towards. There has to be a mission in the first place. Then you're not getting the best and brightest. You get more from the committee class. I mean, that becomes a self-perpetuating downward spiral. That is what the blob of the federal bureaucracy really looks like today.
Yeah, you said something really profound. At the individual scale, the individual contributor, doer, creator, what happens is you have a certain capacity to do awesome shit. And then there's barriers. We have to wait. This happens, there's friction, always. When humans together are working, there's friction. And so the goal of a great company is to minimize that friction, minimize the number of barriers. And what happens is the managerial class, the incentive is to create barriers.
That's what it does. And that's just by the nature of a bureaucracy. It creates sand in the gears to slow down whatever the other process was. Is there some room for that somewhere in certain contexts? Sure. It's a defensive mechanism that's designed to reduce dynamism. But I think when that becomes cancerous in its scope, it then actually kills the host itself, whether that's a school, whether that's a company, whether that's a government. And so the way I think about it, Lex, is there's sort of a balance of distributed power, and I don't mean power in the Foucault sense of social power, but I mean just sort of power in the sense of the ability to effect relevant change in any organization between what you could call the founder class, the creator class, the everyday citizen, the stakeholder class, and then the managerial class. And there's a role for all three of them, right? You could have the constituents of an organization, say in a constitutional republic, but citizen. You could have the equivalent of the creator class, people create things in that polity. And then you have the bureaucratic class that's designed to administer and serve as a liaison between the two. I'm not denying that there's some role somewhere for people who are in that managerial class. But right now, in this moment in American history, and I think it's been more or less true for the last century, but it's grown, starting with Woodrow Wilson's advent of the modern administrative state, metastasizing through FDR's New Deal and what was required to administer it, blown over and metastasizing further through LBJ's Great Society, and everything that's happened since, he aided and abetted by Republican presidents along the way, like Richard Nixon, has created the United States of America where that committee class, both in and outside the government in our culture, wields far too much influence and power relative to the everyday citizen stakeholder and to the creators who are in many ways constrained, hamstrung, shackled, in straitjacket, achieving maximum of their own potential contributions. And I actually feel that myself. I probably identify as being a member of that creator class most closely. It's what I've done. I create things. And I think we live in an environment in the United States of America where we're still probably the best country on earth where that creator has that shot. So that's the positive side of it. But one where we are far more constrictive to the creator class than we have been when we've been at the best. And that's what I want to see change.
Can you sort of steel man the perspective of somebody that looks at a particular Department of Education, and are saying that the amount of pain that would be caused by closing it, firing 75% of people, will be too much?
Yeah, so I go back to this question of mission, right? A lot of people who make arguments for the Department of Education aren't aware of why the Department of Education was created in the first place. Actually, so that might be a useful place to start. Is that this thing was created. It had a purpose. What was that purpose? Might be at least a relevant question to ask before we decide what are we doing with it or not. What was the purpose of this thing that we created? It's not it to me seems like a highly relevant question, yet in this discussion about government reform, it's interesting how eager people are to skip over that question and just talk about, okay, but we got the status quo and it's just going to be disruptive. Versus asking the question of, okay, this institution was created, it had an original purpose. Is that purpose still relevant? Is this organization at all fulfilling that purpose today? To me, those are some relevant questions to ask. So let's talk about that for the Department of Education. Its purpose was relevant at that time, which was to make sure that localities, and particularly states, were not siphoning dollars, taxpayer dollars, away from predominantly black school districts to predominantly white ones. And that was not a theoretical concern at the time. It was happening. There was at least some evidence that it was happening in certain states in the South. And so you may say you don't like the federal solution. You may say you like the federal solution, but like it or not, that was the original purpose of the U.S. Department of Education, to make sure that from a federal perspective, the states were not systematically disadvantaging black school districts in the South. However noble and relevant that purpose may have been 6 decades ago, it's not a relevant purpose today. There's no evidence today of states intentionally mapping out which are the black versus white school districts and siphoning money in one direction versus another. To the contrary, one of the things we've learned is that the school districts in the inner city, many of which are predominantly black, actually spend more money per student than other school districts for a worse result, as measured by test scores and performance on a per student basis, suggesting that there are other factors than the dollar expenditures per school determining student success, and actually suggesting that even the overfunding of some of those already poorly run schools rewards them for their actual bureaucratic failures. So against that backdrop, the Department of Education has instead extrapolated that original purpose of as a racial equality purpose to instead implement a different vision of racial equity through the ideologies that they demand the content of the curriculum that these public schools actually teach. So Department of Education funding, the federal funding accounts for about, giving you round numbers here, but around 10% of the funding of most public schools across the country. But that comes with strings attached. So in today's Department of Education, this didn't happen back in 1970, but it's happening today. Ironically, it's funny how these things change with the bureaucracies that fail, they blow oak smoke to cover up for their own failures. What happens with today's Department of Education? They effectively say you don't get that funding unless you adopt certain goals deemed at achieving racial or gender equity goals. And in fact, they also intervene in the curriculum where there's evidence of schools in the Midwest or in the Great Plains that have been denied funding because the Department of Education funding, so long as they have certain subjects like archery. There was one instance of a school that had archery in its curriculum. I find that to be pretty interesting, actually. I think that different kinds of physical education, this one combines mental focus with physical aptitude, but hey, maybe I'm biased, doesn't matter whether you like archery or not. I don't think it's the federal government's job to withhold funding from the school because they include something in their curriculum the federal government deems inappropriate, where that locality found that to be a relevant locus of education. So what you see then is an abandonment of the original purpose. It's long past. You don't have this problem that the Department of Education was originally solved of siphoning money from black school districts to white school districts and laundering that effectively in public funds. That doesn't exist anymore. So they find new purposes instead, creating a lot more damage along the way. So you asked me to steel man it because I say something constructive rather than just pounding down on the other side. One way to think about this is, for a lot of these agencies, were many of them formed with a positive intention at the outset? Yes. Where that positive intention existed, I'm still a skeptic of creating bureaucracy. But if you're going to create one, at least make it, what should we call it, a task force. Make it a task force. A task force was an agency because after it's done, you celebrate, you've done your work, pat yourself on the back, and then move on. Rather than creating a standing bureaucracy, which actually finds things to do after it has already solved or addressed the first reason it was born in the first place. And I think we don't have enough of that in our culture. But I mean, even if you have a company that's generated tons of cash flow and it solved the problem, let's say it's a biopharmaceutical company that developed a cure to some disease. The only thing people knew at that company was how to develop a cure to that disease. And they generated a boatload of cash from doing it. At a certain point, you can just give it to your shareholders and close their shop, and that's actually a beautiful thing to do. You don't see that happen enough in the American consciousness, the American culture of when an institution has achieved its purpose, celebrate it, and then move on. And I think that that culture in a government would result in a vastly restrained scope of government, rather than today. It's a one-way ratchet. Once you cause it to come into existence, you cause new things to come into existence, but the old one that came into existence continues to persist and exist as well. And that's where you get this metastasis over the last century.
So what kind of things do you think government should do that the private sector, the forces of capitalism, would create drastic inequalities, create the kind of pain we don't want in government?
So if the question is, what should government do that the private sector cannot? I'll give you one. Protect our borders. I mean, capitalism is never going to be the job of capitalists. We're never going to be the capability or inclination of capitalists to preserve a national border. And I think a nation, literally, in one of the chapters of this book, okay, a nation without borders is not a nation. It's almost a tautology. An open border is not a border. Capitalism is not going to solve that. What's going to solve that is a nation. Part of the job of the federal government is to protect the homeland of its nation. In this case, the United States of America. That's an example of a proper function of the federal government. Like physical security to its citizens. Another proper role of that federal government is to look after, or in this case, the state government, to make sure that private parties cannot externalize their costs onto somebody else without their consent. It's a fancy way economists would use to describe it. What does that mean? It means if you go dump your chemicals in somebody else's river, you're liable. It's not that, okay, I'm a capitalist, and so I want to create things, and I'm going to do hell or high water, whether or not that harms people around me. The job of a proper government is to make sure that you protect the rights of those who may be harmed by those who are pursuing their own rights through a system of capitalism. It's seeking prosperity, you're free to do it. But if you're hurting somebody else without their consent, the process, the government is there to enforce what is really just a form of enforcing private property. So I would say that those are two central functions of government: is to preserve national boundaries and the national security of the homeland, and number two is to protect and preserve private property rights and the enforcement of those private property rights. And I think at that point you've described about 80 to 90% of the proper role of what infrastructure. Look, I think that most infrastructure can be dealt with through the private sector. And if you get into specifics, you can have infrastructure that's specific to national security. Well, I do think that military-industrial base is essential to provide national security. That's a form of infrastructure. I don't think you could rely exclusively on the private sector to provide the optimal level of that protection to a nation. But interstate highways, I think you can think about whether or not it's a common good that everybody benefits from, but nobody has the incentive to create. I think you can make an argument for the existence of interstate highways. I think you could also make powerful arguments for the fact that actually you could have enough private sector co-ops that could cause that to come into existence as well. But I'm not dogmatic about this. But broadly speaking, 80 to 90% of the goal of the federal government, I'm not going to say 100, 80 to 90% of the goal of the existence of the federal government should be to protect national boundaries and provide security for the people who live there, and to protect the private property rights of the people who reside there. If we restore that, I think we're well on our way to a revival of our founding fathers' tradition. And I think many of them would give you the same answer that I just did.
So if we get government out of education, would you be also for reducing this as a government in the states for education?
I think here, if it goes closer to municipalities and the states, I'm fine with that being a locus for people determining. For example, let's take school districts are taxed at the local level. For that to be a matter for municipalities and townships to actually decide democratically how they actually want that governed, whether it's balance between public school district versus making that same money available to families in form of vouchers or other forms of ability to educational savings accounts, or whichever mechanism it is to opt out of that. If that's done locally, I'll have views on that tend to go further in the direction of true educational choice and diversity of choice, the implementation of charter schools, the granting of state charters, or even lowering the barriers to families. I favor those kinds of policies. But if we've got the federal government out of it, that's achieved 75% of what I think we need to achieve, that I'm focused on solving other problems and leave that to the states and municipalities to cover.
So given this conversation, what do you think of Elon's proposal of the Department of Government Efficiency and the Trump administration, or really any administration?
Well, I'm of course, biased because Elon and I have discussed that for the better part of the last year and a half. Because I think it's a great idea. It's something that's very consistent with the core premise of my presidential candidacy. I got to know him as I was running for U.S. president. Him at a couple of events that he came to, and then we built a friendship after that. So obviously, I think it's a great idea.
What do you think is more hardcore, cutting, you or Elon?
Well, I think Elon is pretty hardcore. I see 75% of federal bureaucrats, and while I was running for president, he said you need to put at least 75%. So I agree with him. I think it'd be a fun competition to see who ends up more hardcore. I don't think there's someone out there who's going to be more hardcore than here. And the reason is, I think we're both sharing common a willingness to take the risk of what happens. I mean, the sun will still rise in the west. That much I guarantee. Is there going to be some broken glass and some damage? Yes, there is. There's no way around that. But once you're willing to take that risk, then it doesn't become so scary anymore. And here's the thing, Lex. It's easy to say this. Talk about what the rubber hits the road here. Even in the second Trump term, this would be, the discussion. President Trump and I have had this conversation, but I think we would continue to have this conversation, is where does it rank on our prioritization list? Because there's always going to be a trade-off. If you have a different policy objective that you want to achieve, a good policy objective, whatever that is, right? You can talk about immigration policy, you can talk about economic policy, there are other policy objectives. You're going to trade off a little bit in the short run the effectiveness of your ability to carry out that policy goal, if you're also committed to actually thinning out the federal government by 75%, is there's just going to be some clunkiness, right? And there's just going to be frictional costs for that level of cost. So the question is, where does that rank on your prioritization? To pull that off, to pull off a 75% reduction in the size and scale of the federal government, the regulatory state, and the headcount, I think that only happens at your top. You can do it at a smaller scale, but at that scale, it only happens at your top priority. Because then, as president, you're in a position to say, I know there's a super short run that might even make it a little bit harder for me to do this other thing that I want to do and use the regulatory state here. But I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to pass that up. I'm going to bear that hardship and inconvenience because I know this other goal is more important on the scale of decades and centuries for the country. So it's a question of prioritization. And certainly my own view is that now is a moment where that needs to be a top priority for saving this country. And if there's one thing about my campaign, if I was to do it again, I would be even clearer about, because I talked about a lot of things in the campaign, and we can cover a lot of that too. But if there's one thing that I care about more than anything else, it's dismantling that bureaucracy. Moreover, it's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state itself. And that nanny state presents itself in several forms. There's the entitlement state, the welfare state, presents itself in the form of the regulatory state that we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively we are subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protection or other resources. If I was to summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy nanny state. Once we've done that, we've revived the republic that I think would make George Washington.
You mentioned Department of Education. There's also the Department of Defense. And there's a very large number of very powerful people that have gotten used to and a budget that's increasing, and the number of wars and military conflicts that's increasing. So if we could just talk about that. If this is the number one priority, it's like there's difficulty levels. DOD it would be probably the hardest. So let's take that off. What's your view on the military-industrial complex, the Department of Defense, and wars?
So I think as the nanny state, I'm against an overall. I'm against the foreign policy nanny state as well. Let me start from that as the starting off point. I'll tell you about my views on the DOD. First of all, I think that, and I think that it was easy for many people from the neocon school of thought to caricature my views with media at their sides. But actually, my own view is, if it's in the interest of the United States of America to provide certain levels of protection to U.S. allies, we can do that as long as those allies actually pay for it. And I think that's important for two reasons. The less important reason, still important reason, less important reason is it's still money for us. Right? It's not like we're swimming in a cash surplus right now. We're at $34 trillion national debt and growing. And I think pretty soon the interest payments are going to be the largest line item in our own federal budget. So it's not like we have money willy-nilly to just hand over for free. That's the less important reason. The more important reason is that it makes sure that our allies have actual skin in the game, to not have skewed incentives to actually enter conflicts where they're not actually bearing the full cost of those conflicts. So take NATO, for example. Most NATO countries, literally a majority of NATO countries today, do not pay or contribute 2% of their GDP to their own national defense, which is supposedly a requirement to be in NATO. So the majority of NATO countries are failing to meet their basic commitment to be in NATO in the first place. Germany particularly is, I think, an arbitrage and held out of the United States of America. And I don't think that I'm not going to be some sort of shrill voice here saying, so therefore we should not be supporting any allies providing security blankets. No, I'm not going in that direction. What I would say is, you got to pay for it. Right? Pay for your fair share. A, because we're not swimming in excess money ourselves. But B, is it tells us that you actually have skin in the game for your own defense, which actually then makes issues far more in the risks that they take when not in a war. Versus if somebody else is paying for it, and somebody else is providing a security guarantee, hey, I might as well, take the gamble and see where I end up at the end of the war, versus the restraint that imposes on the decision making of the allies. So now let's bring this home to the Department of Defense. I think the top goal of the U.S. defense policy establishment should be to provide for the national defense of the United States of America. And the irony is that's what we're actually doing this for. We're not really using other Coast Guard. We're not really using the U.S. military to prevent crossings at our own southern border and crossings at our own. In fact, the United States of America, our homeland, I believe, is less secure today than it has been in a very long time. Vulnerable to threats from hypersonic missiles, where China and Russia certainly has capabilities in excess of that of the United States. Missiles, hypersonic means faster than the speed of sound that could hit the United States, including those carrying warheads. We are more vulnerable to super EMP attacks, electromagnetic pulse attacks, that could, without exaggeration, some of this could be from other nations, some of this could even be from solar flares, cause significant mass casualty in the United States of America. The electric grid's gone. It's not an exaggeration to say if that happened, planes would be falling out of the sky because our chips really depend on those electromagnetic will be affected by those pulses. More vulnerable to cyber attacks. I know this. People sort of start yawning and say, okay, boring stuff, super EMP, cyber, whatever. No, actually, it's pretty relevant whether or not you actually are facing the risk of not getting your insulin because your refrigerator doesn't work anymore, or your food can't be stored, or your car, or your ability to fly an airplane is impaired. Okay, so I think these are serious risks where our own national defense spending has been wholly inadequate. So I'm not one of these people that says, oh, we decrease versus increase national defense spending. We're not spending it in the right place. The number one place we need to be spending it is actually protecting our national defense. And I think protecting our own physical homeland. And I think we actually need an increase in spending on protecting our own homeland. But that is different from the agenda of foreign interventionism and foreign nanny-statism for its own sake, where we should expect more and demand more of our allies to provide for their own national defense, and then provide the relevant security guarantees to allies where that actually advances the interests of the United States of America. So that's what I believe. And I think this process has been corrupted by what Dwight Eisenhower famously in his farewell address called the military-industrial complex in the United States. But I think it's bigger than just I think it's easy to tell the tales of financial corruption. It's a kind of cultural corruption and conceit that just because a certain number of people in that expert class have a belief, that their belief happens to be the right one because they can scare you with what the consequence would be if you don't follow their beliefs. And one of the beauties of the United States is that in principle, we have civilian control of the military. The person who we elect to be the U.S. president is the one that actually is the true commander-in-chief. I have my doubts that he operates that way. I think it's quite obvious that Joe Biden is not a functioning commander-in-chief of the United States of America, yet on paper, supposedly we're supposed to call him that. But at least in theory, we're supposed to have civilian control of the U.S. military. And I think that one of the things that leader needs to do is to ask the question of the mission. What's the purpose of this U.S. military in the first place? At the top of the list should be to protect the homeland and the people who actually live here, which we're failing to do. So that's where I landed that question.
Right. Okay. There's a lot. First of all, on Joe Biden, you mean he's functionally not in control of the U.S. military because of the age factor or because of the nature of the presidency?
It's a good question. I would say in his case, it's particularly accentuated because in his case, I don't think anybody in America anymore believes that Joe Biden is the functioning president of the United States of America. How could he be? He wasn't even sufficiently functioning to be the candidate after a debate that was held in June. There's no way he's going to be in a position to make the most important decisions on a daily and demanding basis to protect the leading nation in the world. Now, more generally, though, I think we have a deeper problem. That even when it's not Joe Biden, in general, the people we elect to run the government haven't really been the ones running the government. It's been the unelected bureaucrats and bureaucratic state underneath that's really been making the decisions. So I've done business in a number of places. I've traveled to Japan. It's an interesting corporate analogy. Sometimes we get outside of politics, people can, I find, listen and pay attention more. Politics is so fraught right now that if you start talking to somebody who disagrees with you about the politics of it, you're just butting heads without making progress. So let's just make the same point but go outside of politics. So I was traveling to Japan. I was having a late night dinner with a CEO of a Japanese pharmaceutical company. And it takes a while to really get him to open up, culturally speaking, in Japan. A couple nights of karaoke and whatnot. Maybe late night restaurant, whatever it is. Well, we put the good enough for late before he was very candid. He said, I'm the CEO of the company. I could go and find the head of a research and tell him, okay, this is a project we're no longer working on this company. We don't want to spend money on it. We're going to spend money somewhere else. And he'll look me in the eye and say, sir, yes, sir. I'll come back 6 months later and find that they're spending exactly the same amount of money on those exact same projects. I'll tell them, no, we agreed. I told you that you're not going to spend money on this project. And we have to stop now. Should have stopped 6 months ago. Get a slap on the wrist. He says, yes, sir, I'm sorry. Yes, of course, that's it. Come back 6 months later. Same person is spending the same money on the same project. And here's why. Historically in Japan, I should say in Japan, this is changing now. But historically, until very recently, and even to an extent now, it's near impossible to hire people. So if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they don't actually work for you. It means in some deeper, perverse sense, you work for them because you're responsible for what they do without any authority to actually change it. So I think most people have traveled to Japan and Japanese corporate culture for the 1990s and 2000s. 2010s, and maybe even some vestiges in the 2020s wouldn't really dispute what I just told you. Now, we're bringing back to more contentious terrain. I think that's basically how things work in the executive branch of the federal government of the United States of America. You have these so-called civil service protections in the books. Now, if you really read them carefully, I think there are areas by daylight, a truly constitutionally well-trained president to act. But apart from those, as a contrary view that I have that bucks conventional wisdom. Apart from that caveat, in general, the conventional view is that the U.S. president can't fire these people. There's 4 million federal bureaucrats, 99.9% of them can't be touched by the person. People who elect to run the executive branch can't even fire. It's like the equivalent of the Japanese. And so that culture exists every bit as much in the federal bureaucracy of the United States of America as they did in Japanese corporate culture for the 1990s. And that's a lot of what's wrong with not just the way that our Department of Defense is run, our foreign policy establishment is run, but I think it applies to a lot of the domestic policy establishment as well. And we come back to this core point. How are we going to save this republic? This is the debate in the conservatism right now. This is a little bit, maybe a little bit spicy for some Republicans to swallow right now. And my top focus is making sure that we win the election. But let's just move the ball forward a little bit, skate to where the puck is going. Okay? Yes, let's say we win the election. I'll just tell and dandy of what's the philosophy that determines how we govern. There's a little bit of a fork in the road amongst conservatives, where there are those who believe that the right answer now is to use that regulatory state and use those levers of power to advance our own pro-conservative, pro-American work goals. And I'm sympathetic to all of those goals. But I don't think the right way to do it is to create a conservative regulatory state that replaces a liberal regulatory state. I think the right answer is actually get in there and shut it down. I don't want to replace the left-wing nanny state with a right-wing nanny state. I want to get in there and actually dismantle the nanny state. And I think it's been a long time in the United States, maybe ever in modern history, we've had a conservative leader at the national level makes a principal objective to dismantle the nanny state in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. That was a core focus of my candidacy. One of the things that I wish, this is not me and anybody else, that I should have done better, was to make that more crystal clear as a focus without getting distracted by a lot of the shenanigans, let's just say, that happen at sideshows during the presidential campaign. I call that a lesson learned, because I do think what the country needs now more than ever.
Yeah, it's a really, really powerful idea. It's actually something that Donald Trump ran on in 2016.
Drain the swamp.
Drain the swamp. I think most accounts, maybe you can disagree with me, he did not successfully do so. He did fire people more than usual.
Can I say a word about the conditions he was operating in? Because I think that's why I'm far more excited this time around. Is that a lot has changed in the legal landscape. So Donald Trump did not have the Supreme Court backdrop in 2016 that he does today. So there's some really important cases that have come down from the Supreme Court. One is West Virginia versus EPA. I think it's probably the most important case of our generation. In 2022, that came out and said that if Congress has not passed a rule into law itself, through the halls of Congress, and it relates to what they call a major question, a major policy or economic question, it can't be done by the stroke of a pen by a regulator, an unelected bureaucrat. That quite literally makes most federal regulations very constitutional. Then this year comes down a big one, another big one from the Supreme Court in the Loper-Bright case, which held that historically, for the last 50 years of this country, the doctrine is called Chevron deference. It's a doctrine that says that federal courts have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. They now toss that out the window. So no, federal courts no longer have to defer to an agency's interpretation of what the law actually is. The combination of those two cases is seismic in its impact on the regulatory state. There's also another great case we put down, is SEC versus JARCAcy, in SEC, these agencies that embodies everything we're talking about here. SEC, among other agencies, has tribunals inside that not only do they write the rules, not only do they enforce those rules, they also have these judges inside the agency that also interpret rules and determine it no longer. That doesn't make sense. You believe in separation of powers in the United States, so the Supreme Court put an end to that. So that practice of the SEC is unconstitutional. Actually, as a side note, the Supreme Court has said countless practices and rules written by the SEC, the EPA, the FTC in recent years were outright unconstitutional. Think about what that means for a constitutional republic. That supposedly these law enforcement agencies, the courts have now said, especially this year, the courts have now said that their own behaviors actually break the law. So the very agencies entrusted with exclusively enforcing the law are actually behaving with utter, blatant disregard for the law itself. That's un-American. It's not tenable in the United States of America. But thankfully, we now have a Supreme Court that recognizes that. So whether or not we have a second Trump term, that's up to the voters. But even whether or not that now take advantage of that backdrop the Supreme Court has given us to actually gut the regulatory state, we'll find out. I'm optimistic. I certainly think it's the best chance that we've had in a generation in this country. That's a big part of why I'm supporting Donald Trump. Well, I'm going to do everything in my power to help him. But I do think it is going to take a spine of steel to see that through. And then after we've taken out the regulatory state, I think that's the next step. But I do think this broader project of dismantling the nanny state, all of its forms, the entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy nanny state. Three-word answer for us to summarize my worldview and my presidential campaign in 3 words: shut it down.
Shut it down. Okay, so the Supreme Court cases you mentioned, there's a lot of nuance there. Yeah, I guess it's weakening the immune system of the different departments.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
On the human psychology level. So you basically kind of implied for Donald Trump, for any president, the legal situation. Is that the only thing really operating? Isn't it probably not just a psychological level, just hard to fire a very large number of people? Is that what it is? Like, why? Is there a basic stability and momentum?
It's one of the factors. You're right. I mean, the legal background is a valid and understandable excuse and reason. I think there are other factors at play too. So I think there's something to be said for never having been in government, showing up there the first time, and you're having to understand the rules of the road as you're operating with them, and also having to depend on people who actually aren't aligned with your policy vision that tell you to your face that they are. And so I think that's one of the things that I've admired about President Trump is he's actually been very open about that, very humble about that. He said there's a million learnings from that first term that make him ambitious and more ambitious than that second term. But everything I'm talking to you about is what needs to happen in the country. It's not specific to Donald Trump. It lays out what needs to be done in the country. There's the next 4 years. Donald Trump is our last best hope and chance for moving that ball forward. But I think that the vision I'm laying out here is one that hopefully goes even beyond just the next 2 to 4 years of really fixing a century's worth of mistakes. I think we're going to fix a lot of them in the next 4 years of Donald Trump as president. But if you have a century's worth of mistakes that have accumulated to overgrowth of the entitlement state of the U.S., I think it's going to take probably the better part of a decade at least to actually fix it.
I disagree with you on both the last and the best option. Donald Trump is more likely to fire a lot of people, but is he the best person to do so?
We got two candidates, right? People face a choice. This is a relevant election. One of my goals is to speak to people who may not agree with 100% of what Donald Trump, do not agree with 100% of what Donald Trump says. And I can tell them, you know what, I don't agree with 100% of what he says. And I can tell you, somebody who ran against him for U.S. president, that right now he is, when I say the last best hope, I mean this cycle, the last best hope that we have for dismantling that democratic violence. And, I think that I'm also open about the fact that it's going to take a long-run project, but we have the next step to actually take a few years. That's kind of what I like. I mean, you talked to him just a few weeks ago. I saw you at a podcast. What was your impression about his
My impression is his priority allocation is different than yours. I think he's more focused on some of the other topics that you are
or focused on?
and there is a tension there. Just as you clearly highlighted,
You should say priority with the southern border, and those are near-term fixes that we can hit out of the park in the first year. But at the same time, I think we've got to think also on decade-long time horizon. So my own view is, I think that it is my conviction and belief that he does care about dismantling that federal bureaucracy, certainly more so than any Republican nominee we have had certainly in my lifetime. But I do think that there are going to be competing schools of thought where some will say, okay, well, we want to create a right-wing entitlement state, right? To shower federal subsidies on favored industries while keeping them away from disfavored industries and new bureaucracies to administer them. And, I don't come from that school. I don't want to see the bureaucracy expand in a pro-conservative direction. I want to see the bureaucracy shrink in every direction. And I do think that from my conversation with Donald Trump, I believe that he is well aligned with this vision of shrinking bureaucracy. But that's a longer-term project.
there's so many priorities at play here, though. I mean, you really do have to do the Elon thing of walking into Twitter headquarters.
Shut it down.
Right? Let that sink in. That basically firing a very large number of people. And it's not just firing, it's about setting clear missions for different departments to remain, hiring back because you overfire, hiring back based on meritocracy. And it's a full time, and it's not only full time in terms of actual time, it's full time psychologically because you're walking into a place unlike a company like Twitter, an already successful company. In government, I mean, everybody around, all the experts and the advisors are going to tell you you're wrong. And like, it's a very difficult psychological place to operate in because like you're constantly the asshole. And I mean, the certainty you have to have what you're doing is just like nearly infinite because all the really smart people are telling you, no, this is a terrible idea. Sir, this is a terrible idea.
You have to have the spine of steel to cut through that short-term advice is you're getting. And I'll tell you, certainly, I intend to do whatever I can for this country goes for the next 4 years and beyond. But my voice on this will be crystal clear. And President Trump knows this, my view on it, and I believe he shares it deeply, is that all else equal, get in there and shut down as much of the excess bureaucracy as we can and do it as quickly as possible. And it's a big part of how we save the country.
Okay, I'll give you an example of this really difficult tension given your priorities. Immigration. There's an estimated 14 million illegal immigrants in the United States. You've spoken about mass deportation.
Yes.
That requires a lot of effort, right? Money. I mean, like, how do you do it, and how does that conflict with shutting it down?
Sure. And so it goes back to that original discussion we had. What are the proper roles of the federal government? I gave you two. One is the government period. One is to protect the national borders and sovereignty of the United States, and two is to protect private property. There's a lot else. Most of what the government's doing today, federal and state level, is something other than those two things. But in my book, those are the two things that are the So for everything else the federal government should not be doing, the one thing they should be doing is protect the homeland of the United States of America and the sovereignty and sanctity of national borders. So in that domain, that's the mission aligned with a proper purpose for the federal government. I think we're a nation founded on the rule of law. I say this is the kid of legal immigrants. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. And in some ways, if I was to summarize a formula for saving the country over the next 4 years, it would be a tale of two mass deportations. The mass deportations of millions of illegals who are in this country and should not be, and then the mass deportation of millions of unelected federal bureaucrats out of Washington, D.C. Now, all else equal, you could say those intention, but I think that the reality is anything outside of the scope of what the core function of the government is, which is protecting borders and protecting private property rights, that's really where I think the predominant cuts need to be. And if you look at the number of people who are looking after the border, it's not even 0.1% of the federal employee base today. So 75% isn't 99.99%, it's 75%, which still leaves it would still be a tiny fraction of the remaining 25%, which actually needs to be more rather than less. So it's a good question, but that's sort of where I land on. It's a proper role of the federal government. Great. Act and actually do your job. The irony is 99.9999% of those resources are going to functions other than the protection of private property rights and the protection of our national physical protection.
There is a lot of criticism of the idea of mass deportation, though. So one, it will cause a large amount of economic harm, at least in the short term. The other is there would be potentially violations of our kind of higher ideals, how we like to treat human beings, in particular separation of families, for example, tearing families apart. And the other is just like some logistical complexity of something like this. How do you answer those?
So fair enough. I would call those, even I think this is just thoughtful questions, right? Even if somebody is aligned with you, it's a thoughtful questions to ask. So I do want to say something about this point on how we think about the breakage of the rule of law in other contexts. There are 350,000 others who are in prison in the United States today who committed crimes, were convicted of them. They didn't take their kids with them to the prison system, right? So we face difficult trade-offs in all kinds of contexts as it relates to the enforcement of law. And I just want to make that basic observation against the backdrop that we're a nation founded on the rule of law, that we acknowledge there are trade-offs to enforcing the law. And we've acknowledged that in other contexts. I don't think that we should have a special exemption for saying that somehow we weigh the other way when it comes to the issue of the border. We're a nation founded on the rule of law. We enforce law that has costs, that has trade-offs, and that's who we are. So that backdrop is the easiest fact I can cite is 350,000 or so mothers who are in prison and did not take their kids to prison. Is that bad? That it is undesirable for kids to grow up without 350,000 mothers? It is. But it's a difficult situation created by people who violated the law and faced the consequences of it. It's also a competing important priority in the country. So that's in the domestic context. As it relates to this question of mass deportation, let's just get very practical, because all that was very practical. There's ways to get this, starting with people who have already broken the law, people who have not just broken the law entering, but committing other crimes while already here in the United States. That's a clear case for mass deportation. You have a lot of people who haven't integrated into their communities. You think about the economic impact of this. A lot of people are in detention already. A lot of those people should be immediately returned to their country of origin, or at least what's called a safe third country. So safe third country means if somebody's claiming to seek asylum from political persecution, well, move them to another country. It doesn't have to be the United States of America that they pass through, say Mexico, before actually coming here. Other countries around the world are doing this. Australia is detaining people. They don't let them out and live a normal, joyful life because they detain them until the case is adjudicated. Well, the rates of fraud in Australia, what people lie about what their conditions are, is way lower now than in the United States because people respond to those incentives. So I think that in some ways people make this sound much bigger and scarier than it needs to be. I've never taken a deeply pragmatic approach. And the North Star for me is I want the policy that helps the United States citizens who are already here. What's that policy? Clearly, that's going to be a policy that includes a large number of deportations. I think by definition, it's going to be the largest mass deportation in American history. It sounds like a punchline at a campaign rally, but actually it's a factual statement that says if we've had the by far largest influx of illegal immigrants in American history, it just stands to reason. It's logic. It's okay, if we fix that, we're going to have the largest mass deportation in American history. And we can be rational. Start with people who are breaking the law in other ways here in the United States. Start with people who are already in detention or entering detention now. That comes at no cost and strict benefit. There isn't even a little bit of an economic trade-off. Then you get areas where you can say, okay, the costs actually continue to outweigh the benefits. And that's exactly the way our policy should be guided. I want to do it in as respectful and as humane of a manner as possible. And the reality is, I think one of the things we got to remember, give you the example with the Haitian case in Springfield, a town that has spent a lot of time growing up in Ohio. I live about an hour from there today. I don't believe the individual Haitians who came here. I'm not saying that they're bad people, because in that particular case, those weren't even people who broke the law coming here. They came as part of a program called temporary protected status. Now, the operative word there is the first one, temporary. They have been all kinds of lawsuits. There have been all kinds of lawsuits from people who even 8, 10, 12, 14 years after the earthquake came, where many people came, when they're going to be removed, their allegations of racial discrimination or otherwise. No, temporary protected status needs to be temporary. And we're not abandoning the rule of law when we send it back. We're abandoning the rule of law instead. Now, if that has true benefit to the United States of America, economically or otherwise, go through the paths that allow somebody to enter the country for economic reasons. But don't do it through asylum-based claims for temporary protected status. And I think one of the features of our immigration system right now is it is built on a lie, and it incentivizes lying. The reason is arguments for keeping people in the country, if those are economic reasons, but the people actually enter using claims of asylum or refugee status, those two things don't match up. So just be honest about what our immigration system actually is. I think we do need dramatic reforms to the legal immigration system to select purposely for the people who are going to actually prove the United States of America. I think there are many people, I know some, I gave a story of one guy who I met who is educated at our best universities, or among our best universities, Princeton, Harvard Business School. He has a great job in the investment community, professional tennis player. He was a concert pianist. He could Rubik's Cube in less than a minute. I'm not making this stuff up. These are hard facts. He can't get a green card in the United States. He's been here for 10 years or something like that. He asked me for the best advice I could give him. I unfortunately could not give him the actual best advice, which would be to just take a flight to Mexico and cross the border and claim to be somebody who is seeking asylum in the United States. That would have been morally wrong advice that I did give him. But practically, if you're giving him advice, that would be the best advice that you actually could give somebody. It's a broken system on both sides. People who are going to make those contributions to the United States and pledge allegiance to the United States and speak our language and assimilate, we should have a path for them to be able to add value to the United States. Yet they're not the ones who are getting in. It's actually the people, our immigration system selects for people who are willing to lie. That's what it does. It selects for people who are willing to see either seeking refugee status or seeking asylum. In fact, they're not. And then we have policymakers who lie after the fact using economic justifications to keep them here. But if it was an economic justification, that should have been the criteria used to bring them in the first place, not this illusion of asylum or refugee status. There was a case actually in the New York Times report on this, believe it or not, of a woman who came from Russia fleeing Vladimir Putin's intolerant anti-LGBTQ regime. She was fleeing persecution by the evil man Putin. She came here, and eventually, when she was pressed on a series of lies, it came out and she was crying. Finally, she broke down. She was like, "I'm not even gay. I don't even like gay people." That's what she said. And yet she was pretending to be some sort of LGBTQ advocate who was persecuted in Russia, when in fact it was just somebody who was seeking better economic conditions in the United States. I'm not saying you're wrong to seek better economic conditions in the United States, but you are wrong to lie about it. And that's what you're seeing a lot of people, even in this industry of sort of quote-unquote tourism in the United States. They're having their kids in the United States. They go back to their home country with their kids, enjoy birthright system. That's built on a lie. You have people claiming to suffer from persecution. In fact, they're just working with the United States and living in these relative mansions in parts of Mexico or Central America. They've spent 4 or 5 years being here. Just abandon the lie. Let's just have an immigration system built on honesty. Just tell the truth. If the argument is that they need more people here for economic it's difficult. The extent to which a lot of those arguments are going to be true, but let's have that debate in the open, rather than having it through the back door saying that refugee and asylum status, we know it's a lie, and then we justify it after the fact by saying that economically helps the United States. Cut the dishonesty, and I just think that is a policy we could do well to expand to every sphere. We talk about the military-industrial complex, to the rise of the managerial class, to a lot of what our government's covered up about our own history, to this question of immigration today. Just tell the people the truth. And I think our government would be better serving our people.
Yeah, in the way you describe eloquently, the immigration system is broken in that way that it's fundamentally unwise. But there's the other side of it. Illegal immigrants are used in political campaigns, fear mongering, for example. So what I would understand is what is the actual harm that illegal immigrants are causing. So the claim, one of the more intense claims is crime, and I haven't studied this rigorously. But the surface level studies all show that legal and illegal immigrants commit less crime than American.
I think it's true for legal immigrants. I think it's not true for illegal immigrants.
That's not what I saw.
So in sort of in this part of why I wrote this, okay, and the book's called Truths, so better not a lot of full source facts here, right? Can't be made up hypotheses. Hard truths. And there's a chapter where even in my own research on ethics, I know a lot about this issue from my time as presidential candidate, but even in writing a chapter on the border, I learned a lot from a lot of different dimensions, some of which even caused me to revise some of my premises going into it, okay? My main thesis in that chapter is the demonization of illegal immigrants, as you put it, right? Fear mongering, all that to one side. I want an immigration system that is built on honesty. Identify what the objective is. We could debate the objective. We might have different opinions on the objective. Some people may say the objective is the economic growth of the United States. I aired that argument in this book. And I think that's insufficient Personally, I think we need the United States more than just an economic zone. It is a country, it is a nation founded by civic ideals. I think we need to screen not just for immigrants who make economic contribution, but those who speak our language, those who are able to assimilate, and those who share those civic ideals and know the U.S. history even better than the average citizens do. That's what I think. But even if you disagree with the sole goal is economic production in the United States, then at least have an immigration system that's honest about that, rather than one which claims to solve for that goal by bringing in people who are rewarded for being refugees. We should reward the people in that model. I don't even think you get a whole lot. But even if that were reward the people who are demonstrably proven that
Welcome. How are you?
not the people
Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
who have demonstrated that they're willing to lie to achieve a goal. And right now, our immigration system rewards one quality over any other. There's one parameter that rewards over any other. It isn't typically just the United States. It isn't fluency in English. It isn't the ability to make economic contributions to this country. The number one attribute, human attribute, that our immigration system rewards is whether or not we're willing to lie. And the people who are telling those lies about whether they're seeking asylum or not are the ones who are most likely to get it. And the people who are most unwilling to tell those lies are the ones who are actually not getting it. That is a hard, uncomfortable truth about our immigration system. And the reason is the law says you only get asylum if you're going to face bodily harm, near-term risk of bodily injury based on your religion, your ethnicity, or certain other factors. And so when you come into the country, you're asked, do you fulfill that criteria or not? And the number one way to get into this country is to check boxes for this. So that means just systematically. Imagine if you're a university, Harvard, Yale, or whatever, running your admissions process. The number one attribute you're selecting for isn't your SAT score, isn't your GPA, it isn't your athletic accomplishments. It's whether or not you're willing to lie on the application. You're going to have a class populated by a bunch of charlatans and frauds. That's exactly what our immigration system is doing to the United States of America. It is literally selecting for the people who are willing to lie. Let's say if somebody first of integrity says, I want a better life for my family, I want to teach my kids that I'm not going to lie or break the law. That person is infinitely less likely to get into the United States. I know it sounds provocative to frame it that way, but it's not it. It is a fact that is the number one human attribute that our current immigration system is selecting. I want an immigration system centered on honesty. In order to implement that, we require acknowledging what the goals of our immigration system are in the first place. And there we have competing visions on the right. Okay, amongst conservatives and thrift. Some conservatives, I respect them for their honesty, I disagree with them. believe that the goal of the immigration system should be to, in part, protect American workers from the effects of foreign wage competition. That if we have immigrants cutting down prices, then we need to protect American workers from the effects of that downward pressure on wages. It's a goal. It's a coherent goal. I don't think it's the right goal, but many of my friends on the right believe that's a goal. Or at least it's honest, and then we can design an honest immigration system to achieve goal if that's their goal. I have other friends on the right who think the sole goal is economic growth. Nothing else matters. I disagree with that as well. My view is the goal should be whatever enriches the civic quality of the United States of America. That includes those who know the language, know our ideals, pledge allegiance to those ideals, and also willing to make economic contributions to the country, which is one of our ideals. But whatever it is, we can have that debate. I have a very different view. I don't think it's a proper role in immigration policy to make it a labor policy, because the United States of America is founded on excellence. We should be able to compete. But that's a policy debate we can have. But right now, we're not even able to have a policy debate because the whole immigration policy is built on not only a lie, but on rewarding those who do lie. And that's what I want to change.
There, just to linger a little bit on the demonization and to bring culture into the picture, her, which I recommend people should listen to your conversation with her. I haven't listened to it much, but she has this thing where she clearly admires and respects you as a human being, and she's basically saying you're one of the good ones. And this idea that you had this brilliant question, like, what does it mean to be an American? And she basically said, not you. She said, well, maybe you, but not people like you. So that whole kind of approach to immigration, I think, is really anti-meritocratic.
And maybe even
anti-American.
So I want to confront this directly because it is a popular component on the American right. The reason I'm not big on in culture specifically is I think actually it's a much more widely shared view. I just give her at least credit for to articulate it. A view that the blood and soil is what makes for your American identity, your genetic. And I just reject that view. I think it's anti-American. I think what makes for American identity is your allegiance, your unabiding allegiance to the founding ideals of this country, and your willingness to pledge allegiance to those ideals. So those are two different views. I think that there is a view on the American right now that says that we're not a creedal nation, that our nation's not about a creed, it's about a physical place, a physical home. I think that view fails on several accounts. Obviously, we're a nation. Every nation has to have a geographic space that defines its own. So obviously, we are, among other things, a geographic space. But the essence of the United States of America, I think, is the common creed, the ideals that hold that common nation together. Without that, a few things happen. First of all, American exceptionalism becomes impossible, and I'll tell you why. Every other nation is also built on the same idea. Most nations have been built on common blood and soil arguments, genetic stock. You know, Italy or Japan would have a stronger national identity than the United States in that case because they have a much longer standing claim on what their genetic lineage really was. The ethnicity of the people is far more pure in those contexts than in the United States. So that's the first reason American exceptionalism becomes impossible. The second is there's all kinds of contradictions that start to emerge. Your claim on American identity is defined based on how long you've been here. Well, the Native Americans would have a far greater claim of being American than somebody who came here on the Mayflower or somebody who came here after. Now, maybe that blood and soil view is it's not quite Native Americans who have to start at this point and end at this point. So, on this view of blood and soil identity has to be, it couldn't have come before a certain year, then it doesn't count. But if it came after a certain year, it doesn't count either. That just becomes highly uncompelling as a view of what American national identity actually is, versus my view that American national identity is founded on whether or not you pledge allegiance to the ideals codified in the Declaration of Independence and actualized in the U.S. Constitution. And, you know, it's been said, some of my friends on the right have said things like, people will not die for a set of ideas. People won't fight for abstractions or abstract ideas. I actually disagree with that. The American Revolution basically disproves that. The American Revolution was fought for anything over abstract ideals that said that, you know what, we believe in self-governance, free speech, and free exercise of religion. That's what we believe in the United States. It's different from old world. So I do think that there's this brewing debate on the right. And do I disagree like hell with Ann Coulter on this? Absolutely. And did I take serious issue with some of the things she told me? Absolutely. But I also believe that she had the stones to say, if I say it that way, that things that many on the right believe, but haven't quite articulated in the way that she has. And I think we need to have that debate in the open. Now, personally, I think most of the conservative movement actually is with me on this. But I think it's become a very popular counter-narrative in the other direction. Say that, your vision of American identity is tied, is more physical in nature. And to me, I think it's still ideals-based in nature. I think that that's a good debate for the future for us to have in the conservative movement. I think it's going to be a defining feature of what direction the conservative movement goes in the future.
Quick pause, breath break. Let me ask you to again steelman the case for and against Trump. So my biggest criticism for him is the fake electricity of the 2020 election. Actually, the 2020 election, in the way you formulated in the Nation of Victims, it's just the entirety of that process. Instead of focusing on winning, doing a lot of lying. I like people that win, not whine. When the refs advise in the wrong direction.
So look, I think the United States of America left. I preach it to my kids. We got to accept it on our own side too. We're not going to save this country by being victims. We're going to save this country by being victorious. Okay, with its left-wing victim and right-wing victim, we're not against victimhood culture. The number one factor that determines whether you achieve something in life is you. I believe that's not the only factor. There's a lot of other factors that affect whether or not you succeed. Life is not fair. But I tell my kids the same thing. The number one factor that determines whether or not you succeed in achieving your goal is you. If I tell it to my kids, I preach it to the left, and I preach that to our own side as well. Now, that being said, that's just a philosophy. Okay, that's a personal philosophy. You asked me to do something different, and I'm always a fan. One of the things that the standard I hope people hold me to when they read this book as well is I try to do that in this book is to give the best possible argument for the other side. You don't want to give some rinky-dink argument for the other side and not be that. You want to give the best possible argument for the other side, and then offer your conclusion, or else you don't understand it. So you asked me what's the strongest case against Donald. Well, I ran for U.S. president against Donald Trump, so I'm going to give you what my perspective is. I think it's nothing of what you hear on MSNBC or from the left attacking him to be a threat to democracy. I think all of that's actually nonsense. I actually think it is, if you were making that case, and I'm here's my full support, as you know. If you were making that case, I think for many voters who are of the next generation, they're asking a question about how are you going to understand the position that I'm in as a member of a new generation. The same criticism they had of Biden, they could say, oh, well, are you old? Are you from a different generation, too far removed from my generation's concerns? And I think that that's, in many ways, a factor that was weighing on both Trump and Biden. But when they played the trick of swapping out Joe Biden, it left that issue much more on the table for Donald Trump. So you asked me to steelman it, that's what I would say. When I look at what's the number one issue that I would need to persuade independent voters of to say that this is still the right choices, even though the other side seems to offer new generational leadership. Here's somebody who is one of the older presidents who was elected. How do we convince those people to vote? That's what I would give you.
Right. I get it. And you share a lot of ideas with Donald Trump. So I get when you're running for president that you would say that kind of thing. But there's other criticism you can provide. And again, on the 2020 election.
Let me ask you. You spoke to Donald Trump recently. What's your top objection to potentially voting for Donald Trump? And let me see if I can address that.
2020 election. And not in the TDS kind of objection. It's just I don't think there's clear, definitive evidence that there was voter fraud.
Let me ask you about a different area.
Hold on a second. I think there's a lot of interesting topics about the influence of media, tech, and so on. But I want a president that has a good, clear relationship with the truth and knows what truth is, what is true, and what's not true. And moreover, I want a person who doesn't play victim, like you said, who focuses on winning and winning big. And if they lose, walk away with honor and win bigger next time. Or like channel that into growth and winning, or winning in some other direction. So just like the strength of being able to give everything you got to win and walk away with honor if you lose. And everything that happened around 2020 election is just goes against that to me.
So I'll respond to that. Sure. Obviously, I'm not the candidate, but I'm going to give you my perspective. I think we have seen some growth from Donald Trump over that first term and the experience of the 2020 election that you hear a lot on the campaign trail. I heard a lot of that even in the conversation that he had with you. I think he is more ambitious for that second term than he was for that first term. So I think that was the most interesting part of what you just said is they're looking for somebody who has growth with their own experiences. Say what you will, I have seen, personally, I believe, some meaningful level of personal growth and ambition for what Donald Trump hopes to achieve for the country in the second term that he wasn't able to for one reason or another. COVID, you could put a lot of different things on it, but in that first term. Now, I think the facts of the backdrop of the 2020 election actually really do matter. I don't think you can isolate one particular aspect of criticizing the 2020 election without looking at it holistically. On the eve of the 2020 presidential election, we saw a systematic, bureaucratically and government-aided suppression of probably the single most important piece of information we recently had, the Hunter Biden laptop story, revealing potentially a compromised U.S. presidential candidate. His family was compromised by foreign interests, and it was suppressed as misinformation by every major tech. The New York Post had its own Twitter account locked at that time. And we now know that many of the censorship decisions made in the year 2020 were actually made at the behest of U.S. bureaucratic actors in the deep state, threatening those tech companies to do it, or else those tech companies would face consequences. I think it might be the most undemocratic thing that's happened in our country, actually, is the way in which government actors who were never elected to the government used private sector actors to suppress information on the eve of an election that, based on polling afterwards, likely did influence the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. That was election interference of the highest order. So I think that that's just a hard fact that we have to contend with. And I think a lot of what you've heard in terms of complaints about the 2020 election, whatever those complaints have been, take place against the backdrop of large technology companies interfering in that election in a way that I think did have an impact on the outcome. I personally believe if the Hunter Biden laptop story had not been suppressed and censored, I think Donald Trump would have been unambiguous. I think the president of the United States right now would be Donald Trump. No doubt about it, in my mind. If you look at polling before and after and the impact that would have had on the independent vote. Now you look at, okay, let's talk about constructive solutions, because I care about what is a constructive solution to this issue of concerns about election integrity. Here's one. Single day voting on election day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued voter ID to match the voter file. I favor that. We do it even in Puerto Rico, which is the territory of the United States. Why not do that everywhere in the United States? And I'll make a pledge. I'll do it right here. Right? My pledge is, as a leader in our movement, I will do everything in my power to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections. If we get to that simple place of basic election security measures, I think it'd be unifying too. Make Election Day a national holiday that unites us around our civic purpose one day. Single day voting on Election Day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued voter ID to match the voter file. Let's get there as a country, and you have my word. I will lead our movement in whatever way I can to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections and fake ballots. And I think the fact that you see resistance to that proposal, which is otherwise very practical, very reasonable, nonpartisan proposal, I think the fact of that resistance actually provokes a lot of understandable skepticism. What else is actually going on? If not that, what exactly is going on?
Well, I think I agree with a lot of things you said. Probably disagree, but hard to disagree with the Hunter Biden laptop story, whether that would have changed or
Again, no, I looked at some post-election polling about the views that would have had. I can't prove that to you. That's my instinct. That's my opinion.
I think that's just one example, maybe a sexy example of a bias in the complex of the media, and there's bias in the other direction too. But probably there's bias. It's hard to characterize bias.
Let me ask one question about, because there's bias in reporting. Censorship is another. So I would be open-minded to hearing an instance of, and if I did hear it, I would contend, of the government systematically ordering tech companies to suppress information that was favorable to Democrats, suppress that information to lift up Republicans. If there was an instance that we know of government bureaucrats that were ordering technology companies covertly to silence information that voters otherwise would have had to advantage Republicans in the ballot box, to censor it, I would be against it. And I would condemn that with equal force as I did in suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story, suppression and censorship of the origin of COVID-19, all happened in 2020. It's a hard fact. I'm not aware of one instance. If you are aware of one, let me know, because I would condemn.
Most people in tech companies are privately political persuasions on the left, and most journalists, majority of journalists, are on the left. But to characterize actual reporting and the impact of the reporting in the media and the impact of the censorship is difficult to do. But that's a real problem. Just like we talked about, a real problem in immigration.
But there's two different problems I should sort them out, right? Because I have a problem with both. You talked about two issues, and I think both are important for different issues. One is bias in reporting. One is censorship of information. So bias in reporting, I felt certainly the recent presidential debate moderated by ABC was biased in the way that it was conducted. But that's a different issue from saying that voters get access to information through resource. So this Hunter Biden laptop story, we now know that it contains evidence of foreign interference in potentially the Biden administration, their families, Senate structure. That story was systematically suppressed. So in the United States of America, if you want to find that on the internet, through any major social media platform or through even Google search, that story was suppressed or downvoted algorithmically. You couldn't see it. Even on Twitter, if you tried to send it via direct message, that's the equivalent of email, right? Sending a peer-to-peer message. They blocked you from even being able to send that story using private messages. That, I think, is a different level of concern. That's not bias at that point. That's outright interference in whether or not, that's outright interference in the election. Let's do a thought experiment here. Let's suppose that Russia orchestrated that. What would the backlash be? Let's say the Russian government orchestrated the U.S. election, they interfered in it by saying that tech companies, they work with them covertly to stop U.S. citizens from being able to see information on these elections. There would be a mass uproar in this country if the Russian government orchestrated that. Well, if actors in the U.S. government bureaucracy or the U.S. technology industry bureaucracy orchestrated the same thing, then we can't apply a different standard to say that if Russia did it, it's really bad and interfered in our elections. But if it happened right here in the United States of America, and by the way, they blamed Russia falsely on the Russian disinformation of the Hunter Biden laptop story that was false claim, we have to apply the same standard in both cases. And so the fact that if that were interference, it would have been an outcry, but now it happened domestically, we just call that, hey, it's a little bit of bias ahead of an election. I don't think that that's a fair characterization of how important that thing is.
Okay, so the connection government platform should not exist. The government, FBI, or anybody else should not be able to pressure platforms to censor information. Yes, we can talk about Paul Durov and the censorship there. There should not be any censorship. There should not be media bias. And you're right to complain if there's media bias, and we can lay it out and try to fix the system. That said, voter fraud thing, you can't right a wrong by doing another wrong. You can't just, if there's some shitty shade stuff going on in the media and the censorship complex, you can't just make shit up. You can't do the fake elector scheme and then do a lot of shady, crappy behavior to January 6th. Try to shortcut your way. Just because your friend is cheating in Monopoly, you're playing Monopoly, you can't cheat you shouldn't cheat yourself. You should be honest and like with honor and use your platform to help fix the system versus like cheat your way.
So here's my view: is has any U.S. politician ever been perfect throughout the course of American history? No. But do you want to understand the essence of what was going around in 2020, the mindset of the country? We had a year where people in this country were systematically locked down, told to shut up, sit down, and do as they're told. Unless they're BLM or Antifa rioters, which is perfectly fine for them to burn cities down. We were told that we're going to have an election, free and fair election, and then they were denied information systematically heading into that election, which is really important, in this case, damning information about one of the parties. And then you tell these people that they'll have to continue to shut up and comply. That creates, I think, a real culture of deep frustration in the United States of America. I think that the reaction to systematic censorship is never good. History teaches us that. It's not good in the United States. It's not good at other points in the history of the United States. The reaction to systematic, coordinated censorship, restraints on freedom of free people is never good. And if you want to really understand what happened, one really wants to get to the bottom of it rather than figuring out who to point fingers at. That really was the essence of the national malaise at the end of 2020. Is it was a year of unjust policies, including COVID-19 lockdowns, systematic lies about the election, that created a level of public frustration that I think was understandable. Now, the job of leaders is how do you channel that in the most productive direction possible? And to your question, to the independent voter out there evaluating, as you are, do I think that Donald Trump has exhibited a lot of growth based on his experience in his first term and what he hopes to achieve in the second term? I think the answer is absolutely yes. And so even if you don't agree with everything that he said or what he's done in the choice ahead of us in this election, I still believe he's unambiguously the best choice to revive that sense of national pride and also prosperity in our country. So people aren't in the condition where they're suffering at behest of government policies that make them angry and channel that anger in other unproductive ways. No, the best way to do it is actually actions do speak louder than words. Implement policies that make people's lives better. And I do think that's the next step of how we best save the country.
Are you worried in this election, it's a close election, and Donald Trump loses by a whisker, that there's chaos that's unleashed? How do we minimize the chance of that?
I mean, I don't think that that's a concern to frame narrowly in the context of Donald Trump winning it or losing it by a whisker. I think this is a man who, in the last couple of months, in the span of 2 months, has faced 2 assassination attempts. We're not talking about theoretical, we're talking like gunshots fired. That is history changing in the context of American history. We haven't seen that generation. And yet now that has become normalized in the U.S. So do I worry we're skating on thin ice in the country? I do. I do think it is a little bit strange to obsess over our concerns, national and media concerns over Donald Trump, when in fact he's the one on the receiving end of fire from assailants who reportedly are saying exactly the kinds of things about him that you hear from the Democratic machine. And I do think that it is irresponsible, at least, for the Democratic Party to make their core case against Donald Trump. It was Joe Biden's entire message for years that he's a threat to democracy and to the existence of America. Well, if you keep saying that about somebody against the backdrop conditions that we live in as a country, I don't think that's good for a nation. And so, do I have concerns about the future of the country? Do I think we're skating on thin ice? Absolutely. And I think the best way around it is to really through it in this election, win by a landslide. I think a unifying landslide would be the best thing that happens in this country, like Reagan remembered in 1980, and then again in 1984. And in a very practical, the landslide minus some shenanigans is still going to be a victory. That, I think, is how we unite this country. And so I don't think, 50.001 margin where cable news is declaring the winner 6 days after the election, I don't think that's going to be good. I think a decisive victory that unites the country, turns the page on a lot of the challenges of the last 4 years, and says, okay, this is where we're going. This is who we are, what we stand for. this is a revival of our national identity, revive national pride in the United States, regardless of whether you're Democrat or Republican. That I think is achievable in this election too. And that's what the outcome I'm rooting for.
So, just to pile on, since we're still made the criticism against Trump is the rhetoric. I wish there was less, although at times it is so ridiculous, it is entertaining. The I hate Taylor Swift type of tweets or truths or whatever. I don't think that's funny.
I mean, the reality, different people have different attributes. One of the attributes of Donald Trump is he's one of the funnier presidents we've had in a long time. That might not be everybody's cup of tea. Maybe some people don't want this kind of quality they value in their president. I think at a moment where you're all able to make it, I will say this much, is everybody's got different styles. Donald Trump's style is different from mine. But I do think that if we're able to use levity in a moment of national division, in some ways I think right now is probably a role where really good stand-up comedians can probably do a big service to the country if they're able to laugh at everybody 360 degrees. So they can go up there and make fun of Donald Trump all they want, do it in a lighthearted and manner that loves the country. Do the same thing to Kamala Harris, an equal standard. I think that's actually good for the country. But I think I'm more interested in Lex, as you know, discussing the future direction of the country. My own views. I was a presidential candidate who ran against Donald Trump, by the way, and supporting him now. But I just prefer engaging on the substance of what I think each candidate's going to achieve for the country, rather than picking on really the personal attributes of either one. Right? I'm not criticizing Kamala Harris's manner of laugh or whatever. One might criticize like a personal attribute of hers that you may hear elsewhere. And I just think the country's better off if we have a focus on both the policies, but also just going to be more likely to revive the country. That I think is a healthy debate headed in an election. I think everybody has their personality attributes and flaws. What makes them funny and lovable to some people makes them irritating to others. I think that matters less heading into the election.
I love that you do that. I love that you focus on policy. You can speak for hours on policy. Let's look at foreign policy.
Sure.
What kind of peace deal do you think is possible, feasible, optimal in Ukraine? If you sat down, you became president, if you sat down with Zelensky and sat down with people, what do you think is possible to talk to them about? What are the hilarious things you did, which were intense and entertaining debates in the primary? But anyway, is how you the other candidates that didn't know in your regions. They wanted to send money and troops and lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, and they didn't know any of the regions in Ukraine. Yeah, we had a lot of singers in that one. But anyway, how do you think about negotiating with world leaders about what's going on there?
Yeah, so I think that let's just get the self-interest of each party on, and to be very transparent from everyone's perspective. They think the other side is the aggressor or whatever. Just get it on the table. Russia is concerned about NATO shifting the balance of power away from Russia to Western Europe when NATO has expanded far more than they expected to. And frankly, that Russia was told that NATO was going to expand. It's an uncomfortable fact for some in America, but James Baker made a commitment to Mikhail Gorbachev in the early 90s, where he said NATO would expand not 1 inch past East Germany. Well, NATO's expanded far more after the fall of the USSR than it did during the existence of the USSR. And that is a reality we have to contend with from the Russian perspective. From the Western perspective, the hard fact is Russia was the aggressor in this conflict, crossing the boundaries of a sovereign nation. And that is a violation of international norms, and it's a violation of international laws. Nations without borders are not a nation. So against that backdrop, what's the actual interest of each country? I think if we're able to do a reasonable deal that gives Russia the assurances it needs about what they might allege as NATO expansion and violating our commitments, but get codified commitments for Russia, we're not going to see willy-nilly behavior of just randomly deciding they're going to violate the sovereignty of neighboring nations and have hard assurances and consequences from that. That's the beginnings of the deal. But then I want to be ambitious in the United States. I want to weaken the Russia-China alliance. And I think that we can do a deal that requires, that gives some real gives to Russia, conditioned on Russia withdrawing itself from its military alliance with China. And this could be good for Russia too in the long run. Because right now, Vladimir Putin does not enjoy being Xi Jinping's little brother in that relationship. But Russia's military, combined with China's naval capacity, and Russia's hypersonic missiles, and China's economic might, together those countries in an alliance pose real threats to the United States. But if, as a condition for reasonable discussion about where different territories land, what's occupied right now, hard requirements that Russia remove its military presence from the Western Hemisphere, people forget this. Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, you don't want a Russian military presence in the Western Hemisphere. That too would be a win for the United States. No more joint military exercises with China off the coast of the Aleutian Islands. The kinds of wins that the United States wants to protect the West's security, Russia out of the Western Hemisphere, certainly out of the North American periphery, and then also make sure that Russia's no longer in that military alliance with China. In return for that, able to provide Russia something too important to Russia, we'd have to have a reasonable discussion about what the territorial concessions would be at the end of this war to bring it to peace and resolution, and what the guarantees are to make sure that NATO is going to not expand beyond the scope of what the United States has at least historically guaranteed. That, I think, together would be a reasonable deal that gives every party what they're looking for, that results in immediate peace, that results in greater stability, and most importantly, weakening the Russia-China alliance, I think is the actual threat that we have so far, no matter who in this debate of war Ukraine funding has really failed to confront. That, I think, is the way we de-escalate the risk of World War III and weaken the threats to the West by actually dismantling them.
So from the American perspective, the main interest is weakening the alliance between Russia and China.
Yes, I think the military alliance between Russia and China represents the single greatest threat we face. So do a deal that's very reasonable across the board, but one of the main things we get out of it is weakening that alliance. No joint military exercises, no military collaboration. These are monitorable. These are monitorable attributes. If there's cheating on that, we're going to immediately have consequences of their cheating. But we can't cheat on our own obligations that we would make in the context of that deal as well.
There might be some extremely painful things for Ukraine here. So Ukraine currently captured a small region in Russia, the Kursk region, but Russia has captured giant chunks. Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia, and Kherson regions. So it seems, given what you're laying out, very unlikely for Russia to give up regions it's already captured.
I actually think that that would come down to the specifics of the negotiation. But the core goals of the negotiation are peace in this war, weaken the Russia-China alliance. And for Russia, what do they get out of it? Part of this is, here's something that's not negative for Ukraine, but it could be positive for Russia as part of that deal. Because it's not a zero-sum game alone with Ukraine losing independence. I think reopening economic relations with the West would be a big win for Russia, but also a carrot that gets them out of that military relationship with China. So I think that the foreign policy establishment has historically been, at the very least, unimaginable about the leverage that we're able to use. Actually, I was looking at Nixon earlier in this discussion, his contribution to the overgrowth of the U.S. entitlement state and regulatory state. But I'll give Nixon credit here on a different point, which is that he was imaginative of being able to pull red China out from the class with the USSR. He wrote the China-Russia alliance back then, which was an important step to bring us to the near end of the Cold War. So there's an opportunity for similar unconventional maneuver now, using greater freedom and economic relations with Russia to pull Russia out of the hands of China today. There's no skin off Ukraine's back for that. And I do think it's a big carrot for Russia in this direction. I do think they both involve some level of territorial negotiation as well, that, out of any good deal, not everybody's going to like 100% of what comes out of it. But that's part of the cost of securing peace, is that not everyone's going to be happy about every outcome. But I could make the case that an immediate peace deal is also now in the best interest of Ukraine. Let's just rewind it. We're looking at now, let's say we're early 2022, maybe June of 2022. Zelensky was ready to come to the table for a deal back then. Until Boris Johnson traveled when he had his own domestic political travails to convince Zelensky to continue to fight. And that goes to the point where nations aren't asked to pay for their own national security. They have what the problem is a moral hazard of taking risks that really are suboptimal risks for them to take because they're not bearing the consequences of taking the risks, not fully in the cost. If Ukraine had done a deal back then, I think it's unambiguous that they would have done a better deal for themselves than they're doing now, after having spent hundreds of millions of dollars and expended tens of thousands of Ukrainian lives. So the idea that Ukraine is somehow better off because it failed to do that deal before is a lie. And if we're not willing to learn from those mistakes of the recent past, we're doomed to repeat them again. So this idea that it would be painful for Ukraine, you know what's painful? Tens and tens of thousands of people continue to die without any increased leverage in actually getting the outcome they want. So I think there's an opportunity for a win-win-win. A win for the United States and the West more broadly, weakening the Russia-China alliance. A win for Ukraine in having an agreement that's backstopped by the United States of America's interests that provides a greater degree of long-run security to the existence of Ukraine and its sovereignty, and also stopping the bloodshed today. And I think a win for Russia, which is to reopen economic relations with the West and have certain guarantees about what the mission creep or scope creep for NATO will be. There's no rule that says that one party or full outright world war starts, at least, there's an opportunity for there to actually be a win for everybody on the table rather than assume that a win for us is lost to Russia or that anything positive that happens to Russia is lost to the United States.
Just to add to the table some things that would more likely, I think, are possible to negotiate, which is Ukraine joining the European Union and not NATO. So establishing some kind of economic relationship there, and also splitting the bill, sort of guaranteeing some amount of money for both Russia and the United States for rebuilding Ukraine. One of the challenges in Ukraine, a war-torn country, is how do you guarantee the flourishing of this particular nation? Right, so you want to just stop the death of people and the destruction, but also provide a foundation on which you can rebuild the country and build a flourishing future country.
I think out of this conversation alone, there are a number of levers on the table for negotiation in a lot of different directions. And that's where you want to be. Right? If there's only one factor that matters to each of the two parties, and those are their red line factors, then there's no room for negotiation. This is a deeply complicated, historically intricate dynamic between Ukraine and Russia, and between NATO and the United States, and the Russia-China alliance, and economic interests that are issued combined with the geopolitical factors. There are a lot of levers for negotiation, and the more levers there are, the more likely there is to be a win-win deal that gets done for everybody. So I think it's encouraging the fact that there are as many different possible levers here, almost makes certain that a reasonable, practicable peace deal is possible. In contrast to a situation with only one thing that matters for each side, then I can't tell you that there's a deal to be done. There's definitely a deal to be done here, and I think that it requires real leadership. The United States is playing hardball, not just with one side of this, not just with Zelensky, but across the board, hardball for our own interests, which are the interests of stability. And I think that will happen to well serve both Ukraine and Russia in the process.
If you were president, would you call Putin?
Absolutely. I mean, in any negotiation, that manage when you're calling somebody and he's not. But I do believe that open conversation and willingness to have that is another lever in the negotiation. It's totally fair game.
Okay, let's move to the China side of this. The big concern here is that the brewing cold, God forbid, hot war between the United States and China in the 21st century. How do we avoid that?
It's a few things. One is, I do think the best way we also avoid it is by reducing the consequences to the United States in the event of that type of conflict. Because at that point, when you're setting up for it, the consequences are existential for the United States, then what you're buying yourself in the context of what could be a small conflict is an all-out trade war. So the first thing I want to make sure we avoid is a major conflict between the United States and China, like a World War I conflict. And the way to do this is bring down the existential stakes for the U.S. And the way we bring down the existential stakes for the U.S. is make sure that the United States does not depend on China for a modern way. Right now we do. Because right now we depend on China for everything from pharmaceuticals in our medicine cabinet, 95% of ibuprofen, the most basic medicine used in the United States, depends on China for its supply chain. We depend on China for our own military industrial base. Think about how little sense this makes, actually. Our own military, which supposedly exists to protect ourselves against adversaries, depend for its own supplies, semiconductors and otherwise, on our top adversary. That doesn't make sense. Even if you're a libertarian in the school of Friedrich von Hayek, somebody I admire as well, even then you would not argue for a foreign dependence on adversary capabilities. So I think that's the next step we need to take, is at least reduce U.S. dependence on China for the most essential inputs for the functioning of the United States of America, including our own military. As a side note, I believe that means not just onshoring to the United States. It does. But if we're really serious about that, it also means expanding our relationships with allies like Japan, South Korea, India, the Philippines. And that's an interesting debate to have, because some on the right say, I want to decouple from China, but I also want less trade with all these other places. You can't have both those things at the same time. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. And so we have to acknowledge and be honest with ourselves that there are trade rules to declaring independence from China. But the question is, what are the long run trade rules? Now, you think about the other way to do this is strategic clarity. I think the way that you see world wars often emerge is strategic ambiguity from two adversaries who don't really know what the other side's red line is or isn't, and accidentally crosses those red lines. Because I think we need to be much clearer with what are our hard red lines and what aren't. And I think that's the single most effective way to make sure this doesn't spiral into major world war. And then let's talk about ending the Russia-Ukraine conflict in the terms that I just discussed with you before. I think weakening the Russia-China alliance not only reduces the risk of Russia becoming aggressive, it also reduces the risk that China takes with us that could escalate us to World War III as well. So I think that geopolitically, you got to look at these things holistically. That end of the Russia-Ukraine war and that peace deal de-escalates not only the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but the risk of a broader conflict that includes China as well. By also weakening China, because Russia also has hypersonic missiles and missile capabilities that are ahead of that of China's. If Russia's no longer in a military alliance with China, that changes China's calculus as well. So that's kind of, I think, more strategic vision we need in our policy than we've had since certainly the Nixon era. I think that you need people who are going to be able to challenge the status quo, question the existing orthodoxies, the willingness to use levers to get great deals done that otherwise would be gotten done. And that's what I do think. Someone like Donald Trump in the presidency, and obviously I ran for president as an outsider and a businessman as well. I think this is an area of foreign policy is one where we actually benefit from having business leaders in those roles rather than people who are shackled by the traditional political manner of thinking.
I think you did quite clear what I think implied is that we have to accept the red line that China provides of China policy.
Both sides need to have their lines. Both sides need to have their lines. So, we can give the specifics, but it's going to vary depending on the circumstances. But the principle that I would give you is that we have to have a hard red line that's clear. I think that hard red line, I was clear during my campaign on this, so I'll say it again. I think that we have to have a clear red line that China will not, should not, anytime in the future, annex Taiwan. I do think that the United States probably is prudent right now not to suddenly upend the diplomatic policy we've adopted for decades. What is recognizing the one China policy in a position of quiet deference to that, and understand that may be the red line is the national recognition of Taiwan as an independent nation would be a red line that China would have, but we would have a red line to say that we do not, in any circumstance, tolerate the annexation by physical force any time in the foreseeable future when that's against the interests of the United States of America. So those are examples, but the principle here is you asked how do we avoid major conflict with China. I think it starts with clear red lines on both sides. I think it starts with also lowering stakes for the United States by making sure we're not dependent on China for our modern way of life. I think it also starts with, ironically, using a peaceful resolution to the Ukraine war as a way of weakening the Russia-China alliance, which in the other direction of weakening China has significant benefits to us.
But what do you do when China says very politely, we're going to annex Taiwan, whether you like it?
Against the backdrop that I just laid out, that's not going to happen. That wouldn't happen if we actually make sure that we're crystal clear about what the red lines and priorities are. We're also dependent on Taiwan right now for our own semiconductor supply chain. So China knows that's going to cause into serious conflict in that circumstance. So against the backdrop of clearly drawn red lines, against the backdrop of Russia no longer automatically being in China's camp, it's a big lever. I think also strengthening our relationship with other allies, where we have to strengthen those relationships, like India. And I'm not just saying that My name is rabbi. I'm saying if it's strategic important to the United States to understand, God forbid, the conflict scenario, China would perceive some of this as being in the ocean and in the sea, no longer being reliant on getting at least oil supplies. There's a lot of levers here, but I think that if we are both strategically clear with our allies and with our adversaries about what our red lines are, what our priorities are, reasonable deals that pull Russia out of the hands of China and vice versa, reasonable allies and relationships that cause China to question whether it can continue to have the same access to at least oil supplies as it does today, and then clear red lines with China itself, what we definitely aren't okay with, and understand that they may have certain red lines too. That allows us, I think, to still avoid many people will call the unavoidable conflict, the Thucydides trap, against the circumstance when there's rising power against the backdrop of the declining power, conflict always becomes inevitable. That's a theory. It's not a law of physics. And I don't think that A, we have to take declining power, and B, I don't think that has to necessarily result in major conflict in China here. It's going to require leadership. Leadership is fine. And you don't have to judge based on international relations theory to form your view on this. 4 years under Trump, we didn't have major conflicts in the Middle East, places like Russia, Ukraine. We were on the cusp of war with North Korea. Obama left office, Trump took over. 4 years under Biden, 4 years under Biden years, we have major conflicts in the Middle East, major conflict in Russia, Ukraine, judged by the results. And I would say, even if you're somebody who disagrees with a lot of Donald Trump, you don't like his style, if you're a single issue, you want to stand with World War III, I think there's a pretty clear case for why you go for Trump in this election.
So, Prime Minister Modi, I think you've complimented him in much different directions, one of which is when you're discussing nationalism.
I think I believe that someone I've gotten to actually recently, well, for example, Georgia Building, leader building, told her the same thing. One thing I love about her as leader building is that she does not apologize for the national identity of the country, and that she stands for certain values of compromise, and she doesn't give a second care about what the media has to say about it. One of the things I loved last time I spoke to her, which is the U.S., we sat down, was she talked about she doesn't read the newspaper. She doesn't read and watch the media, and allows her to the best people. And there are elements of that in both these approaches as well, which I respect about him. He doesn't apologize for the fact that India has a national identity and that the nation should be proud of it. But I'm not saying that they're not proud of Maloney or their own countries of America. I think there are lessons to learn from leaders who are proud of their nation's identity rather than apologizing. And I think it's a big part of why I ran for president on a campaign center on national pride. It's why I'm not only voting for back supporting Donald Trump, because I do think he's going to be the one that restores that missing national pride in the United States. And I touch on this as well in the book. There's a chapter here. Nationalism isn't a bad word. I think nationalism can be a very positive thing if it's grounded in the actual true attributes of the nation. And in the United States, that doesn't mean no nationalism, because that was not what the national identity of the United States was based on in the first place. But a civic nationalism grounded in our actual national ideals, that is who. And I think that is something that we've gotten uncomfortable in the country to say that, I'm proud of being American. I believe in American exceptionalism. Somehow that's looking down on others. I'm not looking down on anyone. I'm proud of my own country. And I think Modi's revived that spirit in India in a way that's missing for a long time. Right? India had an inferiority complex, a psychological inferiority complex. But now to be proud of its national heritage and its national making and its national legacy history, and to say that every nation doesn't have to have a kind of myth-making about its past, and to be proud of it. It's like Malcolm X actually said this here in the United States: is a nation without an appreciation for its history is like a tree without roots. It's dead. And I think that that's true, not just for the United States, but for every other nation. I think leaders like Modi in Italy, leaders like Modi in India have done a great job. That I wish to bring that type of pride back in the United States. But whatever I do next, Alex, I'll tell you this, I think reviving that sense of identity and pride, especially in the next generation, is one of the most important things we can do for this country.
Speaking of what you did next, any chance to run in 2028?
Well, I'm not going to rule it out for now. I'm most focused on what I can do in the next chapter for the country. I ran for president. A million things that I learned in that experience that you can only learn by doing it. It was very much a fire first, aim later. When getting into the race, there's no way I could plan and plotted this. I was somebody who was coming from the outside. I was 37 years old, came from the business world. So there was a lot that I think could learn by actually doing it, and I did. But I care about the same things that led me to the presidential race. I don't think the issues have been solved. I think that we have a generation that is lost in the country. It's not just young people. I think it's all of us in some ways are hungry for purpose and meaning at a time in our history when the things that used to fill that void in our heart, they're missing. And I think we need a president who has the right policies for the country, seal the border, promote the economy, stay out of World War III and rampant crime. Yes, we need the right policies. But we also need leaders who, sustain the way, revive our national character, revive our sense of pride in this country, revive our identity as Americans. And I think that need exists as much today as it did when I first ran for president. I don't think it's going to be automatically solved in just a few years. I think Donald Trump is the right person to carry that banner forward for the next few years. But after that, we'll see where the country is headed for 2028. And whatever I do, whatever has maximum positive impact on the country. I'll also tell you that my laser focus, maybe as distant from other politicians on both sides, is to take America to the next level, to move beyond our victim culture, to restore our cultural excellence. We got to shut down that state. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, the foreign policy anti-state. Shut it down and revive who we really are as Americans. I'm as passionate about that as ever. But the next step is not running for president. The next step is what happens next.
Sound like Donkey Kong, folks.
And that's why over the next 4 weeks, I'm focused on doing whatever I can to succeed in this election.
Well, I hope you run because this was made clear on the stage, the primary debates. You have a unique clarity and honesty in expressing the ideas that you stand for. And it would be nice to see that. I would also like to see the same thing on the other side, which would be for some badass, interesting debates.
I would love nothing more than a kick-ass top-tier Democrat candidate. After 4 years of Donald Trump, we have a primary filled with actually people who have real visions for the country on both sides. And the people of this country can choose between those competing visions without insult or injury being wavered. I would love nothing more than to see that.
Who do you think? For me, I would love to see is some kind of future where it's you versus somebody like Tim Walz. So Tim Walz, maybe I'm lacking in knowledge, is first of all like a good dude, has similar to you, strongly held, if not radical, ideas of how to make progress in this country. And so to just be on stage and debate honestly about the ideas, they're like there's a tension between those ideas. Is there other people Shapiro is interesting also?
I would like to take on in earnest, in civil, but contested context, debate. Who do you want to take on? You want to take on somebody who disagrees with you but still has ideology? I think John Fetterman is interesting. He's demonstrated himself to be somebody who's thoughtful, able to change his mind on positions, but not in some sort of fake flip-floppity way, but thoughtful evolution. So he's been through personal struggles. So we got deeply disagree on a lot of his views, most of his views. But who I can at least say comes across at least as somebody who has been through that torturous process, really examining beliefs and convictions. Has, when necessary, been able to preach to his own tribe what he thinks is wrong. I think it's interesting. I think that you have a number of other leaders probably emerging at lower levels. On the left, not everybody's going to necessarily come from Washington, D.C. In fact, the longer they're there, the more they get polluted. I think the governor of Colorado is an interesting guy. He's got a more libertarian tendency. I don't know much about his views from a national perspective, but it's intriguing to see somebody who has these libertarian, freedom-oriented tendencies within the Democratic Party. I think that there are a number of, I don't foresee running for president. I had a debate last year when I was running for president with Bill Connor, who say what you will about this, highly intelligent person, and is somebody who is at least willing to buck the consensus of this party when necessary. I think he recently, I would say, lambasted. He phrased it very delicately. Criticized Kamala Harris's proposed tax on unrealized capital gains. So I like people who are willing to challenge the orthodoxies in their own party because it says they actually have convictions. And so whoever the Democrats want to look at something like that, and for my part, I will have and continue to have beliefs that will challenge Republicans. That on the face of it may not be policies that poll on paper as policies you're supposed to adopt as a Republican candidate. But what a true leader does is just tell people what they want to hear. You tell people what they need, and you tell people what your actual convictions are. And this idea that I don't want to be a right-wing entitlement state or a nanny state, I want to shut it down, that challenges the presuppositions of where a lot of the conservative movement is right now. I don't think the bill to cap credit card interest rates is a good idea because it's price control, just like Kamala Harris's price control, and it'll reduce access to credit. I don't think that we want a crony capitalist state showering private benefits on selected industries in favor of us. We want to expand the CFPB or the FTC's remit, and somehow we're going to trust it because it's under our watch. Now, I believe shutting it down, that challenges a lot of the current direction of the conservative movement. I believe in certain issues that, maybe outside the scope of what Republicans currently care about right now. One of the things that I oppose, for example, is this is not a top issue in American politics, but just to give you a sense for how I think of it. I'm against factory farming of a large scale of, you could sort of say, putting the mistreatment of, it's one thing to say that you need for your sustenance, and that's great. It's another to say that you have to do it in a factory farming setting that gives special exemptions from historical laws that have existed that are the product of crony capitalism. I'm against crony capitalism in all its forms. I'm against the influence of mega money in politics. I don't think that's good either for Democrats or Republicans. Some of those views, I think, are not necessarily the traditional Republican ranking, orthodoxy reading chapter and verse from the Republican Party platform. It's not against the Republican Party platform, but it's asking what the future of our religion is.
Some of these things are hard. Getting money out of politics.
Getting mega money. The
mega money. Yeah.
And so long as it exists, you got to play the game. I mean, if you're going to play to win. I think one of the things to realize is that you just can't compete without it. But if you want to win the game in order to win the game, and I think that that's something that I keep in mind as well. So
you have written a lot. You've suffered from something. But even just looking book-wise, you've written basically a book a year for the last few years. When you're writing, when you're thinking about how to solve problems in the world, to develop your policy, how do you think?
I need quiet time, extended periods of it that are separated from the rush of the day-to-day travel. I actually think a lot better when I'm working out, physically active, so running, playing tennis, lifting. Somehow, for me, that really opens up my mind, and I need a significant amount of time after that to read books, usually carry around the notebook everywhere I go, and write it down in there.
So the notebook full of chaotic moments, or is it structured?
Sometimes it's chaotic, sometimes it's structured. It's a little bit of both. Sometimes I have a thought that I know I don't want to forget later. I'll immediately jot it down. Other times, flight over here and much more structured layout of. I got a lot of different projects in the air, for example, and I cross-pollinate. The shower this morning, had a bunch of thoughts, collected those from my plane ride over here. So I think that writing is something in all of its forms that helps me. It's one of the things that actually helped me this year was actually writing this book. You're going through a presidential campaign, you're going at super speed. And if I was to do the presidential campaign again, the thing I would do is actually to take more structured breaks. I don't mean breaks as like vacation, but I mean breaks to reflect on what's actually happening. Probably the biggest mistake I made is last time around heading into the first campaign. I was like in 9 different states over 7 days. I would have just taken that as a pause. Right, we're halfway through established criminals. Now make sure the country sees who you actually are in politics, rather than just the momentum in the dream. And I just think that that's sort of just taking those moments to just take stock of where you are. Do some writing. I didn't do much writing during the presidential campaign. I enjoy writing, sort of how I center myself. Part of what this book allowed me to do is, okay, I ran that world within the campaign, first thing I started doing after I collected myself for a couple of weeks was take the pen and start writing. And I was committed to writing that book, whether or not anybody would have writing it for myself. And actually started in a very different form. It was very personal, reflectionary. So most of that, funny enough, was what I writing. Edited it out. I mean, it just didn't end up in the books. Yeah. When it went and I just like interesting for a publisher to publish. And so for each of my books, the things that I started writing, I've never anyway, just because the topic ended up being one thing. But the journey that led me to write this, a lot of it, this book is still in there. This is my fourth book in 4 years, right? And I hope it's the most important one, but it is certainly the product of an honest reflection that whatever it might be to the reader, it helped me to write it. And I think that's one of the things that I learned from this campaign, not just all the policy lessons, but even just a matter of personal practice. The ability to take spaces of time to not only physically count yourself as workout sensitive, but to give yourself the space to reflect, to recenter yourself on the why. Had I done that, I think it would have been even more centered on the mission on time rather than you get attacked on the way, you're thrown off your tilt, thrown off your balance. It becomes a lot harder for someone else to do that to you if you've really centered yourself on your own purpose. Probably one of my biggest learnings.
So you've mentioned the first primary debate. So more than almost basically anything I've ever seen, you stuck into some really intense debates.
Yeah.
And the podcast, we feature all kinds of sort of debates with protesters or debates with people that really disagree with you, like the radical opposite of you. What's the philosophy behind that? And what's the psychology of being able to be calm through all that, which you seem to be?
Well, I enjoy debate. And for me, I think just in ordinary life, not like a formal debate setting, whenever I've received
I have no idea why this is considered a popular fucking show.
Calls is always, are they right? I mean, it's always a possibility, right? And most of the time what happens is you understand the other side's argument, but you emerge with a stronger conviction in your own belief, right? You know your own beliefs better if you can say the best argument for yourself. But sometimes you do change your mind. And I think that's happened over the course of my life as well. I think no one's a thinking human being unless that happens once in a while, too. And so anyway, just the idea of pursuit of truth, open debate, inquiry, that's always just been part of my identity from who I am. I'm wired that way. I thrive on it. I enjoy it. Even my relationships with my closest friends were built around heated debates, heated disagreements. And I just think that's beautiful. Not just about human relationships, but particularly beautiful about America, right? Because it's part of the culture of this country, more so than other countries, China or India, or Asian cultures, even a lot of European cultures are very different. That's considered not genteel behavior. It's not the respectful behavior. Whereas for us, part of what makes this country great is you can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. I think we've lost some of that, but I'm on a bit of a mission to bring that back. And so, I don't know whether it's in politics or not, I'm committed in the next step, whatever the path is over the next 4 years. One of the things I'm committed to doing is making sure that I go out of my way to talk to people who actually disagree with me. And I think it's a big part of how I'm listening.
Are they right? Is the thing I actually really see you do. So you are listening to the other person.
For my own benefit, to be honest, it's selfish.
You're also lose your shit, so you don't take it personally. You don't get emotional. You get emotional positively, passionate. But you don't get I've never seen you grow. To where they get like outraged. It's always probably because you just love the heat.
I love the heat, and I'm a curious person. So I'm always curious about what's actually getting the other, what's motivating the person on the other side. That curiosity, I think, is actually the best antidote. Right? Because if you're just trying to stay calm in the face of somebody attacking you, that's kind of fake. But you're kind of curious about it, right? You're genuinely wondering. I think most people can see inherently. We all maybe get misguided from time to time, but what is it that's moving that person in a different direction? I think as long as you're curious about that, the climate change protesters that have interrupted my events, I'm as fascinated by the psychology of what's moving them, what they might be hungry for, as I am concerned about rebutting the content of what you're saying to me. And I think that that's certainly something I care about when we're talking about politics, that's reviving that sense of curiosity. I think is in a certain way one of the ways we're going to be able to disagree but still remain friends and fellow citizens.
I agree with you. Fundamentally, most people are good. One of the things I love most about humans is the very thing you said, which is curiosity. I think we should lean into that.
You're here as person. I have this podcast is specifically born of your curiosity, I'm sure. And so I say we need more of that in America. That kind of. We remember when I talked about founding fathers, we were joking about it. They were inventors, they were writers, they were political theorists, they were founders of the nation. They kind of had that boundless curiosity too. And I think part of what's happened locally in the country, we've gotten to this place where we've been told that stay in your lane. You don't have an expert degree in that, therefore you can't have an opinion about it. I don't know. I think it's a little bit un-American, the culture of it. And yeah, it's one of the things I like about you, who was looking forward to this conversation too, is it's cool to have intellectual interests that span sports to culture, to politics, to philosophy. And it's not like you just have to be an expert trained in one of those things to be able to engage in it. But actually, maybe, just maybe, you might be better at each of those things because you're curious about the other. The Renaissance man, we've lost a little bit of that concept in America, but it's certainly something that is important to me. And this year, it's been kind of cool after leaving the campaign. I've been doing a wide range of things. Right? I've been picking up my tennis game again, practicing.
You're damn good at tennis.
I used to be better, but I'm picking
somebody
up.
online was trying to do this correctly. I think you shot a very particular angle of that video. I think they were criticizing your backhand was weak potentially.
That would be but it's gotten better. It's gotten better recently. I've been playing with the practicing the Ohio State team this morning. They're like #1 in the country or close to it. And the guys on the team playing, there's a couple of coaches who were recently on the team. One of whom used to be a guy like the juniors who invited me out. So I hit with them in the mornings alongside the team. My goal, I should be here.
Oh no.
My hips are playing so many days a week. I'm setting a goal for myself by the end of the year to play a particular tournament. But we'll see if that happens. But regardless, it's been fun to get back into tennis. I was an executive producer on a movie, something I've never done before. It's called City of Dreams. It's about a story of a young man who's trafficked in the United States. It's a thriller. It's a very cool movie to be a part of. I have actually started a couple companies. One company in particular that I think is going to be significant this year, guiding some other businesses that I've gotten off the ground in the past. So for me, I'm re-energized now, where I was in the thick of politics for a full year there, and getting a little bit of oxygen outside of politics, doing some things in the private sector has actually given me a renewed sense of energy to get back into driving change from the circus.
Well, it's been fun watching you do all these fascinating things, but I do hope that you have a future in politics as well, because it's nice to have somebody that has rigorously developed their ideas and is honest about presenting them, and is willing to debate those ideas out in space. So I would love for you and people like you to represent the future of American politics. So, Vivek, thank you so much for everything.
There he is. How you living, Pep? You ready? You ready to game? Take your time, big dog. Fuck yeah. I like I like Beyonce too when she sings that song. Beyonce also sings that song. I like that. I like her as well. I mean, she has a. Dog, this is really early morning, and I mean, it's still early in California. At night is when I get a ton of people. Yeah, yeah, we get sometimes half a dozen people in here. You got that right, big dog. Are you gonna do some space trucking? Fuck that shit. COD. So there you go. So not only are you all jazzed, but you got to piss like a racehorse. Is she cool? Are you in love? You gonna take it? You gonna take her to Pound Town? There you go. Oh, please do. Well, thank you. You're so sweet for still talking about me in places where I've been banned. That's absolutely 24/7, 365. It's a beautiful thing. That's amazing. That, I understand. I mean, I can teach you how to do it. It's all free. No, you can use your phone. All right. You're good. I like that song. If you were put on a desert island and you could only listen to one artist or band, who would it be? you, that's with every human on Earth. But what I'm saying to you is that you need to make a decision. Thank you. Thank you. Good job, man. Amazing. I sniped that motherfucker. Get him. Get him with the grenade. He's gonna fuck you up. He got you. He got you. Dude, he. Oh, that was unfair. We're done. Done. Dog, do one round where you just snipe motherfuckers. You're not even the whole round. Just snipe guys from here. I love watching snipers. It's like my favorite. Can you fly drones in Black Ops 2? No, 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 no. Calm down, calm down. I said in Black Ops 2, can you fly a drone? Dog, I want to see you snipe a motherfucker. Frankly, right now I'm unimpressed. I'm unimpressed until you snipe someone. So you tell me, Rabbi, I'm about to snipe this motherfucker, and then you got him in your scope and you take him out. Then I will be very impressed. I will clap for you. Get on a roof. Get on a roof. So you land directly on the ground behind a box. Without a sniper rifle, you got a sniper. Get to the roof, man. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Sir Smoke Alarm. Okay, I'm watching now. Now this is interesting. Can you get up in that tower? Oh, totally. Dude, that sucks. Oh, dude. All right. Here. Oh, dude, that was cool. Nice. There you go. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, dude, you almost had him. Steal their body armor. Oh, what's this chick do? Is this a girl? Oh, yeah. Oh, get him. Get him. Oh, that was not what you wanted. Get him. That motherfucker's fast. Dude, there are so many guys there. 1, 2. Dog, you shouldn't have left the tower. You shouldn't have left the tower. You had him. I imagine so. That's why you got an alpha up there. Just start taking bitches down. All right, all right. Why would they? Why would? Why would they get him? Squid Games. Why would they wear the Squid Game shit? Uh, okay. What's red light, green light? No, keep wearing camo. Keep wearing camo. Isn't there something that's black and white, or just pure black? All right, sniper. Oh, dude, dude. Get him. What is red light, green light? Nothing pork. What we do eat: beef bacon, turkey bacon. There are kosher versions of those. Okay, fuck no. You do whatever makes you happy, baby. So long as it doesn't hurt me, you do anything you want. All right, so you're in. You're a you're a Korean man. Are you all just like walking really slowly for some reason? I do too. Can you use a bow and arrow in this? How, how about a missile launcher? All right, so I see it's Nuketown. It's a holiday event. All right, go. You're in a stadium. You're breakdancing, son. Your teammates have to. So, oh, okay. So once it's red light, you can't move anymore. So it was smart for you to just stand back a little bit. Let those other motherfuckers take. Yeah. So is there a stadium full of people watching this? And then you you try to get to the other side. So this guy's about to win. He just won. Dude, did he just die right before he hit the line? Oh, he qualified. Okay. That's what we want to see. Oh, are you a chick now? Are you a chick with blue hair? Are you a chick with blue hair? I don't know what that is. You're 006? Bingo.
I like it.
It's perhaps my favorite drink. Word, dog. Word, dog. Anything in excess can. Okay, so this time you have to like walk around a map. What are props? And you just have to shoot them. So this is not red light, green light. I, I want to see you win a round of red light, green light. So you're not shooting people, you're shooting shit. Get him. Yeah, I want to see you win red light, green light, dog. Dude, just win one game of red light, green light, and then you can do whatever you want. The people demand red light, green light. You introduced it to us, and then you take it away. Fuck that. We want red light, green light. We want to see this Korean guy be able to go to Pyongyang or wherever the reward is. Do that guy. Be that guy. Oh, that's no. Nobody wants you to be that guy. I got a time, but it's all that is all mine. Oh, oh. Yeah, I know who that guy is. Dude, when are you gonna play that level? Nuketown. When do you play Nuketown? That's what I'm talking about. All right, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Dude, you're breakdancing. There you go. Here we go, folks. Here we go, folks. It's the middle of an empty stadium. We've got Sir Smoke a Lot. He's in the lead. He's in the lead. He got the thing. He's got a human shield. Go, baby. You're going to make it. Jump. Tight. You call it. So is there another? Oh, dude, you got a big lead. Oh, okay, cool. Do you have guys who shoot you? Okay. Okay, snipers. You got it. That was cool. All right. 3. Oh, slow motion. Oh, that person, did they make it? Victory. All right. Round 3. Are you ready? Do you need to loosen your thumbs? Oh, you have a huge lead. Red light. You're in the lead. I know it doesn't matter, but you're either first or last. Wow, he ran really far. Not you. Oh, you disqualified? Was that sticks, stick? That's okay. That's okay. You did a good job. All right, now go do what you want. No, you completed the mission. I wanted to see what it looked like. Oh, those guys look badass. Go get them, big. If Madonna wanted to have sex with you right now at this moment, would you? Yes or no? Go. You were asked a very important question, Sir Smoke a Lot. If Madonna wanted to have sex with you exact moment, yes or no? You're letting the people down. Doug, you were asked a very important question twice, and you have refused to answer it. If you had the opportunity to have sex with Madonna at this very moment, would you do it? Yes or no? Go. There you go. That a boy. There are a lot of people who would. Sure, smoke a lot. I'm glad that you found a princess. Good on you, dog. I'm glad you found a princess. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Keep doing it, big dog. I have a question about red light. I have a question about red light, green light when you have an opportunity to answer it. You always play this fucking level. I like how you have time to sing, but you don't have time to answer one question. In red light, green light, can you be a sniper and shoot at people on the field? Thank you. I am currently distracted by something. You answered my question. I need to work on something. I have projects of my own, baby. This isn't just vacation for smoke a lot, baby. I'm listening to you, and you're in my heart. You're in my soul. Take me on. In a day or time. Have you seen the video for that? That AHA video? Pretty fucking amazing, isn't it? How'd you meet your friend, your girlfriend? Not, I know she's not your girlfriend, but girlfriend. No way. Is it official on Facebook? Oh, all right. Well, then it's not official. You made it official. You made it. You made it official. How did you make it official? By sticking your dick in her? You don't kiss and tell, do you, Sir Smoke a lot? You don't kiss and tell. So, what was the event that made it official? So you told her that? Yeah. Damn, you are head over heels for this bitch. Oh wow. Word, dog. That's what I'm talking about. I love how passionate you are. You know who sings that song? Who sings it? Bravo, dude. Good job. I love that song too. Have you seen the music video for it? Oh yeah, it's definitely cool. It's cool as fuck. Got a bunch of Muppets and shit. It's now or never. I live good. I just want to live while I'm alive. It's my life. What the fuck is that shit? Sir Smoke a Lot just bounced. Dude, how many fucking clips do these people have? They have a bot. Like, what is all this garbage? What is this fucking purple bar on the side? Big tuna. Dude. So many. They just have a quick bot. Okay. What the fuck is this shit? Fuck. There he is. Everybody want to know where you went, pimp. That's all right. Are you gonna play the level that you always do with the school bus? Are you gonna play the school bus level? Are you going to play the school bus level? Doug, there's this thing. I don't know if they taught you. When one person asks you a question, you answer it. Can you hear me? I can hear me. Yo, can you hear me? You can't hear me. That's why. Yo, yo, can you hear me? Yeah, he can't hear me. Yo, can you hear me? Yo. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? You can't hear me. This is horse shit. It seems that your settings are set so that you cannot hear me, period. I'm trying. I'm trying. What the fuck is this?
Oh, fuck. $706.99.
Chair, and thank you so much for talking today. This is fun.
Dude, that Rebecca on the smart is
Whether you cut
very
of course, you know,
well
I wrote
spoken.
16,000 essays
Yeah.
in his letters, right? So, because I've written 4 books in 4 years, that is nothing compared to how prolific this guy was. Anyway, good stuff, man. Thanks for having me.
And neither of us will ever live up to any Jefferson.
I love your curiosity. Thanks for reading the book and for your feedback on it as well. You know, we'll do this again sometime. Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with the vet of the swamp. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors. I'll leave you with some words. Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder
Shit.
and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wit. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Oh.
The outcome here is a horrific man-made famine, not a natural disaster, not a bad harvest, but a man-made famine as a result of the compulsion that's used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, cordoning off the area, not allowing starving people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study and how things look in the abstract versus practice. And those phenomena were going to haunt the rest of the experience of the Soviet Union. The whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody was falsifying or tinkering with, certifying the statistics for their reports in order not to look bad and not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, in spite of the pretense of comprehensive knowledge, right? There's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded upon a foundation of saying a deliberate plan to bring class conflict, to bring civil war, and then height in the countryside does damage, and not least of that is this phenomenon of leader selection. Those who have most enterprise, those who have most self-discipline, those who are best organized, will be winnowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. Hitler and Himmler envisioned permanent war on the front. Not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant moving of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training and aggression to generations of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's
This conversation today has a historian specializing in Germany and Europe. He has lectured extensively on the rise, the reign, and fall of communism. Our discussion goes deep on this, very heavy as the topics. The communist ideology that has led to over 100 million deaths in the 20th century. We also discuss Hitler, Nazi ideology, and World War II. This Let's Read podcast is supported, so please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, let's start with Karl Marx, that laid the foundation of communism.
I think there were that Marx boy was the best that had such an impact. And in some ways, they were actually kind of contradictory. On the one hand, Marx insisted that history has a purpose, that history is not just random events, but that rather it's history, we might say with a capital H, history moving in a deliberate direction, history having a goal, a direction that it was predestined to move in. At the same time, in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels also suggested that there was a role for special individuals who might, even if history was still moving in the proper direction, might give it an extra push, might play a heroic role in that process. And I think that these two ideas added to the notion that there's a science of evolution that suggests that you can move in a deliberate and meaningful, rational way towards the end of this doesn't all come a total liberation of the human person, and that moreover that was inevitable, that was pre-programmed and other things. When you add to that the notion that there's also room for heroism and the individual role, this ended up being tremendously powerful. Earlier thinkers were socialists had already dreamt of futures where all conflict would be resolved and human life would achieve some sort of perfection. Marx added these other elements.
Used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. I know my how my brain. That can only mean one thing. I know my how my brain. That can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city, you got a reputation for himself now. Nobody gonna be left out. Everything is just about. Bitches I left the city, you. Nothing going on. Maybe there's a people in fast road. Thinking with somebody never see before. Used to cell phone. Late night when you need my love. I'll be up a cell phone. No, you need my love. Greeting. I know how I'm doing. Nigga, only mean one thing. I know when and how I'm doing. Nigga, only one thing. Ever since I left the city, you gonna make me to get it on. Doesn't make me feel like I'm down. You don't think it's like it get on. Ever since I left the city, you fast forward. You don't see your best part. You know the reason seen before. You be on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. I know when you're holiday. That could only be one thing. I know when you're holiday. It only mean one thing. Bending over back. Someone else. But if you're gonna know that was for someone else. Because I told you you can't stand for someone else. You don't need no one else. You don't need nobody else. No. No. You get wrong. Stay home. You ain't got using your phone. It's just me yourself. You need someone else. Still call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. I know when you're hollering. What's the difference between capitalism and communism? Only one thing. And the joke's answer was capitalism. I know when you're hollering. Communism is the exact only mean one thing.
Yeah, I love it. Your deliverance drives you away. Okay, there's again a million questions. So you outline some contradictions, but it's interesting to talk about his view. For example, what was Marx's view of this?
Marx is Hegel, and Hegel is an idealist philosopher, had announced very definitively that history has a purpose. History is not a collection of random facts. And as an idealist, proposed that the true movement of history, the true meaning of history, what made history with a capital H, something that's transcendent and meaningful, was that it was the working out of an idea through different civilizations, different stages of historical development. An idea is the idea of history. So it was not individuals or great thinkers alone making history and having an impact. It was the idea itself striving to come to fruition, striving to come to an ever more perfect realization. In the case of Hegel, in this very Prussian-German context, he identified the realization of freedom also with the growth of the state, because he thought that governments are the ones that are going to be able to deliver on laws and on the ideal of a state of the rule of law, in German, the Rechtsstaat. That was a noble dream. At the same time as we recognize from our perspective, state power has been put to all sorts of purposes besides guaranteeing the rule of law in our own times. What Marx did was to take this characteristic insistence of Hegel that history is moving in a meaningful and discernible way towards the realization of an idea and flipped it on its head. Marx insisted that Hegel had so much that was right in his thinking, but what he had neglected to keep in mind was that, in fact, history is
Ever since I left the city, you like that.
Hence, dialectical materialism. The dialectical referring to things proceeding by clashes or conflict towards ever greater realization of some essential idea. And so Marx adapts a lot of ideas of Hegel. You can recognize entire rhetorical maneuvers that are indebted to that earlier training, but now taken in a very different direction. What remained, though, was being on the right side of history. And there are few things that are as intoxicating as being convinced that your actions not only are right in the abstract, but are also destined to be successful.
And also that you have the rigorous science backing your journey toward.
Absolutely. So Engels, when he gives the graveside eulogy for his beloved friend Marx, claims that Marx is essentially the Darwin of history, the Darwin of history that he had done for the world of politics and of human history, what Darwin had done with his theory of evolution, understanding the hidden mechanism, understanding the laws that are at work and that make that whole process meaningful rather than just one damn thing after another.
What about the famous line that history of all existing societies is the history of class struggles? So what about this conception of history, the history of class struggle?
Well, so this was the motive force that Karl Marx and Engels saw driving the historical process forward. And it's important to keep in mind that class conflict doesn't just mean revolutions, revolts, peasant uprisings. It's the totality of frictions and of clashes, conflict of interest that appear in any society. And so Marx was able, in this spirit that he avowed was very scientific, to demarcate stages of historical transformation. Primitive communism in the prehistoric period, then moving towards what was called state slavery, that's to say the early civilizations deploying human resources, ordering them by all-powerful monarchs, then private slavery in the ancient period, and then moving to feudalism in the Middle Ages, and then here's where Marx is able to deliver a pronouncement about his own times, seeing that the present day is penultimate, the next to last stage of historical development, because the feudal system of the Middle Ages, the dominance of the aristocracy, has been overcome, has been displaced by often heroic achievements, astonishing achievements in commerce and in world building of the middle class, the bourgeoisie. who have taken the world into their own hands and are engaged in class conflict with the class below them, which is the working class, or the proletariat. And so this sort of conflict also, by the way, obtains within class. And so the bourgeoisie are going to be grave diggers, Marx announces, of their own supremacy because they're also competing against one another. And members who don't survive that competition get pressed down into the subordinate working class, which grows and grows and grows to the point where, in some future moment, the inevitable explosion and swift revolution will overturn this penultimate stage of human history and usher in instead the dictatorship of the working class, and then the abolition of all classes, because there's only one class remaining. Everyone is finally unified and without those internal contradictions that Marx has done before.
The dictatorship of the working class is an interesting term. So what is the role of revolution in history?
So this in particular for Marx, I think, is a really key moment, which is what makes that such a good question. In his vision, epic narrative that he's presenting to us, revolution it's not enough to have evolutionary change. It's not a question of compromises. It's not a case of bargaining for balanced interests. Revolution is necessary as part of the process of a subjugated class coming to awareness of its own historical role. Now, when we get to the proletarians, this working class in its entirety, to whom Marx assigns this epic Promethean role, being the ones who are going to liberate all of humanity, a class that is universal in its interests and in the role in salvation history that they'll be playing in the secular framework. They need revolution, the experience of revolution, in order to come into their own. Because without it, we only have half-hearted compromise and something less than the consciousness that they then need in order to rule, to administer, and to play the historical role.
How did he conceive of a revolution, potentially a violent revolution, stabilizing itself into something where the working class was able to rule?
That's where things become a good deal less detailed in his and Engels' accounts. The answer that they proposed in part was, this is for the future. So all the details will be settled later. I think it was allied to this was a tremendous confidence in some very 19th century ideas about how society could be administered and what made for an orderly society. In a way where if the right infrastructure was in place, you might expect society to kind of run itself without the need for micromanagement from above. And hence, we arrive at Marx's tantalizing promise that there will be a period where it will be necessary to have centralized control. And there might have to be, as he puts it, despotic inroads against property in order to bring this revolution to pass. But then, afterwards, the state, because it represents everyone, rather than representing particular class interests that are in conflict with other classes, the state will eventually wither away. So there won't be need for it. Now, that's not to say that pure stasis arrives, right? Or that the stabilization was being frozen in time. It's not as if that is what things will look like. But instead, the big issues will be settled. And henceforth, people will be able to enjoy lives as he would consider an authentic freedom, without necessity, without poverty, as a result of this blessed state that's now
Despotic inroads against property. Did he elaborate on the despotic inroads?
dispossession of the middle classes, of the bourgeoisie. In his model, humanity is never standing still, right? So you probably argue with this dynamic vision of how history unfolds that there's always knowledge, and it's always moving, propelling history forward towards its predestined ending. In the way he saw this climax was that as things did not stay the same, the condition of the working class was constantly getting worse, and hence their revolutionary potential was growing. And at the same time, the expropriators, the bourgeoisie, were also facing diminishing returns as they competed against one another, with more and more wealth concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and more elements of what had been the middle class detached from the ruling class and being pressed down into the working class. For Marx, this is really a key part. I mean, it's a key part of this whole ratchet effect that's going to produce this final historical explosion. And in German, the word given to that process was Elend, which is very evocative. Elend means misery. So it's the growing misery. When this gets translated into English, the results are never quite as evocative or satisfactory. The words that get used are immiserization or pauperization. More and more people are being treated as paupers. But for Marx, that prediction is really key. And even in his own life, there were already hints that, in fact, if you look sociologically at the really developed working classes in places like Great Britain or Germany, that process was not playing out as he had expected. In fact, although there have been enormous dislocations and tremendous suffering in the early, chaotic, sort of Wild West stages of capitalism and of industrialization, there had been reform movements as well. And there had been unions which had sought to carve out rules and agreements with employers for how the conditions under which workers might be ameliorated. Moreover, the middle class, rather than dwindling and dwindling, seemed to actually be strengthening, growing in numbers, and the appearance of new kinds of people like white-collar workers or technical experts. So already in Marx's own lifetime, and then especially in what followed Marx's lifetime, this becomes a real problem because it puts a stick into the spokes of this particular historical prediction.
Can you speak to this realm of ideas? Just fascinating, this battle of big ideas in the 19th century. What are the ideas that were swimming around?
Yeah. Well, to describe the 19th century as sort of an age of ideology is very apt because Europe is being racked and being put through the ringer of nationalism, demands for expression of peoples who have earlier been in empires or monarchical rule, demands to redraw the map. The tremendous transformations of the Industrial Revolution meant that in the course of about a generation, you would have seen the world around you change in ways that made it entirely unfamiliar. You'd be able to travel across the landscape at speeds that had been unthinkable when you were a child. So it's enormous change and demands for yet more change. And so it's a great mix of ideas, ideologies, old, new, religious ideas, religious revivals, as well as demands for secularization. And stepping into all this are Marx and Engels together in what has been called, I think with justice, one of the most important and influential intellectual partnerships of history. They were very different men. They were both German by origin. Marx had trained as an academic. He had married the daughter of a baron. Because of his radical ideas, he had foreclosed or found himself cut off from a possible academic career and went the route of radical journalism. Engels was very different. Engels was the son of an industrialist, and the family owned factories in Germany and in England. So he was most definitely not a member of the proletariat that he and Marx were celebrating as so significant in their future historical roles. There were also huge differences in character between these men. Marx, when people met him, they were astonished by his energy, his dynamism. They also saw him as a man who felt determined to dominate arguments. He wanted to win arguments and was not one to settle for a compromise or a middle road. He was disorderly in his personal habits. We might mention, among other things, that he impregnated the family maid and didn't accept responsibility for the trial. He was also not inclined to undertake regular employment in order to support his young family. That's where Engels essentially, from his family fortune, and then from his journalism afterwards, supported both himself and the Marx family for decades. And so, in a sense, Engels made things happen. In a mysterious way that friendships work, the very differences between these men made them formidable as a dynamic duo, because they balanced off one another's idiosyncrasies and turned what might have been faults into potential strengths. British historian A.J. Taylor always has a lovely turn of phrase, even when he's wrong about his work issue. In this case, he was right. He said that Engels had charm and brilliance. Marx was the genius. And Engels saw himself as definitely the junior partner in this relationship. But here's the paradox. Without Engels, pretty clearly Marx would not have gone on to have the sort of lasting historical impact in the world of ideas that he had.
Just to throw in the mix, there's interesting characters swimming around. So you have Darwin. He has it's difficult to characterize the level of impact he had, even just in a religious context. It challenges our conception of who we are as humans. There's Nietzsche, who's also, hanging around the area. On the Russian side, there's Dostoevsky. So it's interesting to ask, maybe, from your perspective, did these people interact in the space of ideas to where this is relevant to the discussion, or is it mostly isolated?
I think that it's part of a great conversation, right? I think that in their works, they're reacting to one another. Dostoevsky's thought ranges across the condition of modernity, and he definitely has things to say about industrialization. I think that they react to one another in these acute ways, rather than always being at each other's throats in direct confrontation. And that's what makes the 19th century so compelling as a story, just because of the sheer vitality of the arguments that are taking place in ways bits.
What we should say here, when you mention Karl Marx, maybe the color red comes up for people, and they think the Soviet Union, maybe China, but they don't think Germany necessarily. It's interesting that, Germany is where communism was supposed to happen. That's right. And so, can you maybe speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a factor in the entire history that we're referencing. Marx and Engels never really shed their identity as Germans. Many of their preconceptions, even those traces of nationalism that they had within themselves, even as they were condemning nationalism as a fraud against the working class, clearly their entire formation had been affected by their German background. And it's very true, as you point out, that Germany is tended to be the place where these predictions would play out. Also in France, also eventually in the United States. But it's it's Germany by virtue of its central location and then its rapid development, later in France with industrialization, give it a special role in Marx's worldview. So it's a lasting irony, or a central irony of this whole story, that when a government establishes itself that claims to be following Marx's prescriptions and realizing his vision, it happens in the wreckage of the Russian Empire, a place that did not match the requirements of being industrialized, developed, well on its way in this historical process. And nobody knew this better than the Bolsheviks. Lenin and his colleagues had a keen sense that what they were doing, exciting as it was a gamble. It was a risk, because in fact, the revolution to really take hold had to seize power in Germany. And that's why immediately after taking power, they're not sure they're going to last. Their hope, their promise of salvation is that a workers' revolution will erupt in Germany, defeated Germany, in order to link up with the one that has been launched in this unlikely Russian location, and henceforth, great things will follow that do hew to Marx's historical vision. The last thing to mention about this is that this predominance of German thinking of Marx had two other reflections. One was that German socialists and later communists organized in order to fulfill Marx's vision, and they produced something that leaves other Westerners in awe in the late 19th century, and that's the building of a strong German workers' movement and a social democratic party. That social democratic party, by 1912, is the largest party in German politics by vote, and there's the possibility they might even come to power without needing radical revolution, which, again, also goes against Marx's original vision of the necessity for a revolution. Workers around the world, or rather radical socialists, look with admiration and awe at what the Germans have achieved, and they see themselves as trying to do what the Germans have done. The final point is, growing up during the Cold War, one thought that if you want to represent somebody as being a communist, that person has to have a Russian accent, because Russia, after all, the homeland of this form of government, the Soviet Union, that must be the origin. Before the Bolsheviks seized power, in order to really be a serious radical socialist, you needed to read German, because you needed to read Marx, and you needed to read Kautsky, and you needed to read Bernstein and other thinkers in this tradition. And it's only after the Soviet seizure of power that this all changed. So there's lots of Marx phenomena.
Which is why the clash between nationalism and communism in Germany is such a fascinating aspect of history and all the different trajectories it could take. And we'll talk about it. If we return to the 19th century, you said that Marx's chief rival was Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, who famously said in 1942, quote, "The passion for destruction is also creative passion." So, what kind of future did Bakunin envision?
Well, Bakunin, in some things, agreed with Marx, and in many others, he was an anarchist rather than hewing to the sort of scheme of history that Marx was proposed. So he did see humanity as fighting a struggle for a better way of life. He envisioned, as your quote suggests, that revolution and sheer confrontation, overthrow the existing state of things, not compromise, was going to be the way to get there. But his vision was very different. Rather than organizing conspiratorial and hierarchical political movements, Bakunin envisioned that the ties would be far looser, that both the revolutionary movement and the future state of humanity would grow out of the free association of anarchist thinking, the free association of individuals who rejected hierarchical thinking in their relations with one another, rejected the form of organized violence.
What the fuck is that?
Traditional religion.
Can you hear me? Can you
hear me? Hierarchies.
Yo.
Bakunin is
Yo.
part of
Check your fucking message.
Socialist
Dog.
change.
Yeah, check your fucking messages. I've been trying to talk to you for 2.5 hours. I have too. Check when I sent the message. It's a long time ago. And I didn't send. That's okay, dude. But you should just know that I was trying to tell you what to do. You weren't listening to me, and I gave up on you. Dog, I mean, if I truly gave up on you, I have not sent you a message. But what do you want me to do? Keep trying to talk to you for 2 hours? No, none of that is true. Something was wrong where you couldn't hear me at all. No, he went to he messaged me. He went running an errand. Check your messages though. That's how long ago I was trying to talk to you. And you're right. I wouldn't give up on you, but I just I was spinning my wheels trying to communicate to you. I was screaming at you like multiple for minutes on end. Boy, dog. Yes, they. Yeah, but it's not called bootleg. It's called rooting. Yeah. Oh, all right. %. That's right. You're good, big dog. Word, dog. No. No one's a rabbi. When we get really big, then sure. But I mean, it's small enough, and I'm here all the time, so. We'll work. We'll work on that. I'm gonna create rules perhaps in the future, in the very near future, and you will get a special gamer role. I can tell you that. Rust or dirt. Word dog. Excellent. Thank you, sir. We call those periods. Welcome, big dog. Hey, look who it is. How are you? I'm lovely. Thank you so much for coming. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you today, Sky? Excellent. I am a friend of your boyfriend, Mr. Sir Smoke a Lot, and I want you to know how much I appreciate you being here. Sky, do you mind if I tell you a little bit about myself? Excellent. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, this is a time capsule for society. I've been live streaming going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, through saltwater greenhouses, through floating greenhouses, through hydroponics, through cloud seeding, and through hydroponics, cloud seeding, agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, and there's another one, vertical farming. Apologies. I want to help end world through the universal adoption of desalination plants, where we pump water from the world's oceans onto land to make it drinkable, particularly for those in the developing world. I don't think that anyone should die from starvation or thirst really in the 21st century anymore. Other things that we talk about on the stream that are, I feel, important to society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter, things like alien disclosure. We talk about faster than light travel. We talk about things like de-extinction, essentially bringing back previous species that were once extinct. The first successful de-extinction, I don't know if you know this guy, but actually took place in the year 2003. It was with a Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years to de-extinct the woolly mammoth. Sky, do you know what a woolly mammoth is? Excellent. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth using an African elephant and creating a hybrid to reintroduce into the Arctic Circle, the company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and also the dodo bird. So perhaps within a decade or so, you might be able to see some once extinct animals back in, hopefully flourishing in the wild. Other things that we talk about that I think are important to society are things like life extension technology. Sky, when you were born, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80. And I want to improve that. I want to increase that. And you may ask, well, okay, Rabbi, how are we going to increase that? Through types of technology like human growth hormone, steroids, additionally, perhaps stem cells, the use of nootropics, the use of cryonics, cryogenics, the use of perhaps ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. We'll get you to age 100, 120, but eventually you're going to say, Rabbi, my 120-year-old body's breaking down. Now what can you do for me? And that's when the next type of technology comes into play, which is very exciting. It's known as mind uploading technology. Sky, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Well, it's my privilege to be able to tell you that. So what do you mean? You may be asking, Rabbi, that you don't think I'm going to die. Well, with mind uploading technology, essentially we scan your brain into a computer, all with your consent, at like a CAT scan or an MRI for later download, essentially knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system. We'll know where every memory is of yours, what makes you you, gives you your charisma. What up, Manticora? How are you? Excellent, excellent. I'm in the middle of talking to a new friend. We have Sky here. Sky, this is Manticora. Manticora, this is Sky. Excellent. Manticora, how'd you find out about me? Yeah, absolutely. Just un momento, por favor. So, Sky, just one moment. Let's put a bookmark in that conversation. Don't worry. I'm going to make sure that you have mind uploading technology, but at least let me be able to explain to Manticore what we're doing. Manticore, if you can, just be patient for a second. I just want to finish telling my friend Sky some information, and then we will talk to you, okay?
Magia, o si puedes tener un segundo de paciencia. Solo quiero terminar de contarle algo a mi amiga SKY y luego hablaremos contigo, ¿de acuerdo?
Gracias. Essentially, mind uploading technology will allow us to store your brain capacity, your soul, so to speak, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, in a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, perhaps an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to be. But what I essentially think you may have the opportunity is a chance at digital immortality, which is very exciting. And you may say, well, Rabbi, I'm just a normal person. I don't have the money to do that. And I understand that. I have more data online than any person in global history. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. Essentially, in the year 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, gold, water, air, petroleum, platinum, everything. And I have more data than any person ever. And little by little, I'm becoming more and more famous, and I'm going to go viral someday. And when that happens, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. I'm going to make sure that not only can you provide for yourself, provide for your family, provide for your friends, but then you're going to have excess that I want you to start charities with, other philanthropic organizations, and do your best to make a positive impact on the world. How does that sound to you, Sky? Excellent, excellent. Well, with that, we're watching your boyfriend play. He loves rally cars. I'm sure you know that. So I don't have to teach you anything about that. Now, you like Minecraft, is that correct? Roblox. You like Roblox, right? Excellent. Well, I am the number one streamer in the Roblox Discord. I'm very familiar with Roblox. I had some guys in here playing it last night. And do you know what Blox Fruits is? Excellent. Yeah, so that's a big game too. So I'm the number one streamer in that Discord as well. You should know I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. You're currently live on 10 different YouTube accounts. I'm live on I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. So essentially, I've done everything I can to have redundant streams and be as uncancelable as possible. And hopefully, in the future, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be too much longer, I'm going to go viral. And when that happens, like I said, all your dreams are going to come true. So just be patient. How's that sound? Excellent. All right, we've got your boyfriend in here. He is running around with a gun. He loves to trash talk the teammates. He looks like he's in a manner of some sort, shooting up somebody's house, and then he just got shot. All right, so he needs to learn how to get good. All right, come on, going up the stairs. Going up the stairs. Now he's going down the stairs, shooting this. And these guys, if you notice, they are dressed like the characters in Squid Games. Sky, do you know what Squid Games is? Okay, okay. Well, well, I want you to know, Sky, from a third-party perspective, you got yourself a very nice boyfriend. He is very enjoyable. His company is very enjoyable. He's funny, and so good on you. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your high praise. It means the world to me. Yeah, I get it. That happens. There are a bunch of guys who come in here, And if you didn't know what this is, it's a universal translator, so it can speak in any language. You name it: Spanish, Arabic, Hebrew, French, German, Russian, Swahili. It speaks everything. And I feel like with this type of technology, we can really bridge the gap from a communication standpoint to the world. And when we have modes of communication and we can understand each other, it's just going to make it easier to come to world peace. Now, I understand that I get people every day who say, Rabbi, we're never going to have world peace. And I understand that perspective, but what they don't understand is perhaps if you study alien uh, civilizations or even just the potentiality of extraterrestrial life, in order for them to get off their planet, they have to have peace at home. And there's nothing different that would happen in our case as well. So basically, we have to have peace on our home planet before we can start some of this other technology, things like space tourism and the terraforming of other planets like Mars, perhaps the moons of Jupiter like Europa, perhaps Venus, and then eventually get into interstellar travel and intergalactic travel. The next closest star to ours is Alpha Centauri, and it's approximately 4 light years away. So that means you could get there under conventional physics if you were able to travel close to the speed of light. Within about 4 years, you could spend time there and come back after 4 years and tell us all about it. And that could be a realistic trip for people in the future. And with the idea of digital immortality, you may be able to witness that. And I just think that's extremely exciting. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Which one? Which one? Sure. What is your friend's name? Can you send me? I'll send you a message and you send me his name and I'll unban him just because I like you.
¿Cómo se llama tu amigo? ¿Me puedes enviar un mensaje y me dices su nombre y cómo lo desvane solo porque me gustas?
You're welcome. I just sent you I just sent you a message. So take a look at your messages, Montecore, and you'll be able to see it. Just send me what his username is and we'll get him off the list.
Te acabo de enviar un mensaje. Mira tus mensajes, Manticore, y podrás verlo. Solo envíame su nombre de usuario y lo quitaremos del primer lugar de la lista.
Sure. You're welcome. I don't ban very many people at all, so I don't know what the guy did, but I'll take a look. I'm sure it wasn't too serious. Usually, if I ever have to ban people, because they're very, very loud, but purposefully, they'll come in here and play chainsaws and stuff while I sleep just to be funny. I will also get people who like to just yell the N word for absolutely no reason. Those people just get annoying. But generally, I allow people to talk about just about any topic that you want. Um, and yeah, I don't really have an issue. I have people who disagree with me. I am open to alternative theories. I'm open to alternative opinions, but so long as it maintains decorum. If people start to get, for one reason or another, super purposefully loud, then I ban them. Yep, I am. Well, thank you. Excellent. Excellent. Hello, I see. Un momento. I'll make sure to make that clear to everybody. He's just defensive. Okay. Your friend is unbanned.
Tu amigo está en la banda.
You're welcome. I don't know. Well, Sky, if I'm not talking your ear off, do you mind if I tell you some other technology that we talk about? Excellent. So I'm really into mega projects, and I really feel one way we could really make the world better is in the same way that we have the channel, the English Channel tunnel that connects England to continental Europe. I would like to do the same between Asia and North America, which is known as a Bering Strait tunnel. Essentially, it needs to be 51 miles under the seabed that would connect perhaps rail and or car transportation that I think would definitely revolutionize the connections and diplomatic diplomatic um, ties between different nations. Currently, in order to travel basically intercontinentally, you have to take a boat or a plane, which are fine, but doesn't allow people of all means to be able to make the trip. However, a Bering Strait tunnel would allow people to drive essentially from Los Angeles to Cape Town or New York City to Cairo in while it would take a long time, it would be possible. Additionally, I would like to see an area of northern Colombia, southern Panama, known as the Darien Gap, which is about 90 miles or so of heavily forested rainforest, a very dense rainforest that can only be currently trekked using either on foot or like with a motorcycle or like a dirt bike. But I'd like to expand the trail to be a realistic road. And once that would be completed and the Bering Strait tunnel would be completed, so we're talking about 51 miles between Asia and North America and less than 100 miles between Panama and Colombia, you would be able, or one person would be able to drive a car from perhaps Buenos Aires to Cape Town, or perhaps Sao Paulo to Pretoria, or perhaps uh, Rio de Janeiro to Paris. And that would be to me like a vital to uniting the world. And if there are questions like, well, could we build a tunnel that long? Yes, in Asia it's being done. We already have the tunnel in Europe, and it just takes cooperation. And over the course of the next 100 years or so, I'd like to see that those projects completed. Additionally, there's always been a discussion of a transatlantic tunnel, essentially a tunnel from perhaps New York City to London or New York City to Paris. I'm a huge advocate for that as well. There are people who argue that due to earthquakes or other seismic issues, that this would be dangerous, but people don't realize that if you put the tunnel underground, under the seabed, essentially, that seismic effects are much lessened the lower you go into the Earth's crust or the deeper you go into the Earth's crust. So that really, when you have an earthquake or something, the seismic effects are strongest at the surface, but as you move lower and lower into the Earth's crust, where the tunnel would be, you might not even know that an earthquake would be going on. These are not just my thoughts. These are many of the thoughts of Elon Musk's Boring Company. The Boring Company essentially is doing what it can to alleviate traffic in dense areas of the world. And I would like to see that type of technology utilized globally. Other things that we talk about, in particular, some of Elon Musk's advancements. One of them is known as Neuralink. You're probably familiar with Neuralink. This is a brain computer interface that has successfully been implanted in a human being. The first successful implementation is in a man named Nolan Aspra. Nolan is a quadriplegic person, meaning he can't use his legs or his arms, but he can play video games better than Sir Smoke a Lot, better than you and me alone combined. The reason why is because he essentially has an auto aimer with the use of Neuralink, this brain computer interface. There have been two successful brain computer interfaces, Neuralinks, that have been implanted in humans. And as the trials continue, it seems to have a lot of success, and it will be able to improve not just people with disabilities, but perhaps the average person someday. Additionally, things about which I'm an advocate are a neural network. So essentially, we have the internet right now, which is uses cables, and we're moving more towards an augmented reality world, and then into a virtual reality world. But eventually, we'll have something known as a neural network, which will allow us to perhaps communicate telepathically with each other. It will perhaps allow us to download information wirelessly. All of these things, I'm not saying will be available within the next year, but perhaps the next 100 years or so, at least with trials. These are fascinating things about science to me, and I think that they are important for the world. And so I do my best to inject these types of conversations into the discussions that I have with people, because I know that they won't generally hear it in the mainstream, and that's fine. Eventually, we will be able to hopefully insert these types of topics and words and phrases into the global zeitgeist, and these things won't be seen as science fiction anymore. They will be science fact, because they are actually possible if we just put a little bit of effort into it. So I appreciate you allowing me to share that with you, Sky. And with that, I see I'm watching Sir Smoke a Lot's stream. It's just like a circular Xbox thing. Oh, that's okay. So that's enough about me. Sky, tell me about yourself. Anything that you feel comfortable sharing, please let me know. If you're not comfortable sharing anything, you have that. You don't have to answer, but tell me about yourself. Okay, that's fine. Hey, that's okay. Excellent. What are you studying? That's phenomenal. Good on you. Wonderful. Okay, and you like to play Roblox. What else do you like to play? Okay, I understand that. If you had more time, what game would you want to play? Okay, very cool. Excellent. Well, hopefully in the future, when I'm able to provide you with anything that you may need, you'll be able to play a lot more Overwatch, and you'll still be able to get your degree, but less pot washing. And unless you want to continue to do. Okay, excellent. Okay, well, I want you to be comfortable. I want you to be happy, and so we'll do our best to ensure that occurs as soon as possible. Okay. Oh, okay. Very well. So that's how you met? Very well. I got you. Well, you know what? The pot wash is a very, in my opinion, in a kitchen, it is somewhat the most critical role, even more than a cook or a bartender or anything else. Because if you don't have clean dishes, be- because if you don't have clean dishes, nothing can go out. So you have a very key role. Yeah, no, I understand that. Uh, no, I understand. Yeah, nobody deserves that. And I can imagine. So, Sir Smoke a lot. Are you Monster and Monster Raw Fury? That's what I like to hear. All right, what are we watching? Star Trucker. Yay! I like this one. Sky, have you seen him play this? Oh, you're missing out. So basically, excellent. He's a truck driver in space. Sky, do you like the Beatles? Do you like the Beatles? Okay, excellent. I know that Sir Smoke a lot likes the Beatles, and I like the Beatles, so I like to know that we have Beatles fans in the house. All right, so here he is in his space truck. What are you delivering? Algae again? Oh, there you go. Now, now, hold on a second. There is not any. There aren't any air molecules in space, so does it really make a sound? I think I recall this. Yes. So it's essentially a monorail that yeah. Sir Smoke a lot. Can you add more cargo to your cargo train, or three? Are three the most you can? So do you go slower when you have more cargo? Uh oh. Uh oh. Is that a train? Oh, it's another truck. It's another truck. Go. Go through the portal. Do, do people ever try to rob your truck? Okay. Nice. So you made it to the dock. I like it though. I don't like that. What happens if you hit a cactus? Sir, Smoke a lot. Why aren't you playing Murder Mystery with your girlfriend? Wow, your horse is spinning very quickly. That's an excellent question, Sky. Why are you dressed as a caveman? I think he's frozen as well. Excellent observation. Sir Smokelot. Sir Smokelot, can you hear us? Please do. He came in here a few hours ago, and for 2 hours, he could not hear me. And he would be like, Rabbi, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? And I'm yelling at him, yes, I'm here. And he'd be like, I don't know why you're not talking to me. I'm like, dog, I tried. I sent him a message telling him, hey, I'm here. You've either got me muted or something. There you go. Same thing. There he is. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Something's going on with your device, dog. It's a device, my friend. It's a device. I'm a very patient individual. All right, Sir Smoke a Lot. When are you going to share your screen so we can critique your gameplay? Sir Smoke a Lot. When are you going to share your screen so we can critique your gameplay? No, I take the verbal abuse. We're not teaming up on you. We want to watch you play. Okay. Welcome, Goober. How are you? We hope you're having a good day. Goober, how's your day? What's Number 47 said number 3, but you're the cutest jailbird I ever did see. I sure would be delighted with your company. So come on to our jailhouse. Dog, come on, be nice. Be nice. Come on. My- Baby, why don't we go Jamaica, Florida, please? A place called Kokomo. That's where you wanna go to get away from. Bum, 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 bum. Bodies in the sand. Tropical drink blowing in your hand. That easy look in your eyes. Give me a tropical contact high. Down in Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take ya. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, mama. Love, baby, why don't we go Jamaica? Who sings that? I'm testing you, Sir Smoke-A-Lot. Who sings that? Good job, my friend. You're very good. Wow. And we sing songs. You like Duran Duran? She's very nice, my man. You got yourself a very nice girlfriend. Dog, this is the same girl who you told me not 4 hours ago you wanted to spend the rest of your life with. Welcome back, Sky. And what color bow did you recommend? And why did you recommend white? Okay. Yeah, well, that's a good that's a good suggestion that you made. All right, so hey, Sir Smoke a Lot, he muted us. There he is. That's what we wanted. He's playing a car game. This is known as Drift Racing Online. What is this? Dark? He loves these games. I just received a message that says Discord is. Oh, never mind. It went away. Why isn't he undeafened? Do you know? Sky, do you know why Sir Smoke a Lot is not undeafened? Okay. Why did you have? Why did you have us deafened, dog? I know. Why did you have us deafened? Okay. Dog. That's what she said. Okay, you call it drifting, she called it car rallying, but that's pretty close, my man. Hopefully. Absolutely. It's been Yeah, diagnostics. Gee, that could work. Sir Smoke a lot. Are you there, big dog? 253.3. 253. 253.3. 250.3. Good. You're welcome. Fuck yeah, I'm the king of 69.
A lot of people are going to stop watching me. I'm cool with that. I just pray that everybody that does stop watching me, I pray that you guys still have the best of the best lives. I hope you guys have an amazing, happy, healthy new year. I hope everyone's families, I hope everyone's friends, I hope everyone's safe and happy and healthy. That's the most important thing. And I just want to show people the real side of what I like to do and show people, my heart. Because sometimes it's so easy to be misguided or misinterpreted, misunderstood. It's like I know exactly what that's like. So yeah, that's it. I don't really got shit to say. I think it's just more shit to prove. I think there's more shit to prove. There's a lot to catch up on. There will be some streams where I'm not fucking doing what I'm talking about. There's gonna be just streams where I'm just sitting here talking for sure. But for the most part, I'm just gonna be here to just show people that that's just what I want to do in my life, what I want to do, what I enjoy doing. I think going live and doing what I'm doing at this point, I need to do things that I like to do. You motherfuckers, man, I've been having live in 2-3 months, and you guys are just spitting this fucking cat. Yeah, motherfucker, I'm gonna talk all I want. It's the first stream back. Like I said, a lot of you guys are gonna give a fuck with these new styles of streams. A lot of you guys will, and I'm okay with that. It's okay to have broke people. It's okay to be like, oh, fuck this new version of this person. I'm okay with this. I've already accepted the fact going into this thing that I'm gonna have to clean up and I'm gonna have to figure out new forums of people who enjoy me. And I just feel like I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission to help. And I want to just say the number one inspiration that I got from this is Sneeko. I want to let everyone know right now the best content creator right now is Sneeko. What he's doing, the way he's transforming, the way he's fucking transitioning into what he's doing. He's making the coolest fucking art. I call art. It's crazy what he's doing. He is fucking hungry, and what he's doing is just amazing. And a lot of people can't admit that. I'll just tell you guys it is. A lot of people, I get shit to this day from being friends with him, and I'll never ever say that I'm not friends with that guy because he's had my back when the times have been the worst, when the times are the best. That's a good guy, and him and I've had our issues, but that's just one person that I can say is as real as can be. And I fuck with Sneeko, and I will always have love for Sneeko. So when I see Sneeko doing this shit, it's like, damn, this guy's got this whole hungry shit back. He went to New York. He put himself in the freezing cold part of New York with the weather, and he's doing great shit. And kind of what I want to do is just kind of position myself to kind of do what I want to do. And Sneako's doing what he wants to do. And I've always told myself, and this is when I was younger, I said to myself, when as I grow, I'm about to be 25 this year. I think you guys understand. When I started streaming with you guys, I think I was like 19 or 20 years old. I'm about to be 25. And as I grow out of things. So my behavior, that's just part of life. You guys know this shit. I know, bro. No, it's actually fucking insane. I was literally just 21 years old in LA, fucking putting on and getting to where I need to be. But as of right now, bro, I'm telling you guys, there's still so much more growth I need to do. There's still so much more. And I don't know how old you guys are. I really don't know. A lot of you guys have known me for years, but I don't know how old you guys are now. You guys can state your age. Let's go fucking 21, 30, 18, 23, 18. Yeah, a lot of you guys started watching me like fucking 15, 16. A lot of you guys are 18 right now, 19. It's crazy, bro. My audience is growing up with me. And one thing I can tell you guys is just how toxic things can be. We can find ways to still have fun. But it doesn't mean that I'm gonna just make everything. And again, like if I'm rambling irrelevance, if I'm fucking rambling, it doesn't have to do with I'm just getting everything out. Because there's also much more catching you have to film. That's just that. But one thing I will tell you guys is the internet right now is just a shitty place. It's a shitty place. And it's so contagious how shitty it is. And it's just different. And I've already accepted the fact that it's shit. But if there's one person that I can inspire to do something good in the world, then that's it. Then I win. So if I could just put out something that someone's like, okay, this is heartwarming and I want to be inspired to do something like this, I win. I don't care if it's 1 or 2 people. Fucking it. As long as it's one person, it can be fucking one. Thousands can watch, hundreds of thousands can watch the views on fucking Twitter, fucking TikTok, wherever it is.
one person that's just watching this and loves it. I can go to sleep at night and be like, all right, you know what? One person. Don't look for just one person. One fucking person. That's all it was. Because if I could tell myself back years ago in high school, bro, you'd have fucking an army watching you. Like, what? No way. And I think that's what I forget. I think that's what I forget. I forget. I think I don't realize it. But I never want to realize it because if I realize it, then it's like, that's when, you know, a lot of shit can change. So again, as I grow up and I have a lot more maturity, I'm far from fucking grown and mature. I don't want to be someone like, oh man, I'm just completely going up and all this shit and fuck everything else. But I just want to set myself in a way where I want to be around specific things. There's still gonna be times to joke and have fun and all that, but I wanna be the best version of myself for the future, for humanity. Like, why the fuck am I here right now with this platform, what I have? It's like I've given a ton of opportunity. You guys know that, but sometimes opportunity just is not enough. There's just people out there that are needing assistance in some things, and I always wonder myself, like, yo, bro, there's all these billionaires and millionaires. It's like they have so much fucking money, and it's like, why are we not helping the need? And it's just like I want to be a person that can inspire that. I want to be a person that can inspire that. Another person that will shout out is Drake. I mean, like, bro, like that whole thing I did with him. Drake is Drake. You know, he's number one in all these things and has all this stuff. And him and I are very close. And, you know, I have a very great friendship with him in a way where he explains things in real life situations. He's been through so much. He's very wise. He's experienced, and all he wants to do is bless and give back. And there's a lot of things you guys just don't hear about. What I'm trying to say is, in his position, he feels the work. He loves giving back, and that's just what it's all about. So to chat, I'm gonna let you guys know today what I'm doing. I'm gonna let you guys know what I'm going to be doing in my career. We're still gonna have streams where I'm sitting down, reacting to clips, and having fun with my friends. But for the most part, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not gonna be live every day. I'm not gonna be live every day for at this point in my life. I want to be live with shit set up where you guys can see me go do this shit. For example, like me and Ben Don, this week we're gonna do a stream where him and I go to Best Buy and Target, buy stuff, and you're gonna see us go do shit that like is just heartwarming, and that's the shit we want to do. Him and I were speaking last night about it. That's just what we want to do. We want to show you the process. We want to show you what it's like, the whole thing. And it's just, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm on. And if you don't want to watch me, and you don't watch me, that's it. But if you want to watch me, and you want to see the good side of things, and the happiness, and the warmth, then watch. But if you don't, and you want to see me bring on crazy shit on my stream and all this stuff, it's coming. We're just not doing that right now. I need to take a break. I need to find a way to show the mass. I don't give a fuck if you like me or don't like me. I just want to show. Even if you don't like me, I want you to just fuck with what I'm doing. And what I'm doing is just showing people a break. Whoa, break. What the fuck are you guys thinking about? I'm not going on a break for a very long time. What are you saying? What the fuck is saying break? I'm not going on a break. What are you saying? Did I say break? What did I say? I didn't say break. I didn't talk to you guys, bro. Let me see what the fuck is in this chat because I got a shitty ass monitor. That citrus got me a crate. Eric Mertz. Eric, I hope you've had an amazing fucking New Year. Pizza, I hope you've had an amazing New Year. Riz, you said I gotta take a break. I don't know why I said that. I already took a fucking break. I'm not taking another break. I'm just not gonna be I'm not gonna be an everyday streamer. Borda, what's good? Aladar, A1600, what's good, my boy? GT, Sam Bond, where are you right now, bro? It's 30 frames. It should not be. I put it to 60. Refresh your page. I missed you more. A lot of you guys say I miss you more. Bro, let me explain something to you guys. This is what I can promise you. As I grow up, as you've seen me throughout the years, bro, I swear to God, listen, this is just one thing I'm going to say. Sometimes, guys, it's just not cool to do certain shit anymore. You know? And I think that comes with growing. And you guys are just going to grow with me, and that's that. You guys are going to grow with me. And I'm only going to give this attention one time. I deleted my Twitter community for a specific reason. The reason I saw was last night. So I'm going to explain something to you guys. I knew what I wanted to do for my comeback show. I didn't want it to be something crazy where it was, oh fuck, it was supposed to be bring something up. Drake was going crazy on shit, and again, like there's just still something we can do one day with him. You know, maybe we'll see. Like, there's some shit. But listen, just listen. Listen, what I'm about to tell you. What I saw yesterday, and again, I'm not giving it attention, but what I saw yesterday was just the specific reason why I want to restart everything. When I tell people that I'm giving Jake Future a birthday that I could not attend to because my mother was in the hospital for bronchitis. So this was just it was a horrible 2 weeks I had. And my mom is old and she's doing a lot better. Anyone, I got DMs that night from that stream. Thank you so fucking much for people actually DM me. I swear to God, I read them because I was like, let me see what the fuck people are talking about. Like, I missed you in it. Oh my God, pray for Mama Ross. That was awesome. Thank you so much. And I'll be doing this stream on Mom's very soon. But when I went on Twitter, and this is what broke my heart. Like, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing it. This is why I did the community. You guys got to understand. And I see everyone else doing it. I see FaZe doing it. I see Trippy's doing it. And a very, very, I hope everyone does it and follows through with it because it's stupid shit. Whatever. It's just like Reddit 2.0. It's like just dumb shit, whatever. When I tell people I'm coming back to give Jake Future a birthday that, you know, a way where I can show Jake on stream and then I can basically help my boy Jake out. My boy Jake, I miss this party. He's been a real friend of mine. He's been a real good guy throughout my entire life. Okay, well, not my entire life, but the past couple years I've been streaming. And we got him a kick deal. And obviously, like, what I want to do is have my boy on stream. I want to plug his kick. And on top of all of that, what I want to do is I want to bless him and his mom today. His mom is a real hero. His mom is an absolute hero, and I think all of us don't know this. And when I saw on Twitter you guys just saying the most evilest things, it makes me just, and honestly, I'm not perfect. I've said crazy shit, and this is all my fault. I'm taking full accountability for raising you motherfuckers, the motherfuckers that are going on Twitter and making the craziest statements on certain people. And I'm like, wow, this is my fault, and I feel horrible for it. And I promised myself that these people are not going to make it on my channel this entire year. I'm going to make sure all these people are banned. I'll make sure all these people just don't exist. I want nothing to do with any of these people, and that's that. That's what I want. I want all that. I want all that, just all you guys to know. I'm not giving you attention. I'm not giving you guys anything I need to give. Because my chat is just way different from my actual community. I want to make that very clear. It really is. My live chat is a lot different. And I want to take accountability. I made it this way. On Twitch, it wasn't this bad. It just got bad on Kick because of the way this is my behavior and my environment. But again, I'm a grown, about to be 25-year-old man. I take full accountability for that. My actions, everything. And again, people have heard this many times about change, all this stuff. But I'm telling you guys right now, it's a lot different. I took a step to delete my Twitter community. I took a step to plan things out and want to just make things better. And I'm just at a point in my life, bro, where I've done the biggest and best collaborations. And I just want to now, when people watch my streams, I just want it to all be about healing the world. And this is what me and Stico spoke about a lot. Healing and just showing people straight up, like, this is just raw footage that you see that. If it just inspires one person, that's all it takes. And that's it. My streams aren't going to be 8 hours, 6 hours long anymore. Every day, I might do that, you know, play once in a while, do whatever. I'm not committing to anything. What I will tell you is the shit that, I'm not gambling. I'm not gambling on .us or .com. That's correct. Someone said that, yeah. I'm not doing any stake for the first time in my career. See how that lasts. No, I'm kidding. I do miss one. Whenever I do play, it hits. Sports gambling, I mean, off stream, whatever I do is whatever I do off stream. I gamble off stream no matter what. So, but this era for me is just growing. It's just a growth era. And this is the problem we're going to do. I'm not going to force anything. I'm not going to do anything. So no more tipping. I did not do a Christmas giveaway this year, did I? Yo, I did not do a Christmas giveaway this year. I did not. I did not do a Christmas giveaway this year. I didn't do a Christmas giveaway. The one with Drake is Drake's giveaway. It was Drake that did everything, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. But I got to do one too. I want to do it in person. Is it still too late to do some type of like holiday giveaway or not? Be honest. Is it? What the fuck is he saying, Thompson? What? Yo, what? Oh, okay, he's here. Okay. So, again, I'm not going live to make money anymore. Whatever I make in this shit, I'm putting straight back into blessing people, and that's what I'm doing. And today I'm celebrating my boy Jake Future's birthday. That's what I'm doing today. And whatever I decide to do for the next few months or multiple months is what I want to do, and that's that. And that's what I want to do. And if I want to, let's send Jake in here. Let's send Jake in the room. Let's put Jake. Come, Jake. Pull up. Let me say what's up to you, bro. Let me say what's up to you, Jake. I want to talk to you. I want to look at you, bro. He's coming. Oh shit. This is my brother Jake Future, man. The realest as it gets. Oh, 1 second. He's calling. Yo. Mute. All right, Jake is coming up. Jake is coming up. All right. Jake is coming upstairs. 1 second. But yeah, Jake is coming up right now. And Chris, let's get that email ASAP, please. For the love of God, what the fuck are y'all spamming, bro? For the love of bro, come on, bro. I just want a whole rant, a whole speech. What the fuck are y'all doing, bro? No, stop. The internet is in this weird ass place where you guys can say the craziest shit, but in person you're not saying that shit, bro. And I'm one to just. Everyone's like ironic, but bro, I literally learned. Like I've actually understood it. Like this break really helped me understand. Thank you. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. That means the absolute world to me that you did that instantly. And dude, like, I just think we all. By the way, guys, I have a 5090 coming in, and I'm talking a Paradox. If I was to give you guys 5090s, how crazy is a 5090 compared to a 4090? That's what I really need to ask. Somebody explain it in like NBA terms or like UFC terms, because I don't really understand shit. So, what's the difference? It's not a PR era. I'm just showing you guys the real me. There's still gonna be jokes and toxicity to an extent, but you guys have to understand, I'm not doing the crazy shit no more. It's just I'm getting older, bro. I'm about to be 25 years old, bro. Can I get an example of what it's like? No, I'm not doing steak at all. No, there's no steak on my channel. There's no steak. The only steak you see is back there. Fucking sandbox painting. That's it. Oh, I hear Jake. I hear Jake. Jake's coming right now. Have him pull up a little seat. I'm saying, I'm kind of nervous. It's been a while. Sorry, it's cold. Yeah, I like it cold. Yeah. Yes, sir. Jake Future. What's up, brother? I like the hair. I love the hair. Jake, say what's up to the chat. I'll get you a chair right here, man. All right, sit on down, Jake. I want to talk to you about something. Okay. So, thank you very much. Are you smoking? Are you serious? Wow. It's not even smoking. Okay, real quick, hold on a second. Is it double check? All right. So, Jake, I've been streaming like 2 months, right? Yeah. And I wanted to do this stream for you because I know that obviously I was there for your birthday, and I saw Sneeko was, and at the time, my mom was, what happened, yeah. But today I know you saw a little bit downstairs. I did some cool shit for you. Are you excited? How you feeling, bro? That's good. Hey, be honest, did you miss me shooting, bro? I know. Oh my god. I'm like nervous, bro. Holy shit, guy. He has like aura or some shit, bro. I'm like, why am I nervous in front of you? Holy fuck. Oh my god. Okay, guys, listen. Listen, real quick. So today's stream, I want everyone to understand, this is me being a fucked up friend, even though I was obviously going through what I was going through. I should have been there for your birthday. I called you, I didn't, but I should have been there, guys. I should have been there. I could have taken a quick flight in and out. But yeah, you're free. For me, you got me a Christmas gift. Hanukkah gift. Oh, hell no. Okay, so you got me a gift? I got you a gift too. Yeah, I did. Oh my god, Jake. You got me nervous, bro. Holy shit, I'm like tingling. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's because I'm shooting 2 months, bro. Yeah, that Jake has aura, bro. What the fuck? Wait, okay, so wait. Talk about your new hair, bro. Like, when did you do that? Oh my god, bro. We getting all the bitches with that shit. I'm like, okay, chat. What do you guys think I got Jake Future? What do you guys think that I got Jake? What do you guys think that I got? Alright? Oh my god, they're so weird. How do they know? I didn't know. I did not get you a watch. Alright? I did not get you a watch. They're being weird as fuck. I did not get him a watch. Okay, wait. Give me him when you got me. It's a man career. Okay, tell me this. Is it, do I wear it a lot? Do I wear it a lot, or do I wear it like on occasion? What could it be, chat? What could it be? What could it be? Is it a jacket? Okay. I'm gonna time that you can guess what I got you, and I'll be honest with you. A necklace. Okay, fuck, alright. Alright, take a guess what I got you. What? Cheeser? What the fuck? No, not cheeser. Oh, by the way, chat, and I mean this with everything I love, by the way, like, I got love for the guy, but I don't talk to cheeser. Yeah, he's a square, bro. So you're from New Jersey, that's y'all call it, he's a square. Yeah, he's a square. W's, yeah, they're happy. No, I'm kidding, it's just, I'm just fucking. Also, I know, obviously, like, I'm gonna just say it, bro, fucking you. Coffee and Coffee felt bad, too. They're gonna pull up, say what's up to you. They wanted to just give you a present. Matter of fact, I want to call Coffee right now. Chad, how was their stream, by the way, yesterday? Was it good? Was their streams good? I'm just curious. Like, actually, be for real. Couple! Hey, look who it is! It's his birthday party. Are you bailing again? Sure, but are you bailing again? It's his birthday party. Where you at? Tell Jake. No, I called you. Did I call you? All right. Need duffel. You're coming right now? All right, man. All right. Yeah, he wouldn't bail on part 2. Yeah, he wouldn't do that shit. Go give me a Ty CEO with the 100 gifted. Oh, yo, bro. Okay, so check this out. So, Eddie, before I came on kick, he was like, yo, hey, unlimited credit card. Not to spend on you. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I am going to take you shopping. I'm kidding. Just because I think because you don't get SWAT. You know about the SWAT. Remember the American Dream stream? That was so fun. Bro. It was so sick. Bro, I know, bro. Should we run it back? We should do it again at some point, yeah? Yeah. I know you love that. That was fun. Okay, so what was I going to tell you? So, I was saying, Brian's streaming so well, I'm like nervous, but for some reason. I'm calming down a lot. Too. Guys, remind me what I was just saying. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Jake, holy shit. God, I missed you. Oh, Eddie gave me an unlimited card to gift subs. So, I'm letting you know, like, when we're done with the party shit, when we come back upstairs, I'm just going to give you just so you get some bread. Yeah, no, I got you. You know that. Because, chat, so I can start gifting streamers now. So I'm going to choose, like, kick streamers every time I'm live to gift. Because there's a lot of small streamers that don't get the recognition, you know? Yeah. Who are your favorite top 3 streamers now, by the way? Really, bro? Like, I get it. I haven't streamed in like 2 months. That is fucking crazy, bro. That's fine, bro. That's fine. I know I fell off the fucking Twitter. You don't see my name anymore. I get it, bro. But goddamn, bro. Like, I'm not even your top. All right, fine. Top. Give me your top 5 shooters. Just name 2 more. There we are. Okay. Duke, XQC, and okay, that's good. Okay. Prime, okay. Your rage. You know, your rage asked me for your number. Did he get you? Oh, that's fucking. I'm sorry. Wait, what did Rage say? What did he want? Oh, okay. Wait, you want to play with you? Oh shit. Well, I mean, you're talking to him right now. We'll ask Jake if you got the. Wait, did they reach out to you about the giveaway yet? Or, it's not Drake. I know it's not Drake. Did Snake reach out yet? Hey, it's gonna pay, right? It's gonna pay. Yeah, I got you. Make sure you get paid. Yeah, you get 100 racks. I forgot about that shit. Yeah, no, you're getting 100K. Snake will get. Right, Snake.
There he is.
Right now. I'll go to war for you.
How you living, pimp? I gotcha. Just chilling. We had what's his name? Sir Smoke a lot. He brought his girlfriend in, and they were in here for a long time. And I don't know how healthy their relationship exactly, but I wish the best for them. Aiden Ross just went live, and he hasn't been live in 2 months. It's same old shit. I mean, really, in my life, the big thing, and I'm really proud of this. I got these bots going, and they fucking work really nicely now. And I can tell that they're working because they get banned, and then they just start all over. And then I created bots on phones as well, and it's just a matter of time until I annoy the fuck out of these people. I mean, I've been doing it. It hasn't even been going 24 hours, and I say to myself, at least on Kick, I got pretty well known within a couple months there, and so hopefully something similar happens here on Twitch. And these things, exactly, and it's that mere exposure effect. First they ignore you, then they attack you, then they fight you, then you win, and that's what I've got to do. We got Kill Tony tonight, which is always cool. And I might do some singing a little later. Let's see if I do some karaoke or so. And last night, Riser and Zoot were here, and we played way into the night. So I'm a little tired today. Oh, pardon me. But I kind of feel like it's a calm before the storm. This is, and I could be wrong. It could just be calm for the future. But from what I see, when I spam these chats, people are like, "Not this asshole again," and I love that. And what I had the bots going for the past 3 days, but they weren't working the way that I really needed them to. Now I haven't touched them in like a couple hours, and they've just been perfect. Like once the thing is perfect, it's like don't touch it. It just works wonderfully. And I could never get them to the point where they were perfect. Even on Kick, it wasn't perfect, but these ones are really good. So what was wrong with them previously? It would be a question I have to ask myself. And it's really interesting, like, you know, all of the nuances, just whether you're searching from Japan or the Netherlands or the United States. All of them are different in how the page displays, and that causes like that's a huge headache. But I'm able to, and it just like makes a different box pop up for cookies, or it makes like the text different in the sign up process. But I work through all of that, and it's kind of fascinating that we're not all on the same rules globally, like just depending on your country. Yeah. Um, and the other thing that was fucking with me was basically the way the bot was going was that it would search by the live box, like it would recognize where in the upper left corner where it says live, and that's like image recognition, and if for one reason or another it doesn't get that image right, or it mistakes the image for something else, it it fucks up the whole thing. And that was really screwing me. And so I yeah, so I changed I it's all about consistency with a website and how these things load. And I changed my strategy. So instead of it doing this image recognition for the 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 live box, what I do instead is I do a search of the word English on the page, because the word English shows up a lot because that's usually what a lot of people use to speak. And that allows me a consistent way for the page to basically be displayed. Like basically, I need the boxes of the people's screens to always be in the right position for the mouse click. And if they're not, for whatever reason, they're off by just a little, it fucks me. But I'm like shocked how consistent this thing is. Usually I do these things and it's like one something gets fucked up on them, and I have to go and I have to click it. But I just did it, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna just listen to whatever Aiden Ross is saying, and I'll just let him go. And it's like I haven't touched these things in 2 hours, and once it's at that point, it's like it's pretty hands off. So that's super positive. Now on the phone front, where I've got, it's really, I cannot say, if the internet ends up being like the Twitch app, we're in for a bad time. And I know it will be. It's so much advertising. But yeah, and I just don't see that part of the internet because I use ad blockers. Like I've been using ad block 15 years. Right, exactly. I'm in the same way. Right. I'm in agreement with you. Yeah, dogs. All that beautiful bean footage. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Uh, but it's hard to avoid them. Well, at least on the Twitch app, it's like I figured like, oh, somebody's got some kind of way to stop ads on this fucking app. And the reason why I need the reason why I need them, I mean, is it causes inconsistency in where the mouse click's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be a 30-second ad. I don't know if it's going to be 2 minutes of an ad. And so I found a um somebody had like jailbroken or rooted, basically created like a bootleg APK, basically the file that you need, and for Twitch, and it allows you to have an experience where there are no ads. Really, really great. But yeah, but the unfortunate thing, it's too good to be true, because it when I post my well, I might be wrong on this. I might have to try it again. But basically, oh, yeah, Caspian Sea, I need to test it better, and that's fine. So long as I have the computers going, then I can start focusing on these things. But um, some of these people, especially at the very top of Discord, they've already come up with clip bots, and it's like impossible for me to even find my own clips that I'm doing on their stream. They just have so many. They just have um, so many clips that they're making. Like they might have 600 or 1,000 clips being made a day, and for me to find my one isn't that, like, I'm really not able to find them a lot of times. So the fact that I got the computers going, that is a major win for me. And then I'm going to focus on the device, the handhelds, the smartphones. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 handhelds that I can dedicate to this. So that'd be 7 devices, which is basically more than I ever did with Kick. I did perhaps at times more with Kick, but it was a lot of micromanagement. So with that said, it's kind of interesting as we say this. Kick banned one of my accounts, and I'm just gonna let it go. I'm not gonna touch it, and hopefully it'll start all back up again. And if it does, then I know for sure that this thing is rocking and rolling. Um, I apologize, not Kick, Twitch. Apologies. I'm so bad at that. Yeah. So the word Twitch and the word Kick are somewhat similar. They're both one syllable. They're very absolutely. Absolutely. No, you're exactly. My thought with Kick is I'm not going to spam them anymore at all, and the reason why is because I would one day like to be back on Kick, and if I yeah, exactly. If I can say like, hey, I haven't spammed you guys in 2025. It's been 3 months or it's been 6 months. Um, on 2026. Exactly. I'm 100% in agreement. Go ahead. Yeah, exactly. I was almost thinking of sending Eddie a message, just saying like, "Hey, Doug, I really appreciate the opportunity, and I wanted you to know that, like, I'm calling a truce on this, and whenever you think it's okay for me to come back, I'd like to come back, but that won't be for months or whatever, and I wish you the best, and we'll see. I mean, it's just oh, totally, totally. But what it also is going to do is make people be like, well, what happened to Rabbi? Like, did you just give up? And I can just be, and it gives me a good date. I can be like, yeah, it's basically January 1st, 2025. I stopped. It might have been as late as like the 3rd or something, but um, I haven't done it recently because I've dedicated these computers um, to Twitch. Yeah. The other thing that gets confusing to me is that both Twitch and Discord are purple, and it's like I when I think of them, I have to think which one is green. Exactly. Exactly. Right. Those are the big ones. X and Twitter. X and, right. X and Twitter, though. Right. Which is like Facebook. That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. Um, I so when it comes to Discord, I I'm in a lot of these, like a lot of Discords that I don't even know what it is. Like finally these guys came in last night and they showed me what well, I knew what Minecraft looked like, but they showed me what Roblox looked like. And um and they met me through the Roblox Discord or whatever. But frankly, those are, I mean, I'll take any attention I can get, but usually the people who are in there, they're not like streamers. They're usually probably just they're literally people trying to find people to play games with them. So that I'm like, that's not the best Discord for me. So I'm in the Wall Street Bets Discord. I still think I'm in like the Minecraft or whatever, one of those games. I don't even know which one. I'm in this tequila one. I am in Music with Marty. I'm in an E-Girls one, which is just a really big one. I'm in Socialize. Um, I'm not in KS. Oh, I'm in Aiden Ross's. I'm not in KS ones anymore, just because. I mean, I'm like the number one streamer in there. There are very few people ever came into it. And then there's another one that I've just I only have so many different devices that I can use. Okay, so with that said, I'm watching the computers right now, and they're just doing their thing. I might have to make a slight adjustment here or there, but at least a couple of them are just really working really, really nicely for me. And that's the key. I mean, it's about like when I'm not doing something and these robots are doing it on my behalf, it's just about time at that point where you're just gaining enough interest from people. And I changed the name. Like I was using a random username generator, which would give me a name like Chimpanzee Banana Hammock, and those are fine names. But yeah, no, exactly. And so I would basically I've changed it to just be the word rabbi with a random number generator. And the reason why is because when these guys are, even though if their audience can't see who's following them, they see it in their creator dashboard, and they'll be like, who is this fucking rabbi? It's the same shit. Literally, I just have to do exactly what I did on Kick and run that same fucking playbook. It's almost as if Kick was like the minor leagues, and now we're in the major leagues and we're doing this. The one I won't ever do this on is YouTube. That's my bread and butter, and I don't want to fuck that one up. But all day long, and I don't think that Twitch will cancel my accounts for Rabbi Rothschild, just like the ones on which I stream. Or not Kick. I'm sorry, Twitch. Maybe they will, but it's not like necessarily tied to me. I mean, it is. If they watch the stream, they'd be like, "Oh, this is that asshole with all these computers." But even if they ban those accounts, it's because of the data's not being saved, or at least it's not being accessible. I'm sure Amazon is saving it on their server somewhere because they have unlimited server space, but at least it's not accessible to the public. It means nothing to me. Like, you are an important form to me if you save my shit indefinitely. If you don't do that, then I'm gonna use you um for influence basically. And I think that's the way to do it. Um there was a guy who came in. Oh, well, Aiden Ross's Discord yesterday, there were a lot of people in there. And they came in, this one guy came in, he's like, will you please talk with us? I'm like, sure. And I go in there, we start talking, and there were like probably 25 people in there. And I go through my spiel, and then when I'm done, like once there are 25 people and they're talking at once, and they're anywhere from like, I don't know, late teens to like late 20s, it's all basically skibbity sigma, Riz, all this other shit, and it's like nobody. There's not a coherent sentence that I can really make out. So I pulled it. All right, well, I'll see you guys. And one of the guys came in here. He's a nice guy. His name's Jay, and he's like, "Will you help me with my social media?" And I was like, "Sure." And so I went through his link tree, and basically he had like some things on his link tree, but he didn't have all of them. And it just takes someone to be like, well, you have I don't know, a Snapchat account, right? Yeah. Well, why isn't it on here? Well, I didn't really think of that. Okay, well, it's pretty simple. You put it on here. Do you have a Twitter account? Yeah. Okay, well, why isn't it on here? Well, I don't know. I just didn't ever think of doing that. Okay, it's just like that little. These are easy things, easy questions to ask. Like your profile picture. I used your example. I said, "This is a good-looking dude who has like a memorable face." I'm like, "Okay, do you see Caspian C's profile picture?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "It's a cartoon, but people get a general idea of what he looks like just by that. Why don't you do the same?" And I told him, I mean, if you really want to play it up, put a circle around it and put your link there, because then every time somebody sees it, they will make a connection to who you are. And it's free impressions that you can make on people. So we went through that for some time, and um, yeah, that's basically um, that's basically there is somebody who got into my DMs a while ago, and I had mentioned this person that they're they're interesting, but I finally found out we've had some calls at night, um, and I she's in college. She's Canadian. I found that out yesterday, and I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm in love or anything like that. I wouldn't marry this girl, but she basically wants a friend, and that's fine if that's what she wants. Um, and so she's been a nice person to me, and she watches my streams and tells her friends about it, and uh, just making connections there has been good. And then we have these guys who came in today. These I don't know, these Spanish guys keep coming in here, and they're like, speak Spanish. I'm like, okay, so we do the translate thing. One of them wanted one of their friends to be unbanned. I don't know why he was banned. I don't really care, but I unbanned him. And yeah, that's kind of what we've got going. And it's just a waiting game with these robots. And it hasn't happened yet, but it's going to happen. The first time one person comes in here and they say, "Yeah, I learned about you from Twitch," it is going to be like a fire hose of people coming in here, because then I know I've made some waves. I'm still new to them, and also my bots are not that have not been that good, that consistent, and it's just like if Kick were a pond and I cannonballed into it, Twitch is a lake, and it's just so much more water to push. It's so much more difficult to make an impact, but I will. And I'm starting to see it, like, just like you had said, it'll just take you time, but you'll recognize who these different streamers are, little by little. And then it won't seem like such a big world. Like if you go on there, they're like, it seems like tens of thousands of people are streaming at once, which potentially could be correct. But really, when it comes down to it, the same people are streaming regularly, and I'll get to know them and know their usernames, and then know their fan bases, and perhaps get interviews or whatever else. Speaking of interviews, the one guy with whom I did an interview is named Sam Bond. He got a shout out from Aiden Ross, and I've been thinking I could play, like, I know Aiden Ross's right hand man. His name's Citrus, and I know I could play it up to get an interview with him, or even something. But I don't know why I don't play that up. I I could, but I don't know if he'd do it. If he would, that'd be great. But it's kind of like, oh, you're gonna have this infamous guy on or whatever. But exactly. Here's what I think will happen. Exactly. Here's what I think will probably happen. Like if I went to, because like I was approached to do an interview with Aiden Ross by his friend, and I really think Aiden's probably like, well, it's too early with this person. I mean, even though I stream it, I stream in his Discord all the time, and he knows I'm very consistent. What will happen is he needs somebody else to make the move, and then boom, he'll be like, "Oh, hey, let's do an interview tonight. Oh, bro, I know your shit. You watch my stuff, and blah 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 blah, and all this shit because he knows about me." I mean, I've been told that he fucks with me. That exact phrase has been used. But he's just not that kind of leader. Like, he's not gonna stick his neck out because he doesn't know anything about me. He doesn't know. There's always that thing on the internet. This could be a serial killer, or this could be somebody who, like whatever. And so he's not going to be the person to make that initial step. And I'm fine with that. When it comes to the other people on Kick, it's like getting water from a rock. When it comes, like, here's the funny thing. Aiden Ross has 53. I'm not looking at his stream right now. I've been talking with you. I bet you he has 53,000, between 52 and 54,000 people watching him right now. And, or 54 and 50, 52 and 55. Okay, so I'm looking right now. Okay, he's got 59,000. Okay, but still, I'm pretty close. And it's like, why do I know his numbers so well? It's because he's got 50,000 bots watching him. And I'm not the person saying that. He has bots in his chat that are saying 50,000. And then I learned something interesting about this botting issue, which is unbelievable on Twitch. It is just a whole nother world of botting. And what's interesting is with these creators, they all have to one up each other with these bots. And I think it was Fusi say that the that basically it was something along the lines of like when he made that call to his friend who does the botting for him, that and I think I agree with this. It's almost like I don't know why I put it to this. I've used this before as an analogy, but it's like I don't know if it's the best analogy. I'll avoid it. But basically, it would be like, I don't know, a bunch of bros. One guy gets a Porsche, then another guy gets a Maserati, then another guy's got to get a Lamborghini, then another guy's got to get a Ferrari, but they're all leased. They don't own any of them, and basically that's what their chat bots are. They're kick bots, and I find that with the way that the way the streaming world is, and I don't know, I mean, at one time I bought live streamers to watch me, real ones and fake ones and everything, but there's just, it just seems so fake to me to do that. And also it's very, very expensive, and the quality, it really just is, it's pay for play is what it is. If you want to fucking play, you gotta pay. If you want to be seen on these platforms, you have to have people watching you. Oh, I know what it was. It was from Fusi. Okay, so Neon. Do you know who Neon is? Okay, so Neon, he was botting, and he was like notorious for botting. And I recognized that he was notorious for botting because it would be like a random Wednesday afternoon, like a work day, and he'd have 80,000 people watching him, but his chat was just emojis. There's nothing in there. And I would go to his Discord, and his Discord's as big as my Discord. And at least we have people in this Discord. He had no one in there. And it just was like hollow. His whole persona was just hollow. And I saw somebody interview, I think it was Fusi, say, all right, so here's the lowdown on Neon. he notices that like the top streamers on Kick, nobody has more than 10,000 people during the day watching them. So he always goes with like more than that. And he kept raising his numbers to 50,000 watching per stream he was doing. And he kept wanting to raise that to 100,000 just so that he was always at the top and nobody was going to be ahead of him. And apparently Eddie from Steak, this is what I think Fusi said. Eddie from Steak said, we're not going to let you go higher than 100,000 because it's not going to look organic. If you have one guy with 100,000 people and then everybody else with 2,200 people, it's just not going to look realistic, and it makes it just look like obvious botting. So the only time that Neon is allowed to go over, I think 80 or 100,000 bots at once is if he gets permission from Eddie in advance, which I find to be very interesting. That like Eddie knows what's going on. Everybody knows what's going on. It would be very interesting to me if the wool or the if everyone could see the emperor without clothes and see how many real people are watching these people. I mean, right now, Aiden Ross probably has maybe 9,000 people watching him, but he hasn't done a stream in 2 months. So I mean, I would expect him to have a lot, but it's definitely not 59,000. I have this joke that I make now that I don't know what. I just picked a random city in the United States. I said Fayetteville, Arkansas. I looked at the population of Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's got like 103,000 people. Okay, so I say to myself, there's no way that like half of Fayetteville, Arkansas is watching this random ass streamer right now. There's just no way. That's a lot of people in the United States who are doing absolutely nothing else. Like when I put it into those types of terms, like these are real people, and or if they were real people, you'd be a phenomenon. Like if I even would see like when they would make fun of like CNN or MSNBC for their low ratings, like CNN would have like 200,000 viewers, which they'd make fun of because those are low numbers. But that's like only 4 times bigger than say Aiden Ross right now. I just don't believe that. CNN's huge. CNN's on in bars, and it's on in doctors' offices, and it's on old people's TVs and all kinds of shit like that. Those are real people who are watching that shit. But like, I just like exactly. Exactly. Like you can look at if I go right now on Twitch who's the number one streamer right now on Kick? It's Aiden Ross. Okay. So he's got like 60,000 people watching. Who's next? Somebody named DB7H. Okay, who's next? Then he's got 50,000 people. Like that is not half of CNN right now. That's ridiculous. Like if I were to say to someone, hey, I just tell you, okay, Aiden Ross, DRB7H, Maherko, XQC, and Mr. Stivik TC. That's about maybe Fusi. We'll throw Fusi in there and RD Javi. Okay. That right there is 200,000 viewers. That's not as big as CNN. What I'm saying is this. If I went to a random person on the street tomorrow and said, hey, did you see XQC stream? They're going to say, what the fuck are you talking about? If I were to say, hey, did you know CNN was on last night? They'd be like, yeah, it's always on. And, or like maybe I didn't watch it or something, but I would know of it. It's just the numbers are inflated. I'm sure I don't even know what kind of number inflation goes on in the television world, but I'm sure that gets incredibly dirty. But at least in the streaming world, it's I put these things into real terms. Like there is no way that that half of Fayetteville, Arkansas is watching Aiden Ross right now, or 1/6 of Irvine is watching Aiden Ross right now, or whatever else it is. Just the numbers aren't and then you look at the chat, and the chat is just, here's what's funny. If you spam like, hey, check out Caspian Sea on whatever, Kick, you'll get banned for that. But somebody can come in and just spam the same fucking emoji all day for 3 hours. No, and so it tells me like, oh, these guys they have their botters and they make sure not to bot real people. And then they make sure not to bot they make sure not to ban their own bots, but then anyone who comes out and does any self-promotion or anything like that, they're gonna ban. So I find all that shit funny. Yeah. And one day I think, well, there are people who are starting to do this where they start to make their content. I'm going to uncover who is botting, and that kind of content is really interesting to me because it's relevant to me. And when they go to these websites that show, like, okay, you have, let's say, 100,000 people watching you, but 1% of them are not botted and 1% of that 1% are chatting, it's like, the jig is up. When I talk to like, I don't know if you know who he is, Straight Savage. He's like a 420 streamer, or even um, uh, Ori, or even just who else have I talked to this about? Even Wappy Flanker, and I'll be like, there is no way that there are 200 people watching so and so right now. And I'll talk to them like, these guys are obviously botting. Or I remember saying it to Wappy Flanker when I first met Wappy Flanker. I said, it's really weird. I said to him, don't you find it really weird that you always have 56 people watching you at once? And he's like, yeah, I don't know. I've got a really great loyal fan base, when he didn't want to tell me the truth, which is just, I'm buying 50 people. And then we've got that Maverick guy who is one watching me. We've got you watching me and another 3 or 4 friends that I have. That's it. That's all that there is. And, it's because they're on camera. So they don't want to necessarily give away all their secrets either, because that's their bread and butter. So I would be interested one day if somebody made a website that could just show you the differences from, it says that Aiden Ross has 60,000 people watching him right now, but maybe 5-6 they're bots or whatever it is. And I don't know why websites don't do that. Like, just give me the real numbers. And I think I know why it is, because it's advertisers. An advertiser isn't going to want to pay premium prices if they know that when you stream, most of your people are they'd rather have it be bots than nothing at all. So you could be like, I've got this really great creator. His name's Aiden Ross, but he gets 450 people watching him at once. No real advertiser is going to want to do that. But if you can say, he's got 50,000 eyes on him right now. Then you'll get all these other companies to want to be on there. And that's what's going on with Kick. I always talk about this. You know how Kick, if you look at the website in the upper left corner, it says beta, that it's still in beta. It's been in beta for like 3 years. They have said that they're going to lift that when they get into having advertising on the site, but it just tells me that they are fine with having inflated numbers, because they're just setting themselves up in the future to have advertising on the site. Currently there's no advertising on the site, so what they want is people who do advertising to take Kick seriously and then start buying ad time. And when that happens, then that number inflation will be beneficial for Kick. That's why they don't do it. Because in reality, most of these people's streams would look like 6 people watching, like even at the front page, 6 people watching them, 8 people watching another, 14 maybe for a big stream. And then most of them would be 21211100000000000, and it would look like the more realistic people who aren't number inflating or buying bots or whatever. I find it interesting when some of these streamers when they do some streams, they'll have hundreds of people watching them, but then they'll do another stream and they'll have 16 people watching them. But that's what their numbers will show. And it's like, dog, what changed? What did you do to change aside from buying a bot that you had 250 people watching you for hours, yesterday, and now you're just doing a chill stream when it's not in prime time and you've got eight people watching you. And you're just like, yeah, we're just kicking back, having a good time. I see this all the time. And there it's just it's number inflation. There's not too much I can do about it. I could try to compete, but I would basically have to work a full-time job just to buy bots to pay for that. I mean, their bots are expensive. Now the other thing is I've always thought about this. Well, why not create my own bots? And I think that, well, number one, I could figure it out. It would take me a long time. I figured out these right. Exactly. Like once I would get it to work, I would do it and I would get in trouble for it. I'm sure they would be like, you, it would be this like what happens with Fusi, where he had 23,000 people watching him sleep. That's how I would do it. I would not bot correctly. I'd have 50,000 people watching me. Oh yeah, definitely. Perfect. Familiar. Exactly. I'm in agreement with you there. I think of this as almost like the um the how would I describe it? Like everything that we're talking about right now, if I were to go viral, becomes very, very interesting because it would be like, wow, he didn't even know he's going to be famous then. And now he's fucking super famous. And then everything that I do becomes the most exciting story of all time. I mean, it would just be like this, rags to riches story basically of somebody who was trying to make it in the influencer world, but I'm like the anti-influencer. And because of that, it just becomes a very interesting story. So I almost think like, in addition to all the data on how it can be studied and all of that, the overall story that's being weaved through this is quite interesting. And like it's not interesting if you're not famous, but once you are famous, it would be like those things when they're like, when they show you a picture of like, here's Jimi Hendrix in the army, or here is a picture of Elvis, when he's 13 learning his first guitar. It's like that archived footage basically, or archived photograph before they were famous, or whatever that may be. And that's it's kind of a funny thing that's what we're creating right now. um yeah, I think that's really neat. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
transformation. But his particular anarchist vision steers him into conflict with Marx. And he makes some prophetic remarks about the problems with the system that Marx is proposing. You should add to this that the very fact that Marx is German by background and Bakunin is Russian kind of adds a further nationalist or element of ethnic difference there. Bakunin warned that a sort of creeping German authoritarianism might insinuate its way into a movement that hewed too closely to having hierarchies in the struggle to overthrow hierarchies. And his anarchist convictions are not in question here. They led him into conflict with Marx, and Marx railed against him, denounced him, and eventually had him expelled from the International. One of the things, though, that also makes Bakunin so significant is Bakunin is the first in a longer series of approaches between anarchists and communists where they try to make common cause. And you have to say that in every case it ends badly for the anarchists because the communist vision in particular, especially in its Leninist version, argued for discipline and a tightly organized professional revolutionary movement. The anarchists who sought to make common cause with communists, whether it was in the days of the Russian Revolution or the Russian Civil War, or whether it was then in the Spanish Civil War, the anarchists found themselves targeted by communists precisely because of their skepticism about what turned out to be an absolutely key element in the Leninist prescription for successful revolution.
We can take that tangent a little bit. So I guess anarchists were less organized.
Yeah, by definition.
Yeah. Why do you think anarchism hasn't been rigorously tried in the way that communism was? If we just take a complete sort of tangent, I mean, in one sense, we are living in anarchy today because the nations are in an anarchic state with each other. But why do you think sort of there's not been an anarchist revolution?
Well, I think that probably some anarchists would beg to differ. They would see communes in Spain during the Spanish Civil War as an example of trying to put anarchist ideas into place. Bakunin, flitted from one area of unrest to another, hoping to be in on finally the founding of the sort of free communes that he had in mind. Another key point in all of this is that anarchy means something different to different people as a term. And so when you point out quite correctly that we have an anarchic international situation, that's kind of the Hobbesian model of the war of all against all, where man is a wolf to man. Generally, except if you're talking about nihilists in the Russian revolutionary tradition, anarchists see anarchy as a blessed state, and one where finally people will be freed from the distorting influence of hierarchies, traditional beliefs, subjugation, inequalities. So for them, anarchy, growing out of the liberation of the human being, is seen as a positive good and peaceful. Now, that's at odds with the prescription of someone like Bakunin for how to get there. He sees overthrow as being necessary on the route to that. But, as we point out, it's absolutely key to this entire dynamic that to be an anarchist means that your efforts are not going to be organized the way a disciplined and tightly organized revolutionary movement.
Yeah, it's an interesting stretch that a violent revolution will take us to a place of no violence or very little violence. It's a leap.
It's a leap, and it points to a phenomenon that would have been enraged Marx and would have been deeply alienating to others in the tradition who followed him, but that so many scholars have commented on, and that's that there is a religious element, not a avowed one, but a kind of hidden religious or secular religious element to Marx's vision, to the tradition that follows Marx, and just think of the correspondences, right? Marx himself as kind of positioning himself as a savior figure, whether that's a Prometheus or a Moses who will lead people to the promised land. The apocalypse of the end times is this final revolution that will usher in a blessed final state, a utopia, which is equivalent to a secular version of heaven. There's the working class playing the role of humanity in its struggle to be redeemed. And scholar after scholar has pointed this out. Reinhold Niebuhr, back in the 1930s, an article in the Atlantic magazine that talked about the Soviet as a religion. Eric Voegelin, a German-American scholar who fled the Nazis and relocated to the State University and wrote tomes about the new phenomenon of political religions in the modern period. He saw fascism and Nazism and the Soviet communism as bearing the stamp of political religions, meaning ideologies that promised what an earlier age would have understood in religious terms. We're going to call this the eschaton, and said that these end times, the eschaton, was being promised in the here and now, made imminent. And he warned against it, saying results are likely to be disastrous.
So that's actually a disagreement with this idea that, people sometimes say that the Soviet Union is an example of an atheistic society. So when you have atheism as the primary thing that underpins the society, this is what you get. So that's what you're saying is a kind of rejection of that, saying that there's a strong religious component to the communism.
A hidden component, one that's not officially recognized. I mean, I think that I had a chance to witness this. When I was a child, I grew up in Chicago to a Lithuanian American family, and my father, who was a mathematician, got a very rare invitation to travel to Soviet Lithuania, the University of Vilnius, to meet with colleagues. And at this point, journeys of more than a few days or a week were very rare to the Soviet Union for Americans. And the result was that I had unforgettable experiences visiting the Soviet Union in Brezhnev's day. And among the things I saw there was a museum of atheism that had been established in a church that had been ripped apart from inside and was meant to kind of embody the official stance of atheism. And I remember being baffled by the museum on the inside, because you would expect exhibits, you would expect something dramatic, something that would be compelling. And instead, there was some folk art from the countryside showing bygone beliefs. There were some lithographs or engravings of the Spanish Inquisition and its horrors, and that was pretty much it. But as a child, I remember being reproved in that museum for not wearing my windbreaker, but instead carrying it on my arm, which was a very disrespectful thing to do in an official museum of atheism. When I was able to visit the Soviet Union later for a language course in the summer of 1989, one of the obligatory tours that we took was to file reverently past the body of Lenin outside the Kremlin, his mausoleum in the Red Square. And communist mummies, like those of Lenin, earlier Stalin had been there as well, communist mummies like Mao or Ho Chi Minh, really, I think, speak to a blending of earlier religious sensibility, reverence for relics, great figures, saintly figures, so that even what got proclaimed as atheism turned out to be a very demanding faith as well. And I think that's a contradiction that other scholars have as well.
Yeah, this is a very complicated sort of discussion. When you remove religion as a big component of a society, whether something like a framing of political ideologies in religious ways is the natural consequence of that.
We hear nature abhorring a vacuum. I think that there are places in human character that long for transcendental explanations, right? That it's not all meaningless. In fact, there's a larger purpose, and I think it's not a coincidence that such a significant part of resistance to communist regimes has in part come from, on the one hand, religious believers, and on the other hand, from disillusioned true believers in communism who find themselves undergoing an internal experience of revulsion, finding that their ideals have not been followed through.
So this topic is one of several topics that you ultimately describe as contradictions within the ideas of Marx. So there is a kind of religious adherence versus also the rejection of religious dogma that he stood for. We've talked about some of the others, the tension between nationalism that emerged when it was implemented versus what communism is supposed to be, which is globalism. Then there's the thing that we started talking about is individualism. So, history is supposed to be defined by the large collection of humans, but there does seem to be singular figures, including Marx himself, that are like really important. Geography of global versus restricted to certain countries, and tradition. Sort of, you're supposed to break with the past in communism, but then Marxism became one of the strongest traditions in history.
That's right. I think that that last one is especially significant because it's deeply paradoxical. I mean, trying to outline these contradictions, by the way, is like seeing Marx to a sort of analysis that Marx subjected other people to, which is to point out internal contradictions, things that are likely to become pressure points or cracks that might open up in what's supposed to be a completely set, durable, and effective framework. The one about tradition, Marx points out that the need for revolution is in order to break the traditions that have hemmed people in. It's earlier ways of thinking, earlier social structures, and to constantly renovate. And what happens instead is a tradition of radical rupture emerges, and that's really tough because imagine the last stages of the Soviet Union, where keen observers can tell that there are problems that are building in society. There are discontents and demands that are going to clash, especially when someone like Gorbachev is proposing reforms and things are suddenly thrown open for discussion. The very notion that you have the celebration of revolutionaries and Bolshevik legacy at a time when the state wants to enforce stability and an order that's been received from a prior generation, I think Brezhnev's time, for instance. All of that is an especially volatile mix and unlikely to work out very durably in the long run.
I would love to sort of talk about the works of Marx, the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital. What can we say that's interesting about manifestation of his ideas on paper?
Well, the first thing to note, obviously, is that those two works are very different. Das Kapital is an enormous multi-volume work that Marx worked at and only got the first volume out because Engels begged him to stop revising. Please just finally get it in the press. And then the rest, Engels had to actually reconstruct out of notes after Marx passed away. It's a huge work. By contrast, the Communist Manifesto is a brief pamphlet that ended up affecting the lives of many millions worldwide, in spite of its comparative brevity. The Communist Manifesto, moreover, is also something of the nature of having a delayed fuse, you could say, because when it first appears amid the revolutions of 1848, sweep across Europe, the work is contrary to what people often believe. That pamphlet did not cause the revolutions of 1848, many of which had national and liberal demands. The voice of Marx and Engels was barely to be heard over the din of other far more prominent actors. It is, however, in the aftermath that this work takes on tremendous significance and becomes popularly read and popularly distributed. It's especially the episode, the bloody episode of the Paris Commune in 1871, which comes to be identified with Marx, even though it was not purely inspired by Marx alone, nor were all of the communards devoted Marxists. It's the identification of this famous or infamous episode in urban upheaval that really leads to worldwide notoriety for Marx and attention to those works. And they're very different in form. Das Kapital is intended to be the origin of species of its realm of economic thought, and represents years and years of work of Marx laboring in the British Museum Library, working through statistics, working on little bits and pieces of larger answers to big historical questions that he believes he's arrived at. Its tone is different from that of the Communist Manifesto, which is a call to arms. It announces with great confidence what the scheme of history will be, but rather than urging that the answer might be passivity, just waiting for history to play out its preordained way, it's also a clarion call to make the revolution happen. And it is intended to be a pragmatic, practical statement of how this is to play out. And, starts with those ringing words about the ghost of a specter haunting Europe, the specter of communism, which wasn't true at the time, but decades later, was definitely the case.
Is there something to say about the difference between Marxian economics and Marxist political ideology? So the political side of things and the economics side of things.
So I think that Marx would probably have responded that, in fact, those things are indivisible. The analysis, as sort of purely theoretical, is certainly can be performed on any economic reality that you care to mention, but the imperatives that grow out of that economic analysis are political. Marx and Engels emphasize the unity of theory and practice. So it's not enough to dispassionately analyze. It's a call to action as well. Because if you deliver the answer to how history evolves and changes, it obligates, right? It demands certain action. You sometimes hear from undergraduates that they've heard from their high school history teachers that Marxism was just a theoretical construct, that was an idle production of a philosopher that was not connected to the world, that was never meant to be tied into practice. Marx would have been furious to hear this, and it's almost heroically wrong as a historical statement, because Marx insisted that all previous philosophers have theorized about reality. What now is really necessary is to change it. So you could say that in the abstract, a Marxist economist could certainly use Marx's theoretical framework to compare to a given economic reality. But Marx would have seen that as incomplete and as deeply unsatisfactory. There's kind of a footnote to all of this, which is that even though Marxist dialectical materialism grounds itself in these economic realities, and the political description is supposed to flow from economic realities and be inevitably growing out of them. In the real history of communist regimes, you've actually seen periods where economics becomes detached from politics. And I'm thinking in particular of the new economic period, early in the history of the Soviet Union. What Lenin realized is that the economy is so far gone that you need to reintroduce or allow in a limited way some elements of private enterprise just to start getting Russia back on course in order to have the accumulation of surplus that will be necessary to build the project at all. And there are many Bolsheviks see the new economic program as a new economic policy as a terrible compromise and a betrayal of their ideas, but it's seen as necessary for a short while, and then Stalin will wreck it entirely. Or consider, for that matter, China today, where you have a dominant political class, the Communist Party of China, which is allowing economic development and private enterprise as long as it retains political control. So some of these elements already represent divergences from what Marx would have expected. And this points to a really key problem, a question. All of the history of communism has to do with it being a tradition, in spite of it. And that could be expressed in the following way. An original set of ideas is going to evolve. It's going to change because circumstances change. What elaborations of any doctrine, whether it's communism or religious doctrine or any political ideology, what elaborations are natural stages of evolution of any living set of ideas? Or when you reach the point where some shift or some adaptation is so radically different that it actually breaks tradition. And that's an insoluble problem. You know, we have to take it on a case-by-case basis. It speaks to issues like the question that gets raised today of, is China, in a meaningful sense, a communist country anymore? And there's a diversity of opinion on this. Or, if you look at the history of communism and you look at North Korea, which now is its third installment of a dynastic leader from the same family who ruled like a god king over a regime that calls itself communist, is that still a form of communism? Is it an evolution of? Is it a complete reversal of? I tend to want to take an anthropological perspective in the history of communism and to take very seriously those people who avow that they are communists. And this is the project that they have underway. And then, after hearing that avowal, I think as a historian, you have to say, well, let's look at the details. Let's see what changes have been made, what continuities might still exist, whether there's a larger pattern to be discerned here. So it's a very, very complicated issue.
Let's step back to the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, and let's steelman the case for communism. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of the people there, not in this way we're going to look back at what happened in the 20th century. Why was this such a compelling notion for millions of people? Can we make the case for it?
Well, clearly it's a compelling case for millions of people. And part of this story has to do with, overall, has to do with faith, conviction, stories of people sacrificing themselves as well as their countrymen in a cause that they believed was not just legitimate, but demanded their total obedience. I think that throughout the early part of the 20th century, the late 19th century, early part of the 20th century, so much of the compelling case for communism came from the confidence that people in the West more generally placed in science. And the notion that science is answering problems. Science is giving us solutions to how the world around us works, how the world around us can be improved. Some varieties of that, and we watch the presentation on science, were crazy, right? Like chronology, so-called scientific racism that tried to divide humanity up into discrete blocks and to manipulate them in ways that were allegedly scientific or rational. So there were horrors that followed from those invocations of science, but its prestige was enormous. And that in part had to do with the lessening grip of religious ideas on intellectual elites. More generally, processes of secularization, not total secularization, but processes of secularization in Western industrial societies. And the sense that here's a doctrine that will allow escape from wars brought on by capitalist competition, poverty, economic cycles, depressions brought on by capitalist competition, the inequalities of societies that remain hierarchical and class-based, and this claim being cutting-edge science, I think, allows people like Lenin to I have immense confidence in the prescription we have for the future. And that paradoxically, the confidence that you have in broad strokes, the right set of answers for how to get to the future, also allows you to take huge liberties with the tactics and the strategies that you follow, as long as your ultimate goal remains the one.
The uncensored live stream of 2 nights here from Austin, Texas, December 30th and 31st. You can snuggle up in the cold with your loved ones, or all by yourself, or with a bottle of tequila, or whatever you're into in this crazy world. Snuggle up, stay warm, December 30th and 31st, with completely uncensored Phil Tony's live from the HEB Center in Austin, Texas. This is a new super annual amazing event. It is our biggest 2-night event of the year, and we're super excited about it. It is on sale now. PhilTonyLive.com. Get it for your loved ones. Get it for yourself. Love it or hate it. Live. December 30th.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the Comedy Leadership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony! Who's ready for the best fucking night of your lives? Yeah! Fuck yeah! Welcome, you're at the number one live podcast in the world. How the fuck we feeling tonight, huh? Brian Redband is here, ladies and gentlemen. How about a hand for the best handband in the land? Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, Esteban Viejo, Juan Cortez, Michael Gonzalez, Matt Gilling on the electric, John Dees on the keys, and Deep Madness on the bass guitar. The whole family is here, everyone. Very, very excited about tonight's episode. Before we get started, here's the report for the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Man's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Who's ready to start this fucking show, huh? Well, we're all here, and, you know, this is just one of those episodes that it's just nothing to stop its people. Two of the greatest guests in the history of the show, two of the funniest humans, two of our true brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you two of the best guests in the history of the show, two of the funniest comedians in the world. This is Sam Talent and Ari Shafir. Go
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony Hinchcliffe! Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? And the best damn band in the land. Am I right, people? You are in the live music capital of the world. That is the Kiltony Band. On the horns, Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande. On the drums, that is Big Mike, Michael Gonzalez. He is here. Matt Mule on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and that is indeed the one and only D Madness on the bass guitar. Live in the flesh, the real deal. How about a hand for Max Frost on the pre-show music? What a star. God, you kind of love Austin, Texas. You never know what musicians, comedian you will find here. This episode is brought to you by Blue Chip, Blue Nile, and Prize Picks. And like is before we start tonight's episode, there's a little bit more from amazing sponsors and later on
Sunset Strip Comedy in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Man's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? Every single week, I book the show, and what a great way to do it tonight. Two of the funniest human beings that have ever been guests on this show. Literally, one of them is the guest with the record. I do believe this with the double check it, but I do believe he passed the late great Brody Stevens for appearances on this show. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your guests. Two of the best. It's Louis J. Gomez and Joe Litt. Yeah, baby. J. Gomez from the Legion of Skate. Joe Litt is here. The birds are flying. This is fun. A perfect little duo. Two great friends from the city of New York. Beautiful, beautiful place. Doesn't count illegal immigrants lighting innocent women on fire in some ways.
But other than that, a stunning city that we visit 2 nights a year exclusively to do your biggest arena. And I'm glad you guys could make it to a city with law and order.
You call this city a city with law and order? Are you out of your fucking mind? The homeless people should light themselves on fire here. You are clean up this shit all. Are you out of your mind?
I've never been here and not run from a homeless person on the street.
Well, in defense, you do look like their perfect prey, Gillis. I mean, I'm not even homeless, and I want to chase you sometimes when I see you.
I really, last time I was sprinting away from 2 homeless people screaming at me, and as I was running away, 2 like hipsters in skinny jeans and fedoras were walking the opposite direction. It was the most humiliating experience of my life.
It is Austin, Texas. That is the Austin Parade, our annual parade. The homeless go one way, hipsters go the other way. It's true chaos. You guys have done this show before, you know how it works. A lot of these bikers out of town, a record for least signers we've had since being here at the hobby show. 185 people are across the street, stacked on top of one another in our multiple choices. And if I pull their name out of this, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up, and hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up. Then once they bring up the Angry West Hollywood Bear, which brutally interrupts their sets. And then I conduct an interview. We ask about what could possibly happen during their set, or what else they could possibly talk about, and what else is interesting in their lives. My friend with the kids, I don't know, let me do the honor of taking the first name. The bucket of destiny has spoken. And that is indeed a legitimate name. And that person will be wrangled. They will be the first bucket of the night. But while we wrangle that person, we're going to get a golden ticket winner up here who is fun to watch. And you know what I like about this guy? This isn't one of our big blast out superstars. What I like about this guy is that the plan is to hopefully watch him grow in real time over a long period of time on the show. He has had gone through traumatic brain injury, ladies and gentlemen. He has the record for most appearances on one episode of a show. This is a brand new minute from the one and only Drew Dickens.
Me and my boys like to watch specials and highlights. We were watching field hockey feminine. When he came in and he said, "Would you hit that?" I said, "I can't." And it's because if you have sex with a special needs person, you will be looked at as a predator, as someone who's taking it, I have sexually special needs girl. Oh, Drew finally found love! And I deserve to be canceled. I drive a car, and I pay my bill. I shouldn't be on a date with someone who needs a chaperone. And my boy said, "Drew, you're terrible with women. You're like a shitty boy. You need to use the fucking bumpers. Because you may not be cool using bumpers, but at least you hit something." I am one grilled cheese sandwich combo and a Wiggles compilation, Wiggles concert away from getting the best lobby top in my life. Thank y'all so much.
Drew Dickens. I don't know if I mentioned this before his set, but he suffered from a traumatic brain injury before. How you doing, Drew?
I'm great. How are you, Mr. Tony?
Hell yeah, you got a lot of energy. How did that feel for you?
It felt okay. I felt a little tongue-tied up here, but I'm getting I'm not just yelling at it.
That's true. Oh, he's talking directly. Someone's been reading the internet. Not good, Drew.
No, my mom told me that. She's like, "You need to stop yelling. Reddit is hammering you."
Your mom reads Reddit. Your mom told you that the internet is hammering you?
Yes!
That is hilarious. Where's mom at? She's in Washington.
Washington State.
Absolutely. What does she do?
She is an elementary school teacher.
Wow. Has she always done that?
Yeah, for about 20 years. She's almost ready to retire.
Okay. So what level did she teach you?
So she fluctuates. She'll go from third grade, fifth grade. She'll loop, which means stays with the same school for years. Like, it's just depends.
Right. And what level are you on?
Level enough to fuck your mom.
Whoa! What the fuck was that? These people, you can't try. All I do is help this fucking guy. All I do is help him. My mom told me that you suck too on the internet. And meanwhile, what do? I go, Drew, you got another minute? Let's try. Take your time. Enunciate. Fucking pace yourself. And then you come out and you say, oh, fuck your mouth, don't it? What kind of fucking bullshit is everyone? Just take the knives out of my back.
I can read between the lines and your mom's face.
What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Are you threatening to fuck my 78-year-old mother? Joy. I'm upset with you. Yeah, Joy liked you before this, Drew.
We can go to the...
There's one more person posting on Reddit after this.
Oh,
It's a 78-year-old out of Youngstown, Ohio. Guys, what do you think about Drew Dickens? I'm not asking you. Are you guys insane? No. Louis J.
I think Drew is the sweetest fucking man on earth. He's naturally a very funny guy. He has a speech impediment, retarded, but beyond that, I think he's fucking truly great. I really like you. You know that.
Thank you.
Jesus. Joe?
This is my first time meeting or seeing you. At first I thought you had a traumatic injury of the funny bone, but then you hit us with the fuck your mother stuff, and now I'm like, okay, all right, now we can get on board. But no, it was good.
Hey, you said you're watching the Special Olympics, so you should have TV wasn't off, you just look at the reflection in the black screen.
There were females there, so.
There you go. All right, Drew. Well, way to get it started. You did it. We'll see you. We'll see you some other time. There goes Drew. There goes Drew. Drew. Whoa, the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Drew scared her out of her slumber there. Don't want to be backstage with Drew. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? Okay, let the games begin, ladies and gentlemen. This is the bread and butter of the show where we meet people. They have no idea. These people had no idea they were even going on stage just minutes ago. And now, the pressure of millions of people watching them is upon them. 1 minute uninterrupted and then an interview going to your first bucket pool that goes by the name of Ike Gazarian, everybody. Ike Gazarian.
I was born in the Soviet Union. My family moved to the United States from Russia in 1988. Out of all the cities in the U.S., my homophobic father picked San Francisco. There are only 3 types of people that live in San Francisco. It's gays, Asian, and gay Asians. My family moved there in 98, but in 2010 I moved back to Russia to do stand-up comedy there. Moving from the United States to Russia to do comedy is a lot like moving from Canada to Afghanistan to play hockey. It's a fucking terrible idea. But I gotta tell you, Russian comics are as tough as Russian soldiers. They prefer bombing. American comedy and Russian comedy are very different, but we do have one thing in common. No one likes female comics. Thank you guys so much. My name is Ike Gazarian.
Ike Gazarian. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, guys.
How we feeling? Welcome to America. How are you?
Very good.
How long have you been here?
Since 1998.
Okay.
I keep going back and forth to Russia.
Why do you say for comedy like that? It's suspicious there. You go there specifically to do comedy?
To help Russia fight.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
I voted for Trump. I have a reason.
You did vote for Trump?
Yeah.
That is so interesting. I love it. Okay.
Are we letting them vote?
I guess so.
I'm from California. I voted twice the same day.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you.
How old are you, Ike?
I'm 41.
41. How long you been doing stand-up?
Started doing Russian comedy in 2010. Moved back in 13. I owned a Russian restaurant in San Diego. Man, business is not doing very well after the war started. Fucking Americans stopped coming.
What do you serve? Like pierogies and stuff?
Pierogies, borscht. You guys come over to Pushkin, I'll take care of you.
Got an applause break for pierogies from Brian Redband. Nobody loves dough filled with shit more than dough filled with shit. Unbelievable. Incredible. So what's the name of your Russian restaurant in San Diego?
It's called Pushkin.
Pushkin.
Almost like the...
Yeah, it's close. It's close.
Yeah.
What else is going on there? You got like hot Russian waitresses or anything?
My wife hires all the beautiful girls to work there. It's really tough.
It's tough for you.
Somebody. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The business is not doing so well after the war. And my Ukrainian boys hung a huge Ukrainian flag on the window, and the Russians coming also. So I need some more customers, goddamn it.
Is it a hookah bar also in their restaurant?
Yeah, it's a hookah bar allowed.
That's
Yeah. I had to make it into hookah bar because people stopped coming in. I think Russian hookah bar is scary because smoking is also bad for your health. It's like Russia.
I'm starting to think that he's not a comic. He's just trying to advertise this restaurant. Yeah, I think so.
Come to Pushkin, please.
Come to Pushkin. It's got great reviews. Wow, it really does. You're sitting at a 4.3 with 1,109 reviews.
9 years.
Let's read. Find me one of the 1-star reviews. There's a lot of 5 stars, but I like to read the 1 stars.
Yeah, the
Ukrainians I strategically go for. The worst customer service, very rude workers, not a welcoming environment, would not recommend.
We're Russian.
And then Ike G responded, I'm sorry, but your reviews are lying.
Fuck yeah, oh my God.
You were smoking same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing left in it. My hookah chef asked you if you'd like a refill, you refused. You know, Coles can't save a hookah that's been smoked for hours. I'm sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how hookah work. You can't smoke ashes. Wow. This is incredible. Let's read another review of Pushkin.
Please, let's go.
Came here to smoke hookah. Worst customer service from the hookah server. Not friendly at all. He stated they have a rule that we have to change the hookah and make a refill after 1 hour because they have this rule and it's not true. He would not change the charcoal for him, and he did. He only added 1 charcoal. I wouldn't recommend anyone to come here. You feel very unwelcome. I will never come back again. Ike responded. I'm sorry, but your review is lying.
Oh my God.
Oh, you were smoking same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing left in it. My hookah chef asked if you'd like a refill. You refused. You know, Coles can't save a hookah. That's why it's for hours. I'm sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how hookah works. You can't smoke ashes. I swear to God. I'm not kidding, by the way. It would be funny for me to just read the same response. I swear to God. You can check these reviews. Hold on. Don't scroll. Let me just...
You're the one who review something and including customers here, man.
Okay, 1 year review. 1 year ago. I and husband's experience here was absolutely awful with 2 executions. We came to this place looking at their Yelp reviews as we were in San Diego for celebrating our anniversary. The pictures of the reviews are also deceiving. I wonder how they got all these nice reviews. Let's start with the ambiance. Nothing looks like the pictures. We get such a negative energy from the moment we met the people that we had. We were not welcoming at all. Still, we went in. Because again, the Yelp reviews look so good. We went upstairs and got seated. The entire time we were there, it literally felt like people. All these people were here for a different reason. You know what I mean? Felt super uncomfortable. The vibe is absolutely dead and the music selection is awful. Still out of courtesy, we ordered 2 drinks. I wanted a water with it. guess what? You have to buy your water.
Yeah, it's California.
He responded. Everything you wrote is a lie. Including prices for water. Managers do not yell. This looks like an ad for werewolf. You wrote that?
Fuck yeah. Fuck werewolf.
I love that you respond. I love that you respond. I'm going to read just a couple more of these reviews. Even though it seems like I could go, stop scrolling. I could do this all night. We could just keep you up here. This could be Ike Azarian's episode. Here's the review. Small place, small portion, very expensive. Not recommend this place. Hookah smoke confuses appetite. My friends,
did you write
I, G responded. 3,200 square feet, small place.
Yeah.
Large portion. Hookah confuses at hookah lounge. Very interesting. Oh, this is the greatest shit ever in the history of the show. I think we just found a new spinoff where we just have business owners come on and we read their. Okay.
This is a complete lie, by the way.
Oh, it is not. Pushkin is spelled Pushkin, lounge and bar in San Diego. Oh, and we know. I mean, we read your Yelp is thousands of views strong. Almost as soon as all the time. It was very hard to find the ones. There's very few ones. In your response.
Thank you, Mr. Tony.
So, one last one. 7 months ago. 1 star. The hookah server is horrible. No manners and no customer service. He is rude and asked us to change the hookah head after 1 hour of smoking. He won't bring charcoal. He said it's a rule here, but after speaking with the other server, he denied what he said. It feels... Wow. It feels that he is forced to work there. I will never go back to that place.
His whole captive, the Russians, they're used to that shit.
Ike G responded. I'm sorry, you and your friend felt the need to leave 2 reviews. You were smoking the same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing left in it. My hookah chef asked if you like refill, you refused. You know, coals can't save a hookah that's been smoked for hours. I'm sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how hookah works. You can't smoke actions. Wow. 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 I mean, so interesting. A wildly successful restaurant, it seems.
I do stand up back.
And you lit the stage on fire.
Thank you, sir.
To the point where we might need to change the charcoals, but I'm being told we're not allowed for another hour. And unfortunately, we can't smoke ashes. Do you ever smoke Ukrainian ashes?
Only before I go to sleep.
I love it. What else do you do for fun? Tell us about you. You seem like a naturally very funny guy.
I love writing a lot.
Is this your wife?
Yes.
Wow.
Right here on my t-shirt.
Oh my God, look at you, represent. Hell yeah. She doesn't want you getting any pussy. Look at that. Babe, you wear a hoodie with my face on it?
That's how I get the pussy, by the way.
Oh, okay. Oh, hell yeah. You got 99 problems, but abortion ain't one. I love it.
I toured doing Russian comedy, American comedy. I own the restaurant. I try to do as many mics, as many shows as possibly can. I do fucking well. I mean, and I'm lucky to be here. Thank you so much for this opportunity. This is amazing.
No doubt about it, Ike. And I'll tell you, you're getting a big show book. Congratulations. You did it. There's nothing in it you have to write in it. I don't know what you're looking for. It's blank pages. It's for you to write jokes in.
I appreciate that.
Did you think there was Yelp reviews in there?
I thought I had to write my name in it or something.
Ike, you did it. That's what the show's all about. Different people, different shapes and sizes and accents and everything. And you were very fun. Congratulations. Thank you. Ike is sorry, everybody.
Thank you guys so much.
Pushkin. Go to Pushkin in San Diego. Show your support. Eat pierogi. Smoke hookah. Don't stay too long. Or else you'll burn out. This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. You know what's not fair? The fact that all those streaming services hide thousands of shows and movies from you based on your location. It has the nerve to just keep increasing the prices of you. You can just cancel your subscription and protest, or you can be smart about it. Make sure you're getting your full money's worth, like we do, by using ExpressVPN. They hide their content from you based on your location. ExpressVPN lets you change your online location so you can control wherever you want Netflix, Hulu, or any of the other ones that think you're located. They have servers in over 100 countries, so you can gain access to thousands of new shows and never run out of stuff to watch. This works with many other streaming services too: Disney, Plus, BBC iPlayer, and more.
Become ExpressVPN is the best. It's so easy to use. It's fire up the app and click one button to change location. It works on all my devices, phones, laptops, tablets, and smart TVs, and more. It has blazing fast speeds and can stream in HD with zero buffering. I just watched Sherlock and The Cynical, which are not available currently in the US. All I had to do is open up ExpressVPN, select England, tap one button to connect, refresh, and boom, there it was.
Yeah, you know. So be smart. Stop paying full price for streaming services and only getting access to a fraction of your content. Get your money's worth at expressvpn.com/Keltoni. Don't forget to use our link at expressvpn.com/Keltoni to get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. All right, your next fucking pool, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name 1 Minute Uninterrupted for Matt Banwart. Matt Banwart.
I have hand tremors. It's a medical condition. Everyone's shake weight. I want to go to California, experience an earthquake just so I can be steady, you know? Everyone's like, what's happening? I'm like, I don't know, sudden clarity? This sucks, dude. I can't go find Ivory Grill with a stutter, you know? I would love to be deaf, man. I'd be the first guy doing sign language for Sarah Fawn, you know? Just, can you imagine getting bullied by the ASL community for your accent? I don't want that. This sucks, dude. I shake all the time, man. It's been really bad the last 3 years. I used to love soup. I used to love chili. Now I just with chili, you know? Yeah, man, I don't know. I hate anything but my ex loved it. Thank you.
Ban Award. Am I saying that right? Ban Award?
You're nailing it, dude.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. So you kind of had handwriting.
Yeah,
and now I see why. It makes perfect sense.
It's like a third grader policy. It's bad.
Yeah. Have you always had that?
I noticed it like junior year in high school, and it's kind of worse the last 3 years. It's gotten pretty bad.
Maybe you should stop doing really nerve-wracking activities in front of large groups of people.
You know, I think that's a contributing factor. I think that is a part of it. Yeah, I shake all the time. It's rough. Sushi. I think 2 enemies.
Yeah. Hard to operate.
Dude, I just got sushi the other day. I was doing it with both hands, and just getting bullied by the staff was embarrassing.
Yeah.
I was like, give me a fork, I don't care.
Right. What did they say?
I couldn't understand that.
You did it, man. You dropped it right.
I was just to be there.
Okay. Were you on a date or something?
No, I was out with my friends.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. My love life's not exciting.
Really?
A little bit. I don't know.
Huh. Interesting. All right. Edward vibrator hands. I thought it would be good. I thought you'd be like Michael J. Fox or something. You know what I mean?
No, I got a quick. I was seeing this girl around like 4 or 5 days. We were exclusive yet. She was like, "You should come see me at this bar." She was like, "Come in 5 minutes." She goes, "All right." See you soon. I walk in and she's like making out with that. And I was like, "Let's." And I took a photo of it and I sent it to her. I was like, "Well, I think you're good." And she goes, "That wasn't me." And I was like, "You know, ass stuff." And you sent me your outfit before you went out. That would be crazy if it wasn't you.
Was it a clear picture or was it all shaky?
You make it great.
I'd imagine you're one of the worst photographers in the history of human civilization. What else would it do us?
You should have to go fight your ingredients in Russia. You never know. You know, it's got.
Oh, hell yeah. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So what else do you do?
I just stand up comedy. It is, yeah.
Okay. How long have you been doing it?
Today is actually my 9 years.
Where have you been doing it for 9 years?
The first 4 were in Iowa. First open mic was in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and Chicago for 4 years, and here for the last year.
Okay. When you were in Chicago, did you visit the Bean?
Tony, how can I not about the Bean?
Okay. It's unbelievable. I know.
It was phenomenal. I had a huge fan of it.
Okie dokie. Right there, shaky hands, Jenkins. Let's just keep this interview going. What did you do for work before being completely on stand-up?
Yeah,
you made martinis. Spoiler alert, not stirred.
No, I really did digital marketing.
You did that on a keyboard with a computer? XRX. Fuck. This job fucking sucks.
I used to text people. It fucking sucks. And I can't swear. It's just bored. It's like, I'm like, fuck, it's just never starts. Yeah. I just swear like it's great.
Right. Okay. Okay. Is your favorite band
No, Shaky Grace.
There you go. All right. Have you considered putting that hands in the pocket? Well, what would he have to possibly talk about if he did that?
I mean, I talk about this stuff.
I know, I'm just kidding. How about hobbies? What do you do when you're not doing stand-up?
I had a wicked good sprinter.
Really?
Yeah, I did all race anyway. I'm at 40 meter dash. I'm parallel.
What is it?
I did whatever you want to be.
No, I don't think it works.
I think I 4-3.
Oh, really?
No, that's a lie. No, if I got to be the NFL right now, I'm happy doing this.
That's a weird thing to lie about. You said you're really great at something.
I'm a good sprinter. I got every time.
Seriously, you think you can just be fast to be in the NFL?
Yeah. Yeah. With this super fast kicker that can't kick. But it is a good thing to have when you're being chased by homeless people in Texas. So Matt, other than sprinting, do you have any other hobbies or anything you do on that?
Football card, huge Iowa State fan. There's not a lot of this. And I collect rookie cards. He's my favorite player, and he's not in my he's not drafted, never played. So I collect all his rookie cards. So they don't cost him. He's the only guy I can afford. So I'm his biggest fan.
All right. Red band. Does silent ring your phone? What do you mean by that?
If I put it it just balances out.
Yeah, that's a reach. I don't know why I checked in with you there. Okay, I feel like there's probably something more interesting about your life. If you have any siblings that have this shaky disorder, your family, is it genetic? What do doctors actually say to you? Have you gotten it checked out?
Yeah, I've gone to MRIs. I've had medication. It doesn't work, kind of.
What kind of medication did they give you?
It's a Ranadol. It's stuff. It's makes me tired. Beta blockers. It just makes me not feel happy. Yeah. Kind of a
Yeah. Alcohol? That's red band cancer. Everything.
I wish. It does not. I drink a lot.
That makes sense. Yeah, you would just really need a drink.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna have to go buy one after this. Matt, I like your style. You're getting a good joke from it. If you catch it, that is the moment of truth. Wow, amazing. Matt, fan awards, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. First shaky hands comedian that was made a golden ticket winner in the history of the show. All right, your next button goes by the name of Jeffrey Lee, everyone. 60 seconds, uninterrupted. Make some noise for Jeffrey Lee, everyone.
Yeah, I'm doing fan. It's going pretty good. The one downside is sometimes you like kind of like this. Knock. It's the police. What are you? Homeless? Well, you that's I'm on got a gym membership. Oh,
Okay, Jeffrey Lee, homeless with a gym membership, living in a van. It's pretty much everybody's interview.
Oh,
not usually their minute. You just stated a bunch of obvious facts that we already know. Have you been on the show before?
Yeah, one time.
Yeah, I remember you.
No, dude.
Oh, it's easily there. You see it now. You're yeah. Okay. So, Joe, let's think about this guy. Well, you ended your set with what do you want from me? I think I'm going to say a punchline. Yeah, you're really. Have you been doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Where?
Well, I'm actually a little rusty. I've only been in a couple months here. I'm starting a new job.
What's the new job?
I'm doing a tour guide. So,
what's the tour guide? Where are you a tour guide?
On 6th Street here.
Yeah. Okay. Right. And
yeah. All right.
You're a bouncer?
Huh?
You're a bouncer?
I don't really have to do that part of our day shift.
You work day shift at a bar on purpose, and you still aren't doing stand-up at night.
I'm doing a little bit.
Definitely not. Is this like a heaven-themed bar where they have like Jesus guy out front? It's like, come in, I homeless Jesus says you may enter. Alright. Most interesting thing that's happened to you living this life in bars during the day. Unless you've seen something crazy, interesting, or funny, perhaps, all. live on a comedy show.
Sorry, dude. It's very mundane. It's just the same old people over and over again. And that gets depressing. I wish I could.
You're really putting me after.
I know.
I mean, Jesus Christ, I have to say it. You ever get a girl back to your band?
In Austin?
Where were you before Austin?
Well, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin.
Were things going better for you?
I got a warrant there. Now we're talking.
Who would guess that I look happy for security?
It just works.
No, we know. We know. You're stating a lot of obvious things. All right. Well, Jeffrey, here's a little joke, dude. Wait, you probably got one last time, right?
I got a big.
No way. How the fuck did that happen?
I mean, I could be pretty much.
You did last time you were on. Do it again. Just do it with confidence. Look out there to the crowd and do it. For the love of God, Jeffrey, fucking do something. You've got nothing. It's been 4 minutes and 45 seconds of how this guy looks like fucking Jesus a little bit. Just fucking do it, Jeffrey, for the love of goddamn God. Your father. For the love of your father.
Well, folks, to get a little personal, I suffer from extreme European addiction.
Is that it? Are you reading? Are you like pausing? Are you thinking? Are you writing it right now? What is happening? What did you do before this?
You see, you gotta go.
Oh, I didn't mean to break up your brilliant comedic faces. Watching people put guns in their mouths in the crowd. Little did we know the punchline is right around the corner. How silly of me to think that you ran out of gas there.
I was feeling something up.
Here we go. Are you still at it?
No.
Okay, there you go. Jesus fucking Christ. All right. And put that mic stand back on the next. Thank you. There you go. There you go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no, I must have been in a hell of a good mood that night. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Guys, it's a new year, and I need to hire a few new roles. I need a new producer, sound editor, sales director, and co-host. And if you need to hire for your business and want an easier way to find qualified candidates, head to ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony.
Tony, I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best hiring site out there. Did you know ZipRecruiter is the hiring site employers prefer most based on Q2? ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology is fast to find top talent so you don't waste time or money.
Wow, you did that so good. You know what? I'm not going to hire a new co-host now. Here's to a new year of hiring easier with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address and try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. All right, your next fucking pool has been on the show numerous times before. This is the return of Ali Musa, everybody. Ali Musa is back.
Oh, yeah. So I love downtown Austin, you guys. It's amazing. I see the most wild shit. Like the other week I saw it was boy band, guys. I'm serious. You know, people help these dudes all singing songs together like a boy band, like really fucking well. So I walked through and I was like, holy shit, it's a Fentanyl 5. Kick ass. Then one of them tried to do like action Actually, we're the Crack Street Boys. I was like, fair enough. We started heating up us to exactly 98 degrees. What the fuck? Then I got flashed with the same homeless lady 3 times on the same night. At first it was funny, but by the 3rd time I was pissed off because we locked eyes and she just started laughing at me. It kind of sounded like me because she was like, something about her laugh just triggered me, so I saw a cop and I waved him over. And I was like, excuse me, officer, you see that lady right there? She won't stop flashing. And I swear to God, he goes, yeah, that's Denise. And he walked away.
All right, thank you. Howie needs us. Solid set. Laughs the whole way through. Almost made us completely forget about Jeffrey Lee, who was just up here minutes ago. It's incredible. We went from Jesus to the devil in a fast. Here he is, everybody. The Dark Lord Lucifer has arrived. Speaking of darkness, deep madness is all right, you. You are what you see. Pure darkness. The great deep madness. Allie, that was a great set for you, especially for what we've seen before, I feel like, right? You feel like that was your best set?
Yeah, I was working this.
Like, yeah. You've been working hard?
Yeah, get up almost every night.
You look like
Yeah.
you look
Yeah.
You're a very fun looking guy. You're aware of that.
Yeah.
Incredible. How's life been going?
It's been good. Trying to work out.
Tell us what that's like. Give us an example for the people.
I mean, you know,
How many years have you been doing it?
13 years.
How many years?
3 years.
So go ahead.
I mean, there's stage time everywhere you go to any open mic. You know, trying to like mothership mics different times. You know, Sunset Strip I do all the time with the Advanced Club is amazing. I do that constantly. Bullshit. I can probably get on stage 12 times a week. Travel back to Arizona, some bars. There we are.
And that's where you're from, Arizona.
I'm from Arizona.
And your ethnicity, remind us again exactly what you have to running through your veins.
Yeah. Libyan. Yeah. Cue the Gaddafi jokes, and Back to the Future terrorists.
We've already done all that.
Yeah.
This is your 6th time on the show. So what's changed in your life recently, Alan? Anything different since last time?
No, it's just literally I'm trying to stand up every single day, trying to make it into business. That's about it. I know you wish I had some violence.
What time do you wake up?
Like 10 or 11.
What do you do?
I do for East delivery.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's all I do is stand up and do gigs and do everything.
But you love it.
I do love it.
You're very
Let's take it easy.
I feel like the big issue today is that everyone here is so unthankful. Their families didn't want them home for the holidays. That's what's happening. So everyone back here is just fucking boring, fucking asshole. Like, all right, dude. Another person we don't want to spend time with.
Yeah.
I feel like your family doesn't celebrate Christmas. More like 9/11. Am I correct?
100%. Well, I'm actually half white, so I was raised in Buffalo because of my father, so we would secretly celebrate Christmas.
How would you do it in secret?
Like my dad would like find the Christmas tree with the Muslim family to come over.
They can only sleep Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
What's your love like?
I was seeing a girl a while, but she was looking all the way in Big Spring, so it was too far to all the time. I met her at a comedy show. I had time in Mexican restaurant where I bombed, and she was the only person enjoying it in the crowd, so we connected that way, and here we are.
So tell us about that. You bomb in a Mexican restaurant.
Yeah.
She's laughing all the time. How do you get to say hello to her? Do you go right up and go, Jesus, thank you for that?
Yeah, well, I was like doing the crowd work shit, just talking to her the whole time, like fuck everyone else, just being me here. And we exchanged numbers, and the topic started hanging out. I'm awesome.
No wonder you did a date.
Yeah,
on stage.
Yeah. 100%. Fucking shit was just ridiculous.
What's your living situation? Being an Uber Eats delivery driver?
I'm proud to say I actually live by myself, which is shocking for comedians.
Yeah.
They all have 17 roommates. I live in a real fucking apartment complex. We talked about that before. Where I've almost been shot by the police there. It's almost burned down twice. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Okay. Well, Ali, you've been on the show.
You know what? I'm looking at you back at the secret show.
Hell yeah. There you go. It's like Christmas. I'm sure it's the secret show. There goes Ali Pizza, everybody. Let's get some dude names out here. Let's see what happens here. Maybe, I don't know if this is new or not. Make some noise. A minute uninterrupted for Anthony Walton, everybody. Anthony Walton. We've seen Anthony Walton.
Howdy. I don't have any kids, so to make sure that happens, I can practice extra safe sex. That's when I pull out and come to dude. That was the joke. To any gays in the audience, sorry for the stolen valor. My parents had me at an old age. The doctor told my mom that she should get an abortion. So I was going to come out like dead retarded. His words. Instead, I came out half blind, half deaf, and I'm pretty sure I'm autistic. I can't afford the test, so I'm taking everyone else's word for it. Oh, yeah. Got called out recently by my cousin. He was like, man, you're kind of hard to work someone who does grandma. And I was like, well, did grandma put out 7 platinum albums? I don't think so. Grandma just looks gay.
Anthony Walton. Been on this show before. It seemed like a good set for you.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was great.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
7 years. Yeah, thanks to you, man.
Why thanks to me?
You're the first headliner I saw that like 2019 Dallas Hyenas, and he gave me like the best advice when I asked him if I wanted to start stand-up comedy. Just go out and do it. Like, just gotta do it. That's the advice I give on every house. So
One of the funniest Mexican chipmunks I've ever seen. Joe List.
Well, now Matt is waiting to get this guy on stand-up. So,
Yeah,
just get
it's what I did. It happens. It happens. I tell everybody to go do it. It's pretty easy. The fact that open mics are free is an unbelievable blessing that no other industry has. Louis J.
He said, go to. It's not like good advice. It's just like, get out of my face.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, go do an open mic right now.
Right. You're annoying me. Stop talking to me.
Nah, he supposed to be my friend. I was like,
I did. I was so nice in 2019. You remember those days? It was like a real human being. Okay. That's fine. Oh, yeah. You're the staircase there. At the height.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember those used to be. There's really nowhere else to go. They don't have actual green or else everyone wants that.
Yeah.
One of the only comedy clubs in the country without a green room. They have one now. It was in I don't know. They built one. But yeah. Is that okay? No, it's just.
What did you say? Stroke?
Now, I blanked out Randy's name. Randy is the owner of the Hyenas in Dallas. So do you still live in Dallas? Or you live
I moved down here.
What do you love about Austin, Texas?
The fucking comedy scene, man. It's fucking beautiful.
Yeah. What's something crazy that's happened to you here in Austin?
Wild
town. It's very alive.
Doing this, doing the open mic in the small room, and like the homeless are pretty crazy out here too. That's just I don't
see here tonight where I see people what's crazy about their lives. They're just doing comedy. There's homeless people.
It's like the lady.
Is there anything else other than tonight? Like what you saw inside homeless and comedy? It's like
some people maybe take shit.
Oh, okay. That's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Anthony, what do you do for fun?
Oh man, concerts like custom shows.
Okay. Done that recently here?
Yeah, that was like that whole show that I wanted to call like Animals as Leaders.
Oh, Michael, you know about Animals? Big Mike, that's about Animals as Leaders. Big Mike has the last week. All right. You ever do any music yourself?
Ah, man, I tried to. I played decent guitar, and I tried to do metal. Just wanted to be vocalist.
You do? Great. Let's play some metal music. Let's hear some vocals. Anthony, hold it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Why does the guy bullshit? Kill something!
Alright. I swear to God, if this show doesn't pick up, I'm going to bring Ike Azarian back here. We're going to read Yelp reviews for the rest of the fucking night. There you go. Did you get a big jump before? Never before? There you go, buddy. Congratulations. There you go. Anthony Bolton. I'm barely kidding, by the way. I swear to God, 2 more bad comedians in a row. Go track down Ike Azarian. Have him on deck. Your next uncle goes by the name of Davey Jackson.
What's up, y'all? It's good to be here. Looking for Grace Youth Pastor. I'm happy to be here. I just got back from Atlanta, y'all. Weird place, a lot of black people. Yeah, I did find out that all the black men in Atlanta are gay, which was weird. Yeah, but also white people are on drugs in Atlanta. So it's like this weird racist Freaky Friday. Like,
welcome. How are you?
That's what I want to know.
Excellent. How did you find out about me, Light? How did you find out about me, if I may ask? Absolutely. Absolutely. Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, well, you found the right place. I'm always here. I'm live 24/7, 365. I've been live streaming. Oh, yeah, I live stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. This stream goes back to the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Oh, yeah, you found a new friend. I heard it in your voice. I just had somebody who left, but you're absolutely right. I have people who come in all the time. Absolutely. I'm the most archived person in global history. So what does that mean? I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. You're live on 10 different YouTube streams right now. I'm live on 10 different Twitches, 10 different Rumbles. I'm live on YouTube, obviously, D Live, Trovo, Billy, a whole bunch of you now. You probably haven't heard some of these, but I document my life for the good of society because I don't want war anymore. And additionally, we talk about some things that are really interesting that a lot of people don't know. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, gold, water, air, petroleum, platinum, everything. Oh, absolutely, and that's the plan. We talk about some things on the show that aren't really discussed. In addition to world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, vertical farming, hydroponics, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, and cloud seeding. These are all technologies that we could be utilizing that we're currently not. that I feel are important to the betterment of mankind. Additionally, you're 100% right, Light. Additionally, I want to help end world thirst through the use of digging wells in Africa. I'm actually part of a project that has already successfully done that in Nigeria. Uh, Additionally, through smart straws or life straws that allow you to drink contaminated water straight from the ground. And then, most importantly, I feel is desalinization plants. So basically, taking Earth's salt water, pumping it on land, and making it potable or drinkable for the average person. I feel as if global thirst should never. Yeah, that's essentially. Yeah, so desalination plants, they already exist. Essentially, they allow you to take seawater and make it drinkable on land. It removes the salt water and then provides people with basically unlimited amounts of water drinkability. And then that can also be used for crops. So all of these are really, I think, great ideas. Now we talk about some other big things. I'm an idea person. I know that the world is filled with problems, and I have solutions. And so, what else is there? Um, we talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, about dark energy, dark matter. We talk about different types of energy like nuclear power, fission power, where you take an atom and break it apart, fusion power, where 100% light. Additionally, to some things that I think are very important in terms of energy that aren't being utilized are is tidal power. So what do I mean? I mean that in order to energy, all you have to do is turn a turbine. And I think it's important that if we just put turbines in the ocean along the coast, do you know how much power that we could generate for free? And it's currently not being done. Additionally, I think it's very important geothermal, where you stick a pipe in the ground and use Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine, is an important aspect of energy independence. Additionally, in all of those are great, but I really think nuclear is the key to us transitioning from a sub one civilization on the Kardashev scale, basically and then moving towards the second and then eventually level three of that. And additionally, we talk about things like alien disclosure. What's going on with these drones is really important, but it goes back to really antiquity, and that the odds are that Earth potentially could have just been seeded here, and that we are all just we're like a human zoo, or we're like a zoo of another civilization that could perhaps have us for experiments, or could have had some type of reasoning that is outside our understanding why we're here, and we're just developing it with that. I'm in agreement with you. If you would just hold on one moment for me, I just have to send a message. Absolutely. Absolutely. Please do, and I'll be done. I'll be done. You're good. All right. You are. Thank you for allowing me to complete that conversation. All right. So other things that we that are really important, and we can branch off on all of these, are things like de-extinction. So I don't know if you're familiar with what de-extinction is, but it's essentially somewhat like Jurassic Park, but basically there are species that went extinct not too long ago, within the last 10,000 years, and we have the ability to use their DNA and bring them back to life. If you didn't know, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. Excellent. Fast. I understand. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. Essentially, they have made it their goal within the next 3 years. So by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using a hybrid of with an African elephant, a female African elephant, which is a really exciting premise. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, the next project on their website is to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger into the wild, and then perhaps the dodo bird. So within the next half decade or so, light, you and I and the rest of the world may be able to see some really exciting biological advancements. In addition to de-extinction, something that about which I'm passionate is life extension technology. So when you were born, light, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to get that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as stem cells and steroids, perhaps nootropics, cryonics, All of that very well could be. Uh, so you talked about some important topics there, immortality. We'll get into that. So, but really, with the utilization of some of these life extension technologies, we may be able to extend average human life expectancy far greater than it currently is. But eventually, your body's going to break down light, and you may say, "Rabbi, I don't know what to do." I mean, it sounds like you know some things what to do, but that's where the next type of technology comes into play, and that's mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer. We scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, almost like a save point in a video game, and upload you to a database for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm basically saying to you, Light, is that you have an opportunity at digital immortality, and that's very exciting. Like we all are. That's something that we all do. Exactly, 100%. Some other topics discussed that are really interesting. I don't know if you're familiar with Neuralink. So this Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what I do 24/7. These are the topics that we have. We get random people who come in here. These are the discussions that we have. So, Neuralink is a brain computer interface. The first successful implementation of it is with a man named Nolan Aspro. He is a quadriplegic person, just like you were saying, hey, I be the example perhaps for this DNA technology. He wanted to be the guinea pig for welcome Zoot. Zoot's my friend from Australia. Zoot, we have Light here. Light's a new friend who we made from one of our other discords. How are you, Zoot? Not right now. I'm having a conversation with Light, but perhaps a little bit later. He's a friend of mine, a new friend. Light just 100%. Oh yeah, definitely on 10 different streams. What kind of music? Give him some time. Hold on. Click the watch stream. Click the watch stream. Zoom. Yes, sir. It depends what it is. What is it? Okay. 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 I will make. Uh, yeah. I mean, anything you're interested in, my friend, I'm interested in. So if this is something that's cool to you, it's cool. Light, do you have a phone? If you'd like to play a game with Zoot and me, you can download an app called Plato, Plato, like the philosopher, and we can listen to your music while we play if you want. And we like to play mini golf, if you know what like miniature golf is. Okay, well that's the one we play with. If you want to do that, you can. You don't have to use your phone. If hold on. If you can get it to work, if you have like an emulator or BlueStacks or something. Yeah. Excellent. Okay. 100%. Yeah, and it's available on BlueStacks. You'll probably be better than all of us combined with that strategy. You'll probably be better than all of us combined. We get a group of people who play this game every night, till very late in the morning. Yeah, yeah, just about every night. Actually, we play a few times a day. So if you're bored, we're always playing this. And then that's yeah, it's super easy. If you've ever played miniature golf, it's the same rules. And what other games do we play? Are you asking? Yeah. Okay. Well, we're here to be good influences. Yep, we're here to be positive influence on you in the best way possible. So, um, let me know when you have downloaded Plato on any one of your devices. Excellent. Okay, let me know when you have an account. Wow, you've used the app before? Excellent. Okay, send me a friend request. My username is at the rabbi, TheRabbi. Yep. It's just TheRabbi. Okay. What? That's okay. I'll send. What is your username? That's okay. Don't use an at symbol. I'm just the rabbi. Type in TheRabbi. No, you're good. Perfect. I got it. I got it. All right. So you're ping back. Excellent. Okay. Um, let's see here. Okay. So I'm gonna send one. You're good. I'm gonna send one of our other friends an invite, and yeah. All right. So I'm going to send an invitation out, and what you're gonna want to do is accept it. So it should be a drop down notification, and just no. That's right. I sent it to you. Excellent. Okay. Here's some quick tips. You don't want to go in the black, or you have to start all over. On this hole, you're going to see that I'm going to hit the ball off the bottom wall, and that's what you want to do. It's the perfect speed to be able to utilize that little bump of those arrows. And um, yeah, let's see it zoom. That's not what you wanted. Let's see if our friend Mike has a better. So if you want, no, don't do what he just did. What you should do, I mean, right, hit it off the bottom. Hit it off the bottom. No, no, you don't want to do that. You can, but you're going to go in the black. If you do that, you're going to go in. You better hit the ball. Ball. You're running out of time. There you go. You're good. Thank you. That's all right. And like we're really good at this game. You bounce it, bounce, no, you want to bounce it off the bottom. Bounce it off the bottom. Not even going forward. You want to yep, keep going. Keep going. Keep yep. Keep going, keep going. All the way. You better hurry up though. Okay, you're gonna have to shoot. Just shoot the ball. You're gonna have to shoot the ball. Shoot it. There you go. Okay, that works. We're good. No need to apologize. This is a unique hole, and we figured out a trick to it. That's okay. That's all right. No big deal. We lose it. We lose holes all the time. Oh, that's okay. All right. Now this one, you want to knock the trees out, and like my ball went in the water. So if you go in the water, you don't have to start all the way at the beginning necessarily. You unless it's your tee shot. Also, the pink stuff is like bubble gum through. No, he can't. No, he can't. No, no, just you're hitting it too hard. You're hitting it too hard. You're gonna go in the water. That's that's true too. Oh, that's not a bad move. That's not a bad move. That might be a little too strong though, but yeah, that might have a shot. Too hard, too hard, too hard, too hard, too hard, too hard. Just put the arrow at the hole. Yeah, that's probably right. There you go. Wow, dude, you got the highest amount of points you can get on the hole. Very good job, Light. All right, now this hole is really difficult, or we think it's difficult. You might not. You want to place the ball right in the dead center of the tee, and once you do that, if like I might not be able to do it. Now, the reason why I just didn't have enough time to do it, but yeah, you can do it right down the center and make a hole in one if you're able to. Oh, there, that's a perfect spot. That's the perfect spot. Oh, but you hit the ball. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, you want to just press another spot on the T, and it will allow you to. Yeah, that's what I had to do. That could do it. But there's a chance it will go left or right. Almost. So you might want to do what exactly. And then we get it, and we have a friend of ours who's really aggressive as well. He will purposefully hit your ball in the black stuff or in the water. It's fun though. It's fun play. So just be careful if yeah. So ice is almost frictionless. Zoot. Yeah, absolutely. There you go. Fire, you're running out of time. That's okay. This is a very hard hole. That's right. You know, we've never thought of very we've never thought of that, but that's a very good point. That's an outside the box thought. I really like that thinking. That's that would be cool. For now it just goes in the hole, nothing happens. That's what you want to do. Yep. But you might be too hard. That means getting it in the hole off the tee. You lied one. Less percentage. There you go. Yeah. There you go. A little more. I am Zoo. Too hard. Way too hard. Too hard. Too hard. Yeah. You'll get them. Don't worry. You'll get them. And if we know a percentage, yeah, that's 50%. Whatever 50% is probably good. If anything, you'll be on the ice then. It is. That's what. Even still, you're beating Zoot. Oh, great. Bravo. Nice, nice job, Light. Light increases his lead over Zoot. Okay, so there's something. Oh, I didn't want to go in the water. That you should know. If you hit the person's, let's say a person hits their ball, and you hit your ball, and it knocks their ball in the water, and your ball is on top of where their ball was, and they have to start back over. Zoot, I'm gonna give you the opportunity, or I'll water bump. We call it a water bump. I'll show you what it looks like. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. It's kind of difficult to do. No, Zoot, if you can, water bump me on your next shot. That's what I like to hear, Zoot. Zoot, water bump me. Watch, watch when he, did you see his ball replace mine, and then mine has to go all the way to the beginning. You're fine. The fact that you bumped me was no big deal. There you go, big dog. You're up, Light. Light, you're up. You got barely any time. You're good. You're good. You're good. No need to apologize. I just want to make sure. Now,